Hello everyone, I know you like my video very much, so once again I buy Tony Stark nano suit. It's very costly but don't worry, I got bank loan, hahaha. Now ladies and girls and my dear young women's, let go on honeymoon, babes and boys and men's, you give money on Google Pay. Because I'm poor, help your little brother and give him some penny, and like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 101 Subdues a Smile. Fujitora looked at Crocodile with a smile. My origin, I believe you know very well. After all, you have been sending people to follow me all this year. However, I never thought that the person I met would be a Shishibukai. Yes, Crocodile is Shishibukai again. And the left hand he lost also grew out again. From this, it can be seen that he finally surrendered to Yao Chen. I saw him light a cigar and put it in his mouth. How do you feel after visiting the city? Yi smiled and tapped with a cane. Strong, prosperous. It's an honor to hear such a comment from your mouth. After a year of follow-up investigation, Crocodile had long known how powerful the man in front of him was. I also understand why the boss wants to subdue each other. Yi smiled and said, you should know that the person I'm looking for is not you. Ha! Crocodile sneered, pulling a communicator from him. I saw Yao Chen's figure projected. What's the matter? He asked, only to see Crocodile pointing to the opposite side. Yao Chen was startled, turned around, and found a smile standing there. I saw a flash of surprise on his face, and then said, I never thought we would meet under such circumstances, Mr. Smile. Yi smiled and frowned. My observation, Haki found nothing alive. Are you demon fruit power? Yao Chen smiled. That's not it, it's just a technique. Technology? Is that kind of appliance? Yao Chen said, it seems that Mr. Xiao Xiao has already learned a lot about this city. Yi smiled, I like seeing is believing. After all, over the past year, the people you sent to stalk me, intentionally or not, they are promoting how good Alabasta is to me. Your purpose is not to let me come here. Yao Chen sighed, this is a helpless method. Yi smiled, I'm very curious, where did you hear about me? It stands to reason that the old man is not famous in this world. Yao Chen said, as a leader of a force, collecting all kinds of intelligence is an inevitable task. Although you are very low-key, you still showed your strength when dealing with some villains. After listening to his explanation, he smiled in approval, then what is your purpose? I want you to join me and join the Xinjiao army. Yao Chen's words were very direct. He smiled and frowned, and said, your reputation is not good. Yao Chen said, at least it is much stronger than the world government with the front and the back. Yi smiled, but because of your funding of the revolutionary army, it has plunged the whole world into war. And these wars have left countless people's homes destroyed. Speaking of which, his hand holding the cane tightened. Yao Chen shook his head, Mr. Yuxiao, you have traveled to countless places in half your life. I believe you have a deep understanding of what kind of world this is. Cannibalism is everywhere. I ask you, do you see any hope in such a world? Yi Xiao was silent. It was because he had seen so many scenes like this that he stabbed his own eyes. Yao Chen said, back then, I said this to the leaders of the revolutionary army, Durag and Long. Revolution is not a dinner party, but bloodshed. How will the people stand up if they don't overthrow the existing ruling class? Holding the staff and knife with a smile, he asked, what about you, are you also a ruler? Yao Chen nodded and admitted generously, of course I am the ruler. But I'm a ruler on the side of the common man. A ruler who can bring them a better life. Also, you have also seen the people of this city. Are they doing well? Have I enslaved them? Hearing his words, he smiled and frowned. Since the city has so many items that can improve people's lives. 4 flowers. Then why don't you spread it to the world? Yao Chen sighed a little funny, Mr. Yuxiao, I didn't expect you to say such childish words. Indeed, there are many life-enhancing supplies here. But you missed the most important point. That's where Alabasta is. It's the territory of the Xinjiao army. Because of being under my protection, people here can live a happy and carefree life. To put it badly, once there is no protection from me, this city will be wiped clean by the world government at the first time, not even a single bone will be left. He smiled and was silent for a long time before he arrived. Can you keep the people living like this? Seeing that the other party has begun to shake, Yao Chen stepped up, perhaps you don't know yet. I've built a better city than here. I dare to swear to you that from now on, there will be the yearning of everyone in the whole world. When you see the standard of living in that city, you won't doubt me anymore. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiao finally made up his mind, okay, that's it. That old man put the rest of his life on you. I also don't ask you to change the whole world. I just hope you can treat everyone who comes to Alabasta the same. It allows them to lead a relatively stable life. If you can do that, so if you work hard, so what? If you can't, then the knife in this old man's hand will be yours. Yao Chen smiled in his heart, it became. Then he said, don't worry, Mr. Smile. I will do what I say. With a serious smile, he said, the old man will wait and see. I saw Yao Chen say to Crocodile, arrange a place for Mr. Yi Xiao. Crocodile nodded, called in a subordinate and left with a smile. Seeing this, Yao Chen also instructed Crocodile and disappeared into the room. What? Chapter 102. After leaving with a smile, Nico Robin walked in from another room. The strength of the boss has increased again. The one called Yuxiao is a real monster. Crocodile took a deep breath of his cigar and said, isn't that bad? The stronger the organization, the safer we are. Besides, there is probably no other force in this world that can make you feel more at ease than seeing Ye Jun. You don't have to hide, you can show up on the street with integrity. All of this is given by the boss. Hearing Crocodile's words, Nico Robin fell silent. Indeed, after so many years of running away, there was not a moment of peace in her heart. Every time I go to sleep, I worry about whether I will be suddenly taken away. It was not until she joined the Xinjiao army that she finally relaxed. Moreover, she is a scholar who has a desire to know everything about everything. But I am very curious about Yao Chen's 933. Where do many unheard items and technologies in the city come from? She has always been full of doubts about this question. Therefore, I would like to personally contact the boss and ask him. It's a pity that the boss has been very busy and has no time at all. Not only she, but the other members of the Baroque studio are doing well today. For example, the MRI with the quick-cut fruit, Das Bonies. Now it's the police chief of Rape Flower. Miss, Double Finger, Zayla, is the proprietress of the biggest nightclub in Rape Flower. Mr.2, Bentham, is the ballet instructor at the theater. Miss Valentine and Makita are model trainers. Even a little girl like Miss Golden Week has become a painting teacher, teaching people to paint. As for Crocodile himself, he became the master of Rape Seed. It was also for this reason that he finally surrendered to Yao Chen. It can be said that everyone is living a good life now. With their respective influences, the strength of the Baroque studio has also grown stronger. And in the whole Rape Seed, the nightlife of a new day began. At this time in New World, a big event happened. And the object of this event is the Whitebeard Pirates. I saw that everyone was surrounded by a room at this time. He was clenching his fists and looking at the ground with a gloomy expression. There was a man lying there, a man in white clothes, but his body was stained with blood. It can be seen from the bloodline that has turned dark red under him. This man has been dead for a long time. In the crowd, Whitebeard was silent. There was only an incomparably depressing aura all over him. Like a volcano about to erupt. Teach, he said in an emotionless voice. Ace in the crowd pressed the hat on his head and said coldly. I'm going after him. All eyes turned to him. Marco said, can you do it alone, or do you want to? I said I'd go after him. Ace's body has already ignited flames. His eyes were filled with endless anger. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then said. Okay, it's up to you. Hearing his agreement, Ace walked out of the room without saying anything. Marco said, Dad, is this really good? Whitebeard didn't answer, but there was a hint of hesitation and worry in his eyes. And somewhere in the sea, Blackbeard himself, who they were discussing, was sitting on a small boat. Dark water. Teach pushed with his right hand, and a dark force condensed in his hand. It seems to be able to devour everything in the world. Thief ha 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 ha. With this power, my ambition can finally be realized. But before that, I have to find a ship that can carry me. With the ship, I can recruit the crew. Blackbeard thought, in today's sea, the most powerful shipbuilder is the Xinjiao army. They have steel ships like never before. As my ambition to achieve my dreams couldn't be better. Thinking of this, he turned the bow and sailed in the direction of Alabasta. As Whitebeard said, conceit, rashness, is Teach's greatest weakness. As soon as he got the upper hand, he got carried away and hit Yao Chen with his ambition. He didn't know what kind of terrifying life he would suffer when he went. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not make this choice. Yao Chen, who was still unaware, was busy with his own affairs. Sir, as expected, in 2 days, the route to Upside Down Mountain will be opened. Huh? Are you finally digging through? Yes. I didn't expect it to take so long. Because according to your request, this passage must run through 4 seas at one time. So it took a long time. Just open. Speaking of which, Yao Chen established this channel. In addition to bringing him endless benefits. There is another important reason. That's why he underestimated how fast the channel of Upside Down Mountain is, no, it should be said to be ferocious. Over the years, numerous ships have poured into it. But less than 1 in 10 survived to enter the Grand Line. The thought of his 10,000-ton ship sailing in such a channel made him uneasy. As a result, he halted the sub-base shipbuilding program. Prepare to dig a channel connecting the 4 seas with all your strength. Finally, after almost a year, the construction was finally completed. Yao Chen smiled. Next, this channel will bring us endless benefits. Saha, it will no longer be difficult to communicate with Grand Line. This will attract more people to Alabasta. Bring countless wealth to my dream city. At this time, Jarvis said, by the way, sir, Marshal Sengoku has another communication today. Want to know about the construction of battleships and destroyers? Yao Chen touched his chin, actually relying on his industrial ability. 2 battleships and destroyers were built long ago. However, he has been dragging on the excuse that the construction has not been completed. Because he didn't want other people to know how terrible his building abilities were. It's good for you to hide properly. This will not only confuse the world government's judgment, but also make them feel a little more at ease. Of course, after such a long time, it is indeed time to deliver the ship. I saw him pick up the communicator and get in touch. Marshal Sengoku, your ship will be built in a few days. Send someone to get it. Sengoku, who thought something was wrong with the other party, hurriedly got up from his chair. Is 5.3 finally built? Yes. Well, I'll send someone to make an airship to you now. Yao Chen said, actually, you don't need to be in such a hurry. However, the other party has directly hung up the communication. Yao Chen shook his head, it's really urgent. At the same time, he took out another communicator. Hey, Dragon. Your ship is ready. Send someone to pick it up. The opposite Long Yi said happily, that's really great. Our wars with nations are in turmoil. There is an urgent need for a warship that can provide great firepower. I will send a comrade from the Revolutionary Army to come. Seeing that both parties had been notified, Yao Chen put down the communicator. As for whether the 2 sides will meet, that has nothing to do with him. He's just a gun dealer. Besides, he still has his own business to work on. Chapter 103. When the sun slowly rose, the people of our blossoms started a new day of life. However, today's cities are very different. Because the streets and alleys began to play a notice. Dream City opened today, and various industries were selected as excellent practitioners. Received the qualifications to settle in. As soon as they heard the City of Dreams, countless people began to talk about it. They knew for a long time that the Shining Star Army was building a huge city. Many people also went to see it on purpose. Even if you just look at it from a distance, you will still be shocked by it. Many people thought that in this life, they could only look at it from a distance. I didn't expect to receive the news of the settlement today. However, only practitioners who have been selected as excellent in all walks of life can go. I saw countless people running towards seeing Yejun's office in our flowers, ready to register. Crocodile stood at the window and looked at the crowd below, his eyes flickering on and off. Has it finally begun? He took a deep breath of the cigar, his heart full of emotion. Because before the opening of Dream City, Yao Chen gave him 231 choices. One is to become the master of Rapeseed. The other is to enter the City of Dreams and become a middle-level manager. Yao Chen told him directly that Rapeseed is only a relay city to train various practitioners for Dream City, and it is for blood transfusion. The prosperity is far from being comparable to the City of Dreams. However, from the results, Crocodile still chooses to stay in Rapeseed. After all, he already has a Yao Chen on his head. He doesn't allow anyone else to stand up to him or hold him down. Therefore, he would rather choose Rapeseed flowers than go to the City of Dreams. Behind him, Nico Robin was wearing a cowboy hat and carrying a suitcase. Crocodile didn't look back, just asked. Are you going? You didn't know that long ago. After saying this, Nico Robin left the room. Like her, others in the Baroque studio made their own choices. Dasbonis and Zayla planned to stay on as their own police chief and nightclub owner. And Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine are going to leave here for the City of Dreams. When Nico Robin came outside the building, a car was already parked there. It's different from the classic cars of the 40s and 50s like Rapeseed. This is a very modern SUV off-roader. In the car, Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week were already sitting. I saw Miss Valentine, that is, Makita greeted her. Sister Robin, here. Nico Robin got into the SUV with a smile, and saw the car start heading towards the City of Dreams. As a member of the Baroque studio, Yao Chen treats them well. After all, people with ability are welcome everywhere. Robin then asked, Mishita, you're not a good model trainer. Why go to the City of Dreams? Makita said, actually, my wish is to be a chocolatier. Being a model trainer at Coleus is only temporary. The boss sent me a dessert shop in the City of Dreams. Robin nodded clearly, then looked at Marianne, what about you? Marianne fiddles with her paintbrush, I like to show my painting skills on a bigger stage. I see. The car drove slowly on the main road, and the 3 women chatted for a while. As time passed, the outline of a city appeared ahead. As the distance got closer and closer, the appearance of the City of Dreams was finally shown in front of them. The 3 girls were immediately attracted and stared straight ahead. Is that the City of Dreams? Michelta's tone was filled with exclamation. And Robin and Marianne are also looking forward to it. When the car gradually entered the city's overpass system, they also finally entered the confines of the City of Dreams. The 3 women stuck their heads out of the car window and looked around. The towering high-rise buildings and the flat road in front of him. All kinds of miraculous architectural designs attract their attention. How was this city built? Robin's heart is full of endless curiosity. She really couldn't understand how those towering buildings were built. Such a city seems to her to be built only by gods. As the car drove slowly in the city, it didn't take long before it stopped in front of a shop. The three of them looked around and found that this was a beautifully decorated shop with various dessert logos. The driver, who had not spoken all the time, said, "Miss Makita, this is the shop that the boss arranged for you." Hearing his words, Makita was shocked, and then said incredulously, "Is this my shop?" "Yes." Upon receiving the answer, Makita looked surprised, and she couldn't wait to get out of the car and start looking at it. After a while, he said to Robin and Marianne in the car, "Sister Robin, Marianne, then I'll say goodbye to you here. If you are free in the future, you must come to my place as a guest." Robin said goodbye to her with a smile, "Okay, I'll definitely come when I'm free in the future." I saw the car hit the road again, and after a while, it stopped in front of another building. "Miss Robin, this is the workplace that the boss arranged for you to 933. The driver said at this time. However, Robin looked curious. Does the boss still know my hobbies?" Only to hear the other person answer, "This is the largest library in the city, and the boss wants you to be the curator here." As soon as he heard the library, Robin's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he said to Marianne, "It seems that this is indeed my destination. Then Marianne, let's see you when we're free." Marianne waved to her. I saw Nico Robin carrying his suitcase and walked into the library in front of him. I saw that it was filled with all kinds of books at this time. She browsed all the way and found that it was full of books she had never heard of. What psychology, political science, economics, anthropology, sociology, etc. Robin looked curious and pulled out a sociology book. Then came to a table and chair to sit down and look. Soon, she sank into it and couldn't extricate herself. At the same time, on the tallest building in the city, Yao Chen was taking Wei Lan and Chi Hai to watch the mighty motorcade approaching in the distance. I saw an astonishing look in his eyes. From today, what the world desires is no longer one piece. It's the right to live in the city. Chapter 104. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. I saw Fujitora smiled and came here under the leadership of one of his subordinates. Yao Chen turned around and looked at him. "Now, this is the first time we have officially met, Your Excellency Yi Xiao." Hearing the familiar words, his eyesight finally sensed Yao Chen. With a smile, he asked, "Why did you let someone bring me here?" Yao Chen said, "As I said, I will let you see the city in my mouth." But Jian Yi smiled and shook his head. "Unfortunately, the old man is blind and can't see." Yao Chen smiled, "Don't worry, Your Excellency Yu Xiao. Since I sent someone to bring you here, I will definitely let you see it." "Hi." He smiled curiously. I saw Yao Chen took out an industrial evolution fluid from his body. "Your Excellency Yu Xiao, if you believe me, then please drink this bottle of medicine in my hand." With a smile, he stretched out his hand and asked, "What is this?" Yao Chen said, "It can restore your eyesight and become stronger." Hearing what he said, he smiled and touched the medicine in his hand. "Although I don't know what you gave the old man. But since the old man chose to join you, there won't be any doubts about you." I saw him open the medicine bottle and pour it directly into his mouth. As the industrial evolution fluid entered the body, a blazing heat began to rise from the abdomen when he smiled. This scorching heat quickly began to spread throughout the body. Some of the dark wounds he suffered when he was young began to recover gradually under this scorching heat. At the same time, a powerful force gradually poured out from the body. Especially his eyes were hot for a while, and tears could not stop flowing from them. I don't know how long it took, but when I smiled, I felt a blur in front of my eyes, and then it became clearer. When he finally saw everything in the room, his face was full of shock. "Can I see?" He kept looking around, and finally set his eyes on Yao Chen and the three of them. "Are you the commander of the Xinjiao army?" Yao Chen nodded. "How?" Smile, "Your Excellency, the feeling of seeing the light again, does it satisfy you?" With an extremely complicated expression on his face, Yi Xiao slowly said, "I used to be blinded because I couldn't bear the filth of the world. But now that I have recovered, I am so happy. It turns out that my heart still yearns for light." Having said this, he paused. "It's just, I don't know about this recovery. Will I see those unbearable darkness again?" Yao Chen smiled. "Your Excellency Yu Xiao, you are too pessimistic. I believe that after seeing the next scene, you will no longer have such thoughts." I saw him slowly let go, showing the whole city in front of a smile. He smiled and looked out the window. What he saw was a city beyond his imagination. Seeing his whole body tremble, the hand holding the staff and knife also began to tremble unconsciously. What is this, is it a city?" He stepped to the window, watching carefully. Yeokin smiled and said, "This is the future. The future I show you. Look at the dreamy city in front of you." He smiled and was silent for a long time, then turned around and knelt down on one knee. "From today, this old man's life will be completely handed over to you." Seeing that the other party finally recognized him from the bottom of his heart, Yao Chen showed a satisfied smile, and he hurriedly lifted the smile up. You don't have to do this, Uncle Yuxiao. It was my own decision to build this city myself. Yi smiled, since the old man has sworn, he will not go back on it. Yao Chen nodded, and Jarvis' voice sounded at this moment. Sir, Marine's airship is here. He said in surprise, so fast. It looks like Sengoku is in a hurry. Where are they now? Going to the R Blossoms. Let them turn and come to the City of Dreams. Okay sir. I saw Jarvis begin to communicate with Marine's airship. On the airship, Garp is also having a conversation with Aokiji. Haha, it's finally here. The old man has waited for a full year. When the time comes, the warship will be given to me, and the small one will be given to you. Aokiji on the side did not answer. Just lying on the chair with his hands resting on his head and thinking about the problem. The changes that have taken place in the world over the past year have left him confused. Originally, O'Hara's incident had left him questioning Marine's justice. And this year's entanglement with the Revolutionary Army has deepened his inner doubts. He saw too many people who joined the Revolutionary Army because of oppression. Marine's justice should have been to protect them, but instead is now suppressing them. Aokiji asked himself whether what he was doing was right or wrong. Just then, Garp's exclamation came, what is this, a city? Qingxiang blinked and looked out. He saw a city full of modern atmosphere in front of him completely unfolded in front of him. For a long time, this. Aokiji stood there, a little overwhelmed. He was shocked by the magnificence and prosperity of the city in front of him. At this time, the voice of Jarvis sounded on the boat. Marine airship, please stop at the Dream Building. Sir is already there waiting for you. Just saw a road map start to be marked out. The navigator began to follow the marker map to the tallest building in the city. Found a hangar there. The airship quickly approached, and finally descended slowly on the hangar. When the hatch opened, Garp's laughter was heard immediately. Ha 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 ha. Commander boy, what's going on in this city? Did you build it? I saw him come out with a look of amazement on his face. Yao Chen smiled slightly, welcome, Garp Vice Admiral. As for the city you mentioned, it was indeed built by me, Nyoho. How, does it satisfy you? Garp was full of admiration, in this world, only you have the ability to build a city like this. Yao Chen smiled humbly, you have won the prize, Garp Vice Admiral. At this moment, Qingxiang, who was beside him, suddenly opened his mouth. Mr. Commander, I want to ask you a question. Yao Chen looked at him and found that the expression on the other's face was actually very serious. What? He asked suspiciously. Aokiji asked, do you think Marine's justice is right? As soon as those words came out, Garp's expression changed suddenly. Yao Chen raised his brows, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled inexplicably, if you want to know the answer. Then, I advise you to stay in this city for a few days, take a closer look and take a stroll. I believe that when the time comes, you will have an answer in your heart. Chapter 105. With the arrival of a large number of practitioners, the entire Dream City also began to operate. Although compared with a huge city, this group of people entering is still very small. But as long as the population is continuously transported from rapeseed flowers, I believe that it will gradually become lively. And many people who came to the City of Dreams were shocked by the advancement and prosperity of the city. They had never seen such tall buildings or such neat and beautiful streets. Fortunately, the industry they are now engaged in still works in this city. Otherwise, I'm afraid I don't even know what many of these things are for. When everyone settled here, they found out. The city's standard of living is far from comparable to that of rapeseed. Every house has a TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine. You don't need to boil water to heat it yourself, the water heater will automatically prepare it for you. There are even electronic products like computers that have never been seen before. Although rapeseed has also popularized appliances such as TVs and refrigerators. But there are very few who can really afford it. Families like Bonnie are already high-income people of rapeseed. Otherwise, why would someone come to his house to watch TV every day? Here, however, these appliances are only the most basic configuration. And compared with the old-fashioned square-shaped electric 933 TV of rapeseed. It's all LCD screens, and more advanced air conditioning refrigerators. Even the door is electronically locked, only the person can enter. Each building has an elevator, so you don't have to climb it yourself. There are supermarkets for grocery shopping, and the countless items are dazzling. In addition, there is a convenient subway. A car that is far more advanced and comfortable than rapeseed. Beautiful park with all kinds of facilities for entertainment. The complete street plan, it can be said that the whole city is so dreamy. Everything here is beyond everyone's imagination, it's like coming to heaven. Many people are very lucky to have been selected. I am proud to live in such a city. At the same time, the present opportunity is extremely rare. Of course, no matter how they felt, Jarvis quickly arranged the jobs of these people. And gave each person an information card and a mobile phone. The information card is equivalent to their ID card, which is the proof that they can live in the city. Jarvis will check the residents from time to time. See if they have any ill effects on the city. Once found, points will be deducted, and everyone has 100 points. Points will be deducted according to the seriousness of your troubles. If the points are deducted, the right of residence in Dream City will be deprived. Of course, you can also stay in another way. That is to pay. For every 1,000 Baileys paid, you can live in the city for a day. If something vicious happens again, then I'm sorry, it's useless to pay, you will be kicked out directly. Of course, now the most important thing is not these, but the problem of the mobile phone. Yao Chen is going to be popularized in the City of Dreams, and then gradually open to the whole world. He will make the city a fashion frontier for the entire world. The things that spread from here will be sought after by people all over the world. He wants to make everyone proud of using mobile phones and proud of buying TVs, washing machines, and other appliances. As long as the reputation of the City of Dreams grows, it won't be long before this is fully realized. Over the next week, people kept coming from the rape seed. Except for some employees who passed the preferred assessment. It's more of an outsider who heard about the city. At first, there were people who were dissatisfied with the 1,000 Bailey to enter the city. But when they do enter the city, all the complaints will disappear. Even if you don't spend all your money on yourself, you won't leave at all. Because everything here is too attractive, DBFD, too much beyond everyone's imagination. In just a short week, the name of the City of Dreams began to spread on the sea. The most famous of them is a visitor from the East Blue Goa Kingdom. He was a writer and had a huge influence throughout East Blue. After living in the City of Dreams for a week, he actually wrote an article for the News of the World. The News of the World also registered the article in the newspaper. I don't know how to describe my mood. It's like a dream city. Even me, who is in it, is always in a trance. Because there are so many unheard and unseen things here. Every commoner lives the life of a prince and aristocrat. No, even many royal families and nobles can't compare with it. It's like a miracle from heaven, a gift from a god. Let people know that life can still be so beautiful and so happy. The people here are so amiable. Everything here is so incredible. I would like to dedicate my life here. I love it, I love Dream City. My love for it transcends the whole world. It's a pity that I'm leaving today. Leave this dream city and go back to my stupid, dirty, backward country. My mood is lost, and my heart is tormented. Just let me take one last look at you before I leave. City of Dreams. Once this article was reported, it caused an uproar in the whole world. Countless people began to discuss the City of Dreams, and they went to see one after another and began to go to Alabasta. I want to see what this dream city is like. And Aokiji, who also lived in the city for a week, was sitting in a park at this time, watching his phone quietly. Even though it's only been a week, there are still many people who have learned how to use it. They found that this thing is not just a simple call. It connects everyone together, so that people's communication is not difficult. Aokiji was reading the article published by the News of the World at this time. It can be said that, as the article said, the life here makes him linger. Let's see him, ordinary people can live such a life. I saw him slowly stand up and look at the dream building in the center of the city. In my heart, an idea is sprouting. Chapter 106. At this time, in the dockyard of the base, Zephyr and Garp were sitting on the ground chatting. Garp, in my opinion, you don't want to go back to Marine, but join the Star Army. In Marine today, justice has begun to sour. This year, don't catch pirates. On the contrary, they are fighting against the Revolutionary Army. You know those people were civilians before, ah. Garp pinched his nostrils. I've been at Marine for so many years and I'm used to it. And I'm so old, where else can I go? Zephyr said, then look at me, I'm young again and stronger than when I was at my peak. These are all the benefits of joining the Zinjao army. Don't you want to regain your youth and continue to fight against pirates? Garp didn't speak, just sat there with his arms folded. Seeing this, Zephyr continued, and your son is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I believe you must be under a lot of pressure in Marine. Garp was silent for a while and said, it's okay, I don't care if I'm shameless, the big deal is to quit my job and go home to retire. Although he spoke lightly, there was a hint of heaviness in his tone. Hearing what he said, Zephyr didn't say any more, but looked at the dock ahead. I saw that there was a huge steel battleship docked there, and there were many people busy on the ship. At this time, a person in charge came to Zephyr. The Zephyr chief instructor, the Bismarck's indexes are all normal, and it is ready to go to sea. Zephyr asked, can we finally go to sea? Yes, after a week of testing, it has been determined that there is no problem. Very good. I saw him stand up, let's go Garp. Look at what this ship your Marine ordered is capable of. Ha 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 ha. Garp also laughed and stood up from the ground. After waiting for a week, I can finally get on the ship. As soon as he stepped on it, the whole person flew into the air and jumped onto the battleship Bismarck. Zephyr followed suit. When the two got on the boat, a man who looked like the captain came to them. Zephyr instructor, please also instruct. Zephyr said, let's go to sea for a trial run and let us see what this warship is capable of. Good instructor. I saw that he brought 2 people into the bridge and there were already many people in control. The captain ordered, the whole ship is ready to set sail now. The soldiers who received the order quickly got busy. The propellers of the battleship Bismarck began to turn and headed out of the port. On the other side, inside the Flower, Blackbeard was walking down the street at this time. He actually came to Alabasta 2 days ago. It just hasn't acted rashly. And in order not to attract the attention of others, he also wore a mask to hide his identity. At first, he was preparing to seize the 10,000-ton ship in the port. Because he felt that this steel behemoth was too much to his taste. However, after seeing that every giant ship was protected by marine, he gave up his mind. Be prepared to inquire at the rapeseed to see if there is any news of other ships. It's just a pity that the city that never sleeps in the face of drunken money fans. Blackbeard, who was here for the first time, couldn't bear to be addicted to it. Therefore, in the past 2 days, I only cared about playing, and didn't make much inquiries at all. Just when he was thinking about it today, he was ready to find a place within the bar to listen to the news. There was a sudden exclamation from the front. A new steel ship has appeared, come and see. As soon as these words came out, many people began to rush forward. What is the most captivating word for Alabasta today? That is the endless variety of Zinjao army items. Every time there is something that has not been seen before, it will always attract people to watch. When Blackbeard heard this, he immediately moved forward. When he came to him, he found that it was already crowded with people. In the sea ahead, there is a steel warship that is completely different from the tanker. It looked as if it had just driven out of the Sandora River. In the bridge, Garp also saw the crowd on the shore. Only to hear him laugh, ha 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 ha. This ship is really popular. The captain reported at this time, Zephyr instructor, the current speed of the battleship is 26 knots, and the data is normal. Zephyr just nodded and said, I don't understand such a battleship. You just have to tell me if it's a problem. Ask for her flowers. Yes. And in the port of Rapeseed, countless people are also discussing. Usse, what kind of ship is this? It should be a transport ship, right? No, that's not what transport ships are like. I guess it's a battleship. No, you didn't see this ship moving so fast. Should be a fast ship. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Blackbeard looked at Bismarck with a twinkle in his eyes. Just then, there was a tremor on the sea. Then, 2 behemoths emerged from the water. When everyone saw their appearance, there was a burst of exclamation at the scene. It's the Sandora catfish, how could it be here? Not surprisingly, the Sandora catfish is a native creature that lives in Alabasta. They lurked on the bottom of the sea for a long time, rarely surfaced, and were large, man-eating sea kings. The crowd panicked for a while, and then fled in all directions. The 2 Sandora catfish turned their attention to the Bismarck. When Garp in the bridge saw this, he frowned and prepared to take action. But I heard the captain say, the main guns are ready to load. As the order was issued, it didn't take long for the voices of other crew members to come from the communicator. The first turret is loaded, the second turret is loaded, the third turret is loaded, the fourth. After all the turrets were loaded, the captain said again, all main guns, 35 degrees to the left. I saw 4th Gate's 380mm main gun began to rotate to the left, and then aimed at the 2 Sandora catfish. Fire! Following the order, the next moment, several deafening cannons sounded. The 4th Gate's 380mm main gun let out an angry roar. The strong recoil caused the entire battleship to traverse slightly. And the 2 Santala abalones who still haven't figured out what's going on. Directly hit the face by 380mm caliber shells. The huge explosion caused a wave of waves on the sea. The bodies of the 2 Sandora catfish exposed to the water were instantly shattered. The blood directly dyed this sea area red. And the people on the shore who were still in a panic, were all stunned on the spot after seeing this scene. What? Chapter 107. Ha 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 ha. It's really a good baby. Inside the bridge, Garp laughed, a surprise that could not be concealed on his face. Zephyr was also stunned by the performance of the Bismarck battleship. 2 Sea Kings were dealt with in one salvo. And looking at its power, even if it is doubled in the sky, it can also be solved at one time. On the coast, countless people were stunned. Really a battleship. This power is too scary, isn't it? Why does its turret rotate? Everyone was discussing with each other, and Blackbeard's eyes were shining. On the Bismarck, the captain said at this time, Zephyr instructor, do you want to continue the test? What other tests? 20 kilometers ahead, there is an uninhabited island, which is specially used to test the firepower of the warship. Before Zephyr could speak, Garp, who was beside him, spoke first, test, of course, we will start now. Hearing this to the 933 party, the captain immediately ordered. The battleship Bismarck moved again and sailed towards the sea. And see Blackbeard on the shore. He didn't care too much, he grabbed a small boat on the pier and followed. Along the way, the battleship Bismarck quickly came to the uninhabited island. Garp and Zephyr looked around and found that the island was not small enough to be compared to many countries in the pirate world. The captain then ordered, "Ship, full rudder on the right." The entire battleship began to turn right quickly, revealing its side. He continued, "All turrets, turn left at 45 degrees." All the turrets on the battleship Bismarck began to turn, and then aimed at the island. Seeing that all the turrets were turned, the captain quickly ordered, "All ships, fire freely." The next moment, all the turrets burst into amazing fire. Countless shells were poured out and hit the island in front of him. I saw a series of explosions, and the entire island was covered by Bismarck's powerful fire power. Not only the main guns and secondary guns, but even the anti-air machine guns were spewing ferocious flames at this moment. If anyone who didn't know heard it, they thought it was a whole marine fleet attacking. And this kind of attack continued for a full quarter of an hour before slowly stopping. At this moment, Zephyr and Garp walked out of the bridge room with solemn expressions. Looking at the island full of holes, and even the land has been wiped out for several layers, the island is silent. What a terrible attack! This is actually caused by a ship. Zephyr said incredulously. Garp, on the other hand, sighed. Such attacks are already comparable to Buster Call. No, even stronger. He turned around and looked at the battleship Bismarck with a complicated expression. I don't know if such a ship appears in this world, whether it is good or bad. Just then, I heard a burst of laughter. Thief, ha 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 ha. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Such ships simply exist for me. A figure jumped onto the Bismarck from a distance. However, his laughter stopped abruptly. Because Zephyr and Garp had appeared before him. Marine hero Garp. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Blackbeard looked at the two of them, and the cold sweat left instantly. Zephyr gave him a few glances. You're a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal. D. Teach. Teach came to his senses. I went the wrong way, leave now. I saw him hurriedly trying to jump back into his boat. But I saw that Garp's fists had already slammed over. Not good. Teach's expression changed, and he immediately used his armed color to resist. However, his armament color can't compare with Garp. It was directly smashed to the island by this punch. Teach's face was as distressed as if he had eaten shit. He didn't expect that the ship he wanted to grab would have such two terrifying old guys. I don't know if I didn't read the almanac when I went out. When he had just landed, the strength of Garp's fist had not yet been released. Zephyr had appeared before him. Teach shouted, "Dark cave." A powerful darkness was released from him. Begin to grab everything on the ground and sink. Huh? Devil fruit. Feeling the suction under his feet, Zephyr raised his eyebrows. I saw Teach said, "You will be compressed and crushed by this dark force." I saw that all the darkness began to converge, compressing the absorbed things. Zephyr snorted coldly, and a powerful armament burst out, actually completely dissipating the darkness. Teach's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Zephyr said, "Just because of your fruit ability as master just now, you want to deal with me. Who are you looking down on, boy?" As he said that, a burst of heat came out of him, and the top armament haki also began to cover his hands. In my entire life, I hate you guys who have devil fruit and don't know how high the sky is. Black Bull, burst punch. Seeing this, Teach moved armament haki with all his strength to resist. The next moment, an air roar came, and a powerful shock wave hit him directly. I saw Teach's eyes turn white, and he was completely blasted out. And the entire island was penetrated by Zephyr's blow. Garp then fell beside him. "Old guy, how did you become so much stronger?" Zephyr said, "This is the benefit I get. Not only has I regained my youth, but my strength has also improved. How about you, do you want to join us?" Garp laughed, "Ha ha ha. It's not necessary to join, but if there is a chance, the two of us can have a fight." Seeing that he still didn't agree, Zephyr didn't want to say anything more. At this time, the smoke and dust in front of him dissipated, and Teach was seen lying on the ground. Garp buckled his nostrils. "So that's it? It's boring." I saw him step up and prepare to arrest Teach. However, just as he approached, Teach suddenly jumped up from the ground and ran towards the beach. Seeing this, Zephyr was surprised. You know, his move directly killed Whitebeard too. Although he didn't concentrate on attacking Teach's weakness. However, the opponent took this blow in an all-round way, and he didn't have the energy to go into a coma or escape. It can be seen that this guy's physique is not ordinary. I saw Teach with a gloomy face, running towards his own boat. Damn it, just let me escape today. 5.3 I will definitely come back with revenge. Thinking of this, he felt a pain in his heart. If the opponent is 3 Admiral, he is not afraid. After all, his dark fruit suppresses those with other fruit abilities. This will give him the greatest advantage. But these two old guys are not fruit ability. And the strength of Pervert is still strong, it is simply a day to overcome him. This leaves Teach completely unreasonable. I saw him running all the way, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he looked at the getting closer and closer to the sea. However, at this time, Garp's voice sounded behind him, Iron Fist. As soon as Teach's face changed, he was ready to dodge. But the idea just came up. A powerful force has erupted on his back. Hit him directly on the ground and hit a huge pit. And Teach, who took the blow, finally fainted. Chapter 108. Looking at the unconscious Teach, Garp picked him up and returned to the Bismarck with Zephyr. I saw the entire warship begin to sail towards Alabasta. In the City of Dreams, in the tallest building, Yao Chen is holding a wine glass and having a conversation with Aokiji. How do you feel after this week? Qing Xiang lay on a chair and looked at the ceiling. It feels very deep. It made me feel like I experienced a new life. At this moment, he sat up and looked at Yao Chen with a serious expression. Mr. Commander, I want to ask you. Can you bring the life of this city to the whole world? Yao Chen looked at his extremely serious expression and said slowly. It will take decades, or even centuries of construction, for people all over the world to live such a life. But it's easy to give everyone the hope of living. After all, isn't the current revolutionary army doing just that? Of course, the premise is that the world government disappears from the world. I saw Aokiji clasping his hands. Alas, Mr. Commander, I am Marine Admiral. Would it be alright to say such things in front of me? You are not afraid that I will arrest you? Yao Chen smiled and drank the wine in the glass. Are you 31? How can you be sure I won't? Ha! Yao Chen laughed and poured himself a glass of red wine again. Aokiji, no, Kuzan. I'm here to ask you a question. Do you think the existence of world government is reasonable? Do you think the rule of those royal families is reasonable? Hi. Upon hearing this question, King Xian's eyes flashed with thought. I saw Yao Chen said in an inexplicable tone, I'll tell you. Actually their rule is reasonable. As soon as the words came out, Aokiji was stunned, and he immediately looked up at the other party. But Yao Chen smiled and said, why, do you think it's incredible? Qing Xiang frowned, I just didn't expect to hear such words from Mr. Commander's mouth. Yao Chen smiled slightly, I can tell from your tone that you think such domination is unreasonable. However, I tell you, it was wrong. The real unreasonable ones are the celestial dragons, those princes and nobles who overly oppress the people. It has nothing to do with the ruler. Having said that, he slowly walked to the window and looked at the increasingly lively City of Dreams below. You know, once the country lets the people make their own decisions, everything is up to the people to vote for. Then this country will be doomed. Because everyone has their own demands and desires. They just want the country to go in the direction that they lead, for all kinds of benefits. Never cared about what happened to others. After all, what do other people's life and death have to do with me? Aokiji frowned, the words were ugly, but they made sense. Just listen to Yao Zhan, it's good to make an analogy. If I were to build a road, this road could bring huge benefits to the whole city. However, in the process of construction, a family will inevitably pass through. And this family won't allow me to build because it would tear down his house. You said, what should I do? Aokiji thought, you can accompany him to dismantle the damage of the house. Yao Chen nodded, okay, I lost money, and I even doubled it on this basis. But he is still not satisfied, he wants 10 times directly. You said, should I continue to pay this? Aokiji was stunned, thought for a long time, and then said with an idea that even felt ridiculous. How do you know he's going to double? Yao Chen laughed dumbly and asked, how do you know he won't? Aokiji was silent, and when he saw the other party, he said, I never speculate on others with the greatest malice. After all, people are selfish. I saw a deep look in his eyes. So, a country cannot be handed over to the people to rule. Only to a ruler with an iron fist. And what he has to do is to guide the country in the most correct way. During this period, many people with vested interests may be offended. After all, nothing in the world is perfect. But so what, the interests of individuals are trivial compared to the interests of the nation as a whole. Having said that, he looked at Aokiji, who frowned thoughtfully. You know what, Kuzan, Akainu is actually better than you at this point. He never shakes the justice he believes in. Even if it is extreme, he will still go on unswervingly. But you are different. Until now, you still don't know what your justice is. Marine today is just a broken house. While thinking about upholding his own justice, he followed the orders of the world government and committed many evil deeds. Sengoku Marshal is a very capable man. But he has the ability to face Marine's broken house. You can only keep repairing the east and the west, and be a wall-climbing craftsman. He can't fundamentally solve the problem. Faced with such a Marine, there is only one way to go. Saying this, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. That's not breaking and not standing. Only when Marine is freed from the rule of the world government can he truly realize the justice in his heart. After listening to Yao Chen's words, Aokiji was deeply shocked. But then he frowned again, but Marine has been ruled by the world government for 800 years. It's a very difficult thing to get out of now. Yao Chen 933 smiled, do you know why I always only sell weapons to Marine and the Revolutionary Army? but not to other forces. Qing Xiang looked at him with a hint of doubt on his face. I saw Yao Chen and said, is your marine's ship provided by me? Am I buying the guns and ammunition here? I will build the dock port. Am I transporting vegetables and fruits? Qing Xiang trembled all over and looked at him with incredible eyes. After a long time, he exhaled. It's really amazing information to hear. I don't know if I should tell Marshal Sengoku. Yao Chen smiled and said, do you think he doesn't know? In politics, you're too far from him, he sensed it from the start. But so what, he still buys from me. And speaking of here, Yao Chen paused slightly and said in a deep tone. He may also have an idea in his heart that even he himself is not sure about. Aokiji was silent, then turned away. I'm going back to Marine. Is this going? Yeah, I want to try it out and see if I can get Marine out of world government. Having said that, he turned his head to look at Yao Chen. The premise is that it depends on how much support someone has for Marine. Yao Chen raised his glass and smiled at him. I won't let you down. Chapter 109. It's not in vain that I said that. Aokiji is now on my side. Yao Chen touched his chin. Jarvis's voice sounded at this time. Sir, the Bismarck is back from trial. There was an accident on the way, and a man named Blackbeard was about to take the ship. But stopped by Zephyr Instructor and Garp Vice Admiral. Now people are in custody. Hi. Yao Chen held up the wine glass for a while, his face full of surprise. Did Blackbeard appear at this time? It's so early, could it be the butterfly effect? He thought for a while, the appearance of this guy is also an opportunity for me to get close to the Whitebeard pirates. I saw him and said, tell Zephyr. Let's just say Blackbeard we want it. And inform Alexia, hasn't she been clamoring for new experimental materials? Send Blackbeard over there when the time comes. Speaking of this, he thought for a while, speaking of which, I haven't been to the Biological Experiment Center for a while. I don't know what happened to Alexia and William's research. Thinking of this, he put on the steel battlesuit and flew towards the base. In the base, the Bismarck after the test also returned here to start refueling for testing. When all is well, it will return to naval headquarters with the destroyer Usagi. The crew on the ship will also go together. They'll be there to teach a new crew how to pilot the two ships. Blackbeard was taken off the boat by a group of soldiers. After all, although this guy is a member of the Whitebeard pirates, he is not famous now. So Garp handed it over directly to Zephyr, which was considered a favor to Yao Chen. I saw him in handcuffs made of Shanghai factor, and was escorted by the soldiers to the base. How could Blackbeard be arrested like this? He was always looking for an opportunity to escape. However, who told him to eat devil fruit? He had no strength after being handcuffed. Looking at Blackbeard being escorted away, Garp took out a phone bug and called. Aokiji, where are you, stinky boy? The old man, I haven't seen your face for a week. Now that we are going back to naval headquarters, don't hurry up, you guy. Aokiji walked lazily on the streets of Dream City, ready to take a final look at the city before leaving. Just then, he saw a familiar figure. Aokiji's expression changed slightly, and then he said to the phone bug. I see. I'll be waiting for you at the pier in the Rapeseed, Garp Vice Admiral. After saying this, regardless of the other party's reaction, he directly hung up the phone bug. Garp looked angry, this stinky boy, it seems that he lacks a love education. On the other side, Jixing, who hung up the phone bug, walked to a bench. I saw Nico Robin sitting here flipping through a book. The title of the book is The Count of Monte Cristo. It is the famous novel in the world of Yao Chen. I didn't expect to meet you here, Nico Robin. Familiar words came, and Robin's hand froze as he turned the book. Then he started to tremble slightly. When she raised her head, she saw the face of the person in front of her. His face was full of fear. Qing Xiang. Why are you here? Aokiji said, don't be afraid, I'm not here to arrest you. Hearing him say that, Robin felt a little relieved. I saw Aokiji and asked, are you satisfied with your current life? Robin didn't know why, but replied, I'm very satisfied. Aren't you going to keep running away? Although Robin was uneasy in his heart, he still answered firmly, there is no escape. Aokiji said clearly, so it is, I understand. Then he looked at the city in front of him, it's really a good city. People can't help but want to protect this place. After saying this, he left immediately. Nico Robin, who only looked at his back in confusion. Inside the base, Yao Chen had returned here at this time, and appeared in Alexia's laboratory. It's just that the other party is very busy now, so he doesn't have time to talk to him. After the read, what is the condition of the chromosomes? Everything is very good, Dr. There was no rejection whatsoever. Alexia looked at Blackbeard, who was tied to the operating table, with surprise in his eyes. And Blackbeard was making a fuss, and from time to time a trace of arc was released from his body. You bastards, what are you going to do to me? She ignored the other party and continued to ask. What about the condition of the creature itself? Is there any unstable reaction? No adverse reactions, very healthy. Alexia thought for a while, long time, inject anesthesia and let him fall asleep. Good doctor. I saw several robotic arms stretched out and injected various anesthetics into Teach's body under the control of the Red Queen. And Teach, who had been noisy all the time, quickly fell asleep. At this time, Alexia said to Yao Chen. Boss, where did you find this guy? What, is he special? Alexia nodded, his body is special. The ability to have is also very special. This person is different from the capable ones you gave me before. His own ability is actually control. Controlling. Yao Chen looked puzzled. I saw Alexia and said, yes. I tested it with Enel's abilities. Find out that he can take and control the opponent's ability. Yao Chen frowned, you mean he doesn't have two kinds of fruit abilities? But his, Niuhao, ability is to seize the ability of others to control, right? Yes. After listening to Alexia's explanation, Yao Chen looked stunned. No wonder this guy Blackbeard can break the iron rule that you can't have two devil fruits. And have been obsessed with dark fruit over the years. It seems that the main reason is here. Alexia said, however, this manipulation is not permanent. Because the power taken is always someone else's, not one's own. Long-term in the body can make it out of control and cause harm to the body. However, this person is different. His body can perfectly accommodate external forces. I looked at his cell structure and found his cells to be incredibly adaptable. Hi. Yao Chen touched his chin, looked at Blackbeard and said, so, this guy's body is a treasure. Chapter 110. Originally, Yao Chen was also going to use Teach to bring Whitebeard closer. Now it seems that this guy can't be let go. Yao Chen said, you continue to study him and let me know if there is any situation. Good boss. After instructing Alexia, Yao Chen left her laboratory. However, before taking a few steps, William suddenly ran out from the side. Then he said in a bitter tone. Boss, since you have Alexia, you haven't come to me for a long time. Don't you want to come and see my research? Listening to his misleading words, Yao Chen's mouth twitched. Sorry, I forgot about you. After all, I'm busy too. When William heard this, he became even more resentful. Seeing this, Yao Chen hurriedly said. Have you had any research results this year? I saw William's eyes light up, of course. Boss, please come with me. Seeing his excited appearance, Yao Chen followed directly without saying anything. When he came to William's laboratory, he was greeted by a huge culture tank. In the cultivation tank, there is a big guy nearly 10 meters tall. He was hideous and had many tentacles on his body. Only one pale eye remained on the entire face. Yao Chen frowned. William, what is this? William said with a hint of fanaticism, this is my masterpiece, boss. You should know about Umbrella's famous biological weapon, the tracker. Listening to what he said, Yao Chen carefully looked at the big guy in the cultivation tank. It was found that there was indeed a trace of a stalker on it. See William wrote, the tracker is a sample of the T-103 Storm Kun. A biochemical monster born from the Nemesis parasite implanted. And it is controlled by electronic chips in the brain. Much better than Storm Kun in terms of stability. It can be said to be a very successful biological weapon. Speaking of which, he pointed to the big guy in the cultivation tank again. But this guy is different. He was carefully cultivated by me through the G-virus and the Nemesis parasite. I saw William full of pride. However, Yao Chen's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly said. What did you say, you used the G-virus? Seeing the boss's somewhat excited expression, William explained. Don't worry, boss, the G-virus in this body is stable. No changes will occur. And, haven't you, DBFD, been worried that the leakage of the T-virus will cause widespread infection? But the G-virus is different. It reproduces through embryos. It won't be as infectious as a virus. Yaokin frowned and asked. What kind of experimental body did you use? Storm Kun. William said, it's not Violent Kun, it's the corpse that Zephyr instructor killed. Corpse? Whitebeard too. William nodded and said, yes, it's him. Yao Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't expect William to use the body of Whitebeard too for transformation. I saw William saying, boss, you don't know how powerful this corpse is. It can actually withstand the upgrade of the G-virus in a short time. Short time? Does that mean it's still unstoppable? William hurriedly explained, you don't have to worry about the boss. This corpse has been injected with industrial evolution fluid, and it has become very powerful. It can completely resist the erosion of the G-virus. Yao Chen frowned and said in a heavy tone, you are playing with fire, William. No wonder he said that. Whitebeard too was originally a monster. Now injecting him with the industrial evolution fluid makes him even more terrifying. At the same time, there is also the G-virus in the body. Just thinking about it, Yao Chen felt a little guilty. How terrible it would be for such a monster to get out of control. You must know that the G-virus is an extremely vicious substance that is said to violate the realm of God. However, William didn't care. Don't worry boss, it's alright. I named it the killer. The meaning is that it was born to kill. Looking at the silent expression of the boss, William said, "Boss, you don't have to worry. I've been testing the killer for a whole year. It's very stable in every way and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. The only thing missing now is the actual combat test." Yao Chen hesitated for a long time, looked at the killer in the cultivation tank and said, "Store it first and wait for my next decision." Without waiting for William to answer, he left the room. To be honest, he was really hesitant to destroy the killer. It's too dangerous to leave something like that. But at the same time, it is curious about the performance of the killer. And it is, after all, William's hard work this year. If it is destroyed, it will hurt the other party's heart too much. So he is still going to seal it up first. After there is a certain guarantee, it will be released. At this time, Jarvis's voice sounded, "Sir, the Tianwei plan has just been prepared. The final launch is ready." Hearing its words, Yao Chen was surprised at first, then couldn't believe it. "What? Ready?" "Yes, everything is ready." I saw an ecstasy on his face, and he couldn't wait to put on the steel battlesuit and flew to the launch center. Finally. After waiting for a year, it was finally completed today. The Tianwei plan that Jarvis mentioned is the most important part of Yao Chen's current plan. It can be said that as long as it has it, the time to conquer the whole world will be greatly shortened. And just as he was on his way to the rocket launch center, on the other side of the sea, an island like a floating ship is sailing in the sky. And in the main control room of the island, an old man wearing a golden coat and long yellow hair was looking at the newspaper in his hand. The above is the activity of the Revolutionary Army around the world during this period. The old man took a deep breath of the cigar. I didn't expect that the old man has been hiding for the past 20 years. The whole world is really turbulent. I have to say that the guys in the Revolutionary Army are doing really well. At this time, a subordinate beside him said, "Sir, Naval Headquarters is ahead." The old man put down the newspaper in his hand and raised his head to look at the sea in front of him. A large island was found there. Various defense facilities were also built on the island. It is now Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. The old man said, "Very good, let the destruction of Naval Headquarters announce the old man's comeback." Chapter 111. Inside the base, Yao Chen was sitting in the main seat of the command center. And on the big screen in front, 3 rockets stood tall, waiting to be launched. "Jarvis, are the data checks complete?" "Checked out, sir. No loopholes were found. The rocket's data in all aspects is very normal." Yao Chen tapped his fingers on the seat, hesitant in his heart. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Then let's launch." Following the order, 3 rockets at the launch site were fired simultaneously. And Yao Chen's hands were involuntarily clenched. See 3 rockets start from left to right lift off. "Sir, all is well and no problems have occurred." However, he was still uneasy, just kept staring at the rising rocket. It wasn't until they disappeared into the sky that he was slightly relieved. At this time, the screen switched to space. 3 rockets have already broken through the atmosphere and entered their intended orbits. Yao Chen was a little nervous because he knew that the real test was coming. In the satellite images, 3 rockets have been parked in space. The next moment, the rocket compartment unfolded and began to release the items it carried. I saw 3 machines that seemed to have been dismantled and dropped into space. Subsequently, the 3 instruments began to gradually close together. From time to time, a small burst of flame is sprayed from the top to fine-tune it until they come together. At this time, various mechanical grooves on the instrument begin to protrude and fix it. Finally, a huge assembled satellite appeared in the picture. "Just listen to Jarvis, sir, the satellite ion cannon has been installed. The performance data is very normal, there is no problem." Hearing its words, Yao Chen's heart that he had been holding on, finally relaxed at this moment. You must know that this satellite ion cannon was built with vibrating gold and spent countless resources. So there is no room for any loss. He exhaled in relief, followed by endless ecstasy. Finally there are space-based weapons. Jarvis asked, "Sir, are you testing the satellite ion cannon?" Yao Chen said, "Test it." "And what about the target?" He pondered, and then said, "Call out the satellite map and let me see it. Even if you pick an uninhabited island, or test it with the giant sea kings." "Okay, sir." Just as he was picking his target, on the other side of Naval Headquarters, something big is happening. I saw an island-shaped battleship floating in the sky at this time. The various German-style Flak 38 quadruple anti-aircraft guns below have been aimed at the island. Sengoku, with Akainu and Kizaru, stood on the plaza and stared. A unique laugh suddenly came from above. "Dying ha 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 ha. Long time no see, Sengoku. I didn't expect that the whole world has changed so much in the 20 years since I disappeared. Have you Marines changed clothes too?" I saw an old man with long yellow hair and a coat appearing in the sky. Looking at this man, Sengoku looked solemn. "Since you have disappeared, can't you just take care of your old age? Why should it appear again?" "Golden Lion, Shiki." Hearing this name, the expressions of many Marine soldiers changed greatly. "What, that person is Shiki. Rumor has it Roger, Whitebeard, the great pirate of the same name. I heard he was the only inmate to escape from Impel Down. He fought the entire naval headquarters alone. Listen to what the Marines have to say below. Shiki laughed, it seems that the old man's reputation still lives on in this sea. Die ha 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 ha. What's your purpose, Shiki? Sengoku asked seriously. Shiki took a cigar, purpose. Isn't my purpose always to conquer the world? Now the Revolutionary Army has set off wars everywhere. This is really good for me. Speaking of which, his face turned gloomy again. But before that, the more important thing is to get revenge on the world government. He looked at Sengoku and the others below and said in an extremely indifferent tone. First of all, just declare my comeback with the destruction of the entire naval headquarters. I saw his right hand go down a little, and the whole sky began to dim gradually. Countless Marines looked up to the sky and found a huge island falling from the sky. What is this? Island, the island fell from the sky. Countless Marines froze in place, with lost expressions on their faces. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said angrily, Shiki, UBD. 4 flowers. He saw a burst of golden light from all over his body, turning into a big Buddha. Then slammed into the sky. Not only him, but Akainu and Kizaru moved at the same time. Great eruption. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. Those Vice Admiral Commodores also drew their long swords and launched their own slashes towards the island in the sky. A number of Marines with quadruple anti-aircraft guns also opened fire on the island. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the entire naval headquarters, the fallen island was directly destroyed after enduring numerous attacks. When everyone looked at the reappearance of the sun, there was cheers all over Marine Square. Rescue, we're rescued, we're rescued. Hooray, long live Marine! With Marshal Sengoku and Akainu Admiral here, we need not be afraid. Golden Lion sneered indifferently, good job, Marines. However, it's just an appetizer, and this is my big gift for you. As soon as he waved his hand, the whole sky darkened again. Immediately, an incomparably huge island fell from the sky again. The island is 3 times the size of Marineford. I saw Shiki laughing wildly, pair ha 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 ha. This is my fusion of 5 islands. It's a perfect gift for you. Shiki, you. Sengoku gritted his teeth tightly. Akainu looked angry, I swear, I will kill you. Kizaru on the side said, what should I do, Marshal Sengoku, should I run away first? Although his tone was the same as usual, his eyes were extremely solemn. Because of the entire naval headquarters, now only he can escape. Sengoku clenched his fists and stared at the giant island in the sky. Just as he was about to go all out, the communicator on his body rang. Sengoku immediately took it out, and Yao Chen's image appeared on the scene. I saw him saying, Marshal Sengoku, you guys seem to be in trouble. Sengoku sullenly said, I don't have time to talk to you right now. Yao Chen smiled slightly, don't be so ruthless, Marshal Sengoku. After all, I'm here to teach you. As soon as the voice fell, the entire sky began to light up with a pale blue light. And the huge island that was falling, at this moment, suddenly shattered. What? Chapter 112. Time, back to a few minutes ago. I saw Yao Chen looking for it on the map. There are so many islands in Pirate World, it's not difficult to find an unmanned one. However, wouldn't it be too boring? How about giving Doflamingo a hard time? But the next moment he shook his head. But Luo has to deal with Doflamingo himself. I had an agreement with him. So Thriller bark. No, this guy Moria has been in the triangle and has been shrouded in fog for a long time. If you want to find it, it's a little troublesome. Would you like to find Kaido to play with Auntie? Just as he was thinking about the proposal, Jarvis said. Sir, something happened at Naval Headquarters. 933 Huh. When I saw the satellite screen switch over, I saw 2 islands floating in the sky. And below them, is the Naval Headquarters. Huh. What is this? As the picture zoomed in, the situation at the scene was clearly displayed in front of him. When Lycan saw an old man in a golden coat with a cabin on his head, he said. Huh. Isn't this the old angry young man Shiki, the Golden Lion? Yes, in Yao Chen's heart, Shiki is a cynical old angry young man. After escaping from Impel Down, forbearance for 20 years just to take revenge on society. It can be said that it is completely inconsistent with his identity of the same name as Whitebeard and Roger. And you say revenge on the society, with his lion fruit is capable of doing it. After all, he can float all kinds of inanimate objects into the air. At that time, it is simply the most threatening and quick way to retaliate if you only need to throw the island on the world government. But this guy didn't, he had to hide and engage in some violent beast, trying to attack East Blue. This seemed inexplicable to Yao Chen, and he didn't know what was in his mind. That's it, wanting to rule the whole world is just laughing to death. How did this guy Golden Lion show up at Naval Headquarters? However, in the picture, he seems to be having a conversation with Sengoku below. Then, an island began to crash towards Naval Headquarters. Yao Chen looked surprised, hey. Is this old angry young man enlightened? However, the island didn't fall long before it was shattered by the entire naval headquarters. Wow! Did Marine do a good job? As soon as the words were finished, a second island, much larger than the entire Marine fort, began to fall. Yao Chen frowned. Marine was the force he wanted to regain. How could the Golden Lion be destroyed? Jarvis, use that island as a test target. After saying this, he took out his communicator and started to contact Sengoku. And the satellite ion cannon in space is also running at this time. I saw it spread out huge solar panels all around. Begin to absorb a large number of electronless hydrogen ions. The source of these hydrogen ions is solar radiation with infinite energy. Subsequently, the muzzle of the ion cannon unfolded, and around it, several small ion beams began to be released. These ion beams are not used to attack, but to soften the planet's atmosphere and ground in preparation for a real attack. So, when these ion beams pass through the atmosphere, there is a rare kind of stormy weather. Of course, don't think that they are no threat. All objects hit by these ion beams will also be wiped out. And just after several ion beams softened the target, the next moment, the ion cannon that had gathered terrifying energy finally opened fire. I saw a blue light running through the sky, almost illuminating the entire sky of this sea area. And the huge island that was still falling was instantly hit by this ray of light. The next moment, countless hydrogen ions began to explode. A stream of pure energy began to tear the island apart from the inside out. Under such power, countless rivers evaporated, land disappeared, and everything in sight was reduced to the most basic dust. And in the eyes of all Marine soldiers, the huge island that fell from the sky began to break, destroy, and finally shatter completely. That's what? Akainu looked startled, not knowing what was going on. For him, it may not be difficult to destroy an island, but if he wants to smash the entire island directly, it is impossible. Because the energy and destructive power required for this will far exceed his imagination. And not to mention, the island in the sky is 3 times the size of Marine Fort. The Marines didn't understand what was going on because their view was blocked by the island in the sky. But the Golden Lion was different. He completely witnessed the blue beam of light running through the sky. I saw him looking up at the sky, his face full of shock. What the hell is that? To actually destroy such a huge island all at once, no, it should be said to be smashed. A flash of fear flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. How could such a terrible attack be possible? Can Kaido's body withstand it? In the plaza of naval headquarters, Sengoku turned to look at Yao Chen, who had his hands behind his back. What have you done? Yao Chen glanced at him, showed a smile, and said in a sincere tone. I just add a star to the starry sky of this world. A star that the whole world fears, awes, and even worships. Sengoku frowned. What do you mean? Yao Chen shook his head and said, you don't understand Marshal Sengoku. Sir, the ship is leaving. Yao Chen turned his head and saw that Golden Lion was preparing to evacuate with his island ship. It seemed that he was quite frightened by the power of the ion cannon. Break it down, Jarvis. Sir, the ion cannon still needs a minute to recharge to restore its normal power. 5.3 Does it take so much force to destroy a ship? According to calculations, only 2% of the ion flux is sufficient. Then what are you waiting for? Understood, sir. The next moment, another blue beam of light pierced through the sky. It hit the island ship of the Golden Lion in an instant, the powerful energy scattered, and the ship disintegrated instantly in the air. But this time, there was no island blocking, and everyone could see what the attack was. Sengoku frowned. What is this? He looked up at the sky, but could see nothing. Kizaru also said, it's a bit like the old man's laser, but it's much more powerful. Having said that, he glanced at Yao Chen. It's really scary. The more I come into contact with you, the more I fear you. Chapter 113. At this time, a soldier hurried over. Marshal Sengoku. What's up? I saw him pointing to the shore not far away. Kim, Golden Lion Shiki, still alive. What? Sengoku hurried to the pier with a group of people and found the Golden Lion there. Hi. Yao Chen touched his chin and was a little surprised. As expected of a character from Roger's period, he can still survive like this. As soon as he finished speaking, hot magma appeared next to him. I saw Akainu staring at Shiki with a gloomy face. The old guy who was eliminated by the times should go to hell in peace. After speaking, Dark Hound was used directly. A fist formed of lava flew towards the Golden Lion at high speed. Just as it was about to hit, the Golden Lion suddenly flew up from the ground, dodging the blow. He floated in the air, breathing heavily, with extensive burns on his body. Golden Lion had a lingering fear and looked up at the sky. The speed of the ion cannon was too fast, and he was hit before he had time to react. Being able to survive is also due to Instinct 31's armament Haki resistance. At this moment, a ray of light appeared beside him, and Shiki, who was somewhat frightened, hurriedly turned around. Seeing that Kizaru had come to his back and kicked, Shiki could only quickly resist. Still, he was kicked out of the sky by Kizaru. The surrounding Marines also reacted and began to attack the Golden Lion. Shiki fought back with pain all over his body. His feet were crippled, and the two long knives on his legs sent out a dozen slashes, knocking the marine soldiers who rushed up into the air. At this moment, a dog head formed by magma attacked him. Canine Red Lotus! Akainu yelled. Shiki waved his hands, the whole earth trembled, and a lot of sand and gravel swelled up, forming a lion. Lion Majesty, earth coiling. The two collided, causing a violent tremor. Before he could relax, however, Kizaru appeared beside him again. Shiki could only hurriedly run the armed color to resist, and then was sent flying out. And the direction he was flying was where Sengoku was standing. I saw that he had transformed into a giant Buddha at this time, and slapped Shiki who was rushing. A powerful shock wave instantly hit the opponent. Although Shiki has resorted to armament haki. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and could not resist this series of attacks. After suffering this blow, he finally fainted. Faced with such a result, Yao Chen was not surprised at all. After all, he was attacked by several strong men at the top of the pirate world, and he himself was seriously injured. And his strength is far less than his previous self. It is already very remarkable that he can persevere in the previous series of offensives. A pair of soldiers rushed up and put sea-stone handcuffs on Shiki. And Sengoku, who had changed back to his original state, said to Kizaru, Polisalino, you go and bring him back to impel down. Tell Magellan, this time, he must not be allowed to escape. Kizaru put his hands in Kabuto and said lazily, I see, Marshal Sengoku. Then he walked towards a warship with a group of soldiers pressing the Golden Lion. At this time, Sengoku looked at Yao Chen and said, no matter what the attack was, but this time, thank you very much. The naval headquarters could lose a lot if that island were to be smashed down. Yao Chen smiled and said, do you need to say so much between you and me, Marshal Sengoku? Sengoku raised his eyebrows and changed the subject, speaking of which, Garp and the others went to your week too. Don't worry, they are already on their way back. That's good. Seeing that he didn't want to talk more, Yao Chen didn't say anything. Okay, since you don't want to talk, then I'll leave. Before he left, however, Akainu, who was beside him, spoke up. Thank you for this time. Yao Chen was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Akainu Admiral, I didn't expect you to thank someone. Akainu's face darkened, I am a person, I have something to say. You did save naval headquarters. So it's no surprise that you say thank you. Also, you've helped Marine a lot this year. Yao Chen looked at him with inexplicable eyes flashing in his eyes, and then smiled slightly, then let's meet by fate. I saw his figure disappear in place. Alabasta, Ace is walking down the streets of the City of Dreams at this time. To tell the truth, he has been attracted by everything here. Originally, when I was in Rapeseed, I was a little fascinated by it. However, when I got here, I was even more addicted to it and forgot my purpose. Looking at the high-rise buildings around him, he found that just looking at the scene in front of him was a kind of enjoyment. At this moment, there was a commotion from the front, Craney, don't you want me? Several women with perfect body and beautiful appearance are surrounding a big man. But seeing that the big man not only did not have any joy, but was overwhelmed. Ace looked puzzled, and only listened to the side, this is the first time to come to the City of Dreams, little brother. He turned his head and saw a man standing there. Ace asked curiously, who are you? The man showed a businessman-like smile, I'm a reseller in this city, Lothar. Ace nodded and asked, what happened to them? I saw Lothar said, it's normal, those women want to live in the City of Dreams, so they pester the man. What does wanting to live in the City of Dreams have to do with pestering that man? Lothar smiled and said, you don't understand this, brother 933. Because it's your first time to the City of Dreams, you don't know how dreamy it is. There are so many things in this city that are beyond your imagination. People's living standards are also beyond the imagination of outsiders. Children get a good education from an early age. For the elderly, there are places for the elderly like nursing homes. In addition, medical technology is also very developed, and almost any disease can be cured. You say, with so many unimaginable conditions, who wouldn't want to live in? And that man named Clanny has the right to live in this city. So all these women came up and wanted to marry him. Even the crush who once looked down on him turned to haunt him. Now, he's worrying about it. Ace looked stunned. He didn't expect that these women would not even want their faces for the sake of a residency. However, he was suddenly stunned and asked, you said that the medical technology in this city is very developed, right? Lothar nodded and said, that's right, whether it's a major injury or a minor injury, it can almost be cured here. A hopeful look appeared in Ace's eyes, great, maybe the dark wounds that Dad has accumulated over the years can be treated here. At this time, he had forgotten the purpose of chasing Blackbeard. Chapter 114. At this time, Lothar took out a box from behind. How about it, little brother, we also know each other. Do you want to buy something? As he said that, he opened the box and saw that there were many products in the City of Dreams inside. Ace looked at the phone and said, what is this? It's the phone that's been popping up in the City of Dreams lately, Lothar explained. It functions like a phone bug to make calls. Besides that, it has many applications. People can form their own circles through these software non-stop communication. There is also a video playback function, you can watch various videos. It can be said to be the hottest product on the market right now. Once you get rapeseed flowers, it will start with at least 100,000 Baileys. Ace didn't understand what software video he was talking about, but was a little surprised that such a gadget could be sold for such a high price. He pointed to another bag and said, "What is this leather bag?" "It's a women's bag called Chanel," Lothar said. "It's a luxury in the city of dreams. Once you get it out to sell, let's talk about millions of Baileys." Ace looked surprised, "Is this one bag worth millions?" Lothar said with some contempt, "You don't understand this, little brother. The city of dreams is now synonymous with fashion. Everything that spreads here will be imitated. I'm no ordinary Chanel bag. If it's the kind of top-of-the-line limited edition, if you take it out, tens of millions of people will buy it." Ace's mouth twitched, "A bag can be worth millions. I don't know if the pirates with tens of millions of bounties will cry. How about it, little brother, can you buy some?" It's a pity that there is nothing in it that Ace is interested in, so he is about to refuse. But then there was another voice. "Are you selling Dream City products at a high price to outsiders again, Lothar?" I saw a middle-aged man wearing a purple coat with a cane and walking in front of the two. Looking at this man, Ace's expression was solemn, because he felt a fatal pressure from the other side. He had only felt this kind of oppression on Whitebeard. So strong, he's a master at the same level as Dad. Just when his expression was solemn, Lothar, who was beside him, called out a grievance. "Lord Yuxiao, I'm not lying. These things do sell for the price I'm talking about once they're taken out." Yi smiled, "That's outside, not here. As a resident with the right to reside in the City of Dreams, you are not allowed to sell products here without permission. Do you want to be repossessed of residency?" Hearing his words, Lothar turned pale and hurriedly closed the box. "I don't dare to smile again, my lord." Yi smiled and nodded, "Well, you can leave." Lothar quickly withdrew like an amnesty. At this time, Yi smiled and looked at Ace Xiang again, and looked at him carefully. "If I guessed correctly, you are the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, right? Tell old man Neng, what are you doing in this city?" He slowly raised the power in his hand, and he planned to draw the sword if he disagreed. Ace bowed his head slightly, pressing the hat on his head with his hand. "Hey, there's no need for that, uncle, I'm just a passerby." Staring at him with a smile, "The old man is the guardian of this city. So be wary of unidentified people of all kinds. Especially a pirate with great strength like you have to be very careful." Ace said helplessly, "Don't worry, uncle, I'm not the same as that kind of evil pirate. I'm here just to find someone. And, in such a dreamy city, how could I be willing to do it?" He looked at him with a smile, and after confirming that the other party was indeed not a wicked person, he took back his power. "I'm sorry, the old man's actions just now are disrespectful." Ace didn't care, "It's okay, I know that pirates are a group of lawless people. Anything is possible." Then he looked at the city in front of him and the civilians around him. "I've never seen a scene like this anywhere else. Everyone obeyed the order, and the whole city was so peaceful and happy. Walking in it, I can't help but be influenced to follow the rules. The City of Dreams, it's an incredible city." Yi smiled, "That's why I protect this place." Ace smiled and then asked, "By the way, uncle, since you are the guardian of this city, then have you ever met a man named Marshall D. Teach?" "Marshall D. Teach? Yes, we call him Blackbeard." After thinking about it with a smile, he took out a mobile phone from his body and started to contact the surveillance department. "Has there been a man named Blackbeard in town lately?" "Blackbeard?" The staff over there asked first, then said. "The base got to catch a guy named Blackbeard. I heard it was brought back by Zephyr instructor." Hearing what he said, he smiled and said, "I see." Then another number was dialed. Yao Chen's voice suddenly sounded over there. "Uncle Yuxiao, what's the matter?" "Mr. Commander, have you caught someone named Blackbeard recently?" Yao Chen was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why did you ask him all of a sudden?" He smiled and said, "I met a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. He's looking for Blackbeard's whereabouts." Yao Chen's surprised voice came over there, "You mean Fire Fist Ace?" "Ga, yes." There was silence on the other side of the phone, and then he said, "Bring him to the Dream Mansion." "Understood." Ace on the side had already heard the conversation between the two. He immediately asked, "Did you catch Teach?" Yi smiled, "The old man doesn't know the specific situation. However, I believe that someone can answer your doubts. So, please come with me." I saw him walking towards the Dream Building with Ace. When he came here, Ace was shocked by the tall buildings in front of him. He looked up and found that he couldn't see the top. And after entering it, what catches the eye is the floor made of exquisite marble, which looks like a mirror. Ace stepped on it cautiously, as if he was afraid that it would be broken. At this moment, Two female receptionists in grey one-piece uniforms bowed to Yi Yi. Welcome, my lord. He smiled and nodded, thank you for your hard work. For the first time, Ace, who was beside him, was a little overwhelmed by such a situation. After a while, he said, you have also worked hard. When the two female receptionists heard this, they immediately laughed. When Ace saw this, his face, nyohao, flushed, and he felt like a bumpkin. He hurriedly followed the steps of a smile and came to an elevator. At this time, the elevator opened and walked in with a smile. And Ace also entered, and saw the elevator closed and began to rise rapidly. This is an open-air elevator with a clear view of the city outside. Ace stood in the elevator, looking at the city with amazed eyes. It's so beautiful. Yi smiled and sighed, yeah, no matter how many times you watch such a scene, it is so intoxicating. As the elevator climbed to the top floor, it stopped. When the door opened, they came to a luxuriously decorated room. I saw that there were already 3 people here, 2 women and 1 man. Ace was wondering about the identity of the other party. I saw the man and said, Fire Fist Ace, brother of Revolutionary Army Cotter Sabo. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. And, the son of One Piece Roger. Am I right? As soon as these words came out, Ace's and Yi Smile's expressions changed at the same time. Chapter 115. Does One Piece actually have children left in this world? This really surprised the old man. With a serious smile, he looked at Ace with a very complicated look. And Ace's expression also changed, and he didn't expect to be called out of identity here. Although he didn't know why the other party knew that he was Roger's son. But he cared more about someone else than his BD father. Why do you know Sabo? And what do you mean by Revolutionary Army? Isn't he dead? There was a hint of anxiety in Ace's tone. Yao Chen raised his eyebrows, remembering that the other party and Luffy had long ago decided that Sabo was dead. But thinking of this, he said strangely, it shouldn't be. The Revolutionary Army has made so much noise this year. Have you never cared about their movements? Ace was taken aback, although he often heard news from the Revolutionary Army. But as a pirate, he eats and drinks with his companions every day, so he doesn't care about other things. Looking at his appearance, Yao Chen knew that Ace really didn't care about these things. After all, the Revolutionary Army has nothing to do with their pirates. When he saw him, he said, your brother is not dead, but now he has become a cotter of the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing the news 933, Ace was stunned for a moment, and then became very excited. But when he thought of Teach and Dad's injury, he hurriedly calmed himself down. Don't worry, as long as you know that Sabo is still alive, we can meet you one day. After calming down for a while, he asked, by the way, I still don't know who you are. Yao Chen was a little helpless, you can't recognize me when you see me. Ace looked puzzled, and after looking at him carefully, his expression changed. You are the commander of the Zinjao army. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, and he didn't know if Ace had been with Luffy for a long time, and his nerves were a bit big. It was only at this time that he recognized himself. He said, don't stand at the door, come in and sit. Ace and Yi Xiao walked into the room and sat down on a bench each. Just listen to the other party asking, I heard you caught Teach. Yao Chen took a sip of red wine, yes. He was a little anxious, can you hand him over to me? Yao Chen shook his head, sorry, he's dead. Died. Yes. He attacked the warship of our Zinjao army and has been executed. Ace didn't expect to hear such a reply, and was a little stunned. He chased him all the way, and finally found out about Teach's news, but he didn't expect to die like this. He was stunned for a while before he said. Can I take his body back? His body was burned. Ace opened his mouth, unable to say a word for a long time. Not even the corpse. Seeing the complicated expression on his face, Yao Chen said. What you should be most concerned about right now is not Teach, but Whitebeard's body. After so many years, the dark wounds in his body can't be suppressed anymore, right? Ace was startled, why do you know about Dad's physical condition? Yao Chen said, what's so strange about this? Now the whole world knows that he is old and his health is not as good as before. Everyone can guess that he must have left a lot of dark wounds. After all, his title of the strongest in the world was obtained through countless battles. Ace was a little wary, what's your purpose when you deliberately mention Dad's body? Yao Chen ignored his vigilance and took a sip of red wine. What if I could not only heal his injuries, but also make him younger, even stronger? Ace frowned, a little disbelieving, what are you saying is true? What do you think of his strength? Yao Chen pointed and smiled. Ace didn't know why the other party laughed, but replied anyway. Very strong, a powerhouse on the same level as my father. Yao Chen said, although, DBFD, Ran Yuxiao was very strong before. But because of me, he's not only younger but stronger. And, you know, he used to be blind. Yuxiao also said at this time, indeed, this old man's current strength is better than before. Having said this, he looked at Yao Chen again, I am always grateful for your help. Yao Chen waved his hand, there's no need to smile like that, uncle, I'm not trying to repay the favor by saying this. Listening to the conversation between the two, Ace's mood gradually became excited. Because he knew that a strong man like Yi Xiao would never lie. So he immediately said, okay, I'll go back to New World now and let Dad come to Alabasta. Ace couldn't wait, but Yao Chen interrupted him. It's useless, even if you go back Whitebeard won't come. And, I advise you that it's best not to appear in the eyes of the world during this time. Ace was stunned, with a puzzled face, how do you know that Dad won't come? And why can't I appear in the outside world? Yao Chen said, the reason is actually very simple. As the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard's movements have been followed by the world government and marine. Once you come to Alabasta, then there is no guarantee that you will be ambushed on the road. After all, the Grand Line isn't New World, it's Marine's territory. Second, he has sheltered many countries and people. If you leave, it will be fine for a short time. However, if you don't return for a long time, you may be attacked by Ant and Kaido. Therefore, for the safety of these forces, it is impossible for him to leave New World easily. This. After listening to the other party's analysis, Ace was stunned, he never thought about these issues. Not only him, but maybe the rest of the Whitebeard pirates as well. Maybe only Marco would think. Ace said at this time, since Dad can't easily leave New World. Then what about me, why can't I appear outside? It's simple. Because of your identity, it has been discovered by the world government and marine. I saw Ace yelling, it's impossible, I'm not telling anyone else who I really am except Dad. Yao Chen smiled and said, unfortunately, it was you who told them your identity. This is even more impossible. Ace hurriedly denied it, feeling that the other party was playing with him. Yao Chen said, I didn't lie to you, it's true. Marine identified you by the last name of your mother, Porgas. After all, your full name is Porgas D. Ace. Chapter 116. Ace asked, how would they know my mother's identity? Yao Chen laughed and said, isn't this a very simple thing? Roger but lived in Battery Law for a year. Marine was investigating that place specifically. And finally discovered the identity of your mother, Porgas D. Rouge. After all, a woman who is 20 months pregnant can't be unnoticed. As long as you count the time, your identity will be very clear. Ace was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, so what? I was originally a pirate, and it is normal to be wanted. Yao Chen sighed, you really don't know the seriousness of the matter. Ace frowned, commander of Xinjiao army, you must be making a fuss. Yao Chen said silently, let me briefly tell you what will happen once you are caught. First of all, Marine will definitely not put you in impel down, but will have a public execution. And Whitebeard, who got the news, will definitely come to your rescue. Marine will definitely take this opportunity to be fully prepared for him to fall into the trap. With Whitebeard's current physical condition, he absolutely cannot face the entire naval headquarters. At that time, the entire pirate group may perish because of you alone. Well, what I said is simple and clear. After listening to his analysis, Ace's expression finally changed at this moment. This. He was dumbfounded. Yao Chen said, do you know how many world government spies there are in Alabasta today? Perhaps your identity information has already been reported as soon as you step into this country. Ace's face became more and more ugly, so, I'm not very dangerous? Now, do you still think you'll be fine if you get caught? I saw him being silent. And Yao Chen saw that the time was almost there and started talking to him. Don't worry, since you are here with me, I will definitely protect your safety. Ace looked at him, why do you want to help me, what is your purpose? Because I wanted an alliance with Whitebeard. Alliance with Daddy. Yes, I hope he can help me when I encounter any trouble in the future. Otherwise, how could I help him treat him and tell you so much? Ace stared at Yao Chen for a long time, then slowly said, I hope I can trust you, commander of the Star Army. Don't worry, I really don't have any other ideas. You stay with me this time. Whitebeard may not be able to come, but I can personally go to New World to find him. Are you going to see Daddy? Yes, face-to-face contact is good for all of us. Okay, I'll trust you for now. I hope you don't disappoint me. Yao Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I really hope to form an alliance with Whitebeard. After saying this, he smiled at Yuxiao, Uncle Yuxiao, please take him to settle down in this building first. The one who got the order smiled and clicked the picture, and then walked into the elevator with Ace. Yao Chen, on the other hand, was carrying his hands on his back, it seems that it is impossible not to go to the tea party this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt came from the system. Main quest release. Task requirements, conquer all nations. Task reward, Skynet, from the Terminator world. Looking at the new mission released after a year, Yao Chen was only slightly surprised. After all, the main mission is to conquer the world. It's just that he's been staying in Alabasta all year and nothing has happened. Now after the decision was made, the system released the task to him. The new world is the territory of the 4 emperors and has nothing to do with the world government. If I cause any turmoil there, it shouldn't cause a violent reaction from the 5 old guys. However, if you want to conquer all nations, you have to make some preparations. It's also time for the whole world to be shocked once again by seeing Ye Jun. At this moment, the communicator on his body suddenly rang. Yao Chen took it out and saw a huge figure appear in front of him. Hello, I'm a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew, Bear. It's the one who came to pick up the ship this time. Yao Chen was a little surprised. I'm also curious who Long will send this time. It turns out it's you. But you really caught the time really well. Ask for her flowers. You're here as soon as Marine has left. Bartholomew Kuma said. I deliberately staggered from them. That's it. He looked surprised. Please also send the boat to the port of Rapeseed. I'll board the boat there and leave with me. My task is to escort the ship back to the current headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. You're really straightforward enough. Okay, I'll order now. Soon, another battleship sailed out and rushed towards the Rapeseed. Unlike Bismarck, the one ordered by the Revolutionary Army was the battleship Richelieu. The reason why it was this ship was because Long saw that its main gun was a quadruple-mounted cannon, and felt that the firepower was powerful, so he chose it. Richelieu sailed into the port of the Rapeseed, and Bartholomew Kuma boarded it and left amid the exclamations of the crowd. During this period, some spy organizations wanted to secretly follow to find the new headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the old headquarters of Baldigo has become the mining field of the Shining Star Army. But unfortunately, these stalkers were secretly solved by the Bear. In the base on the other side, Yao Chen returned here. Since he was going to deal with Wang Guo, he must have some preparations. He came to William's laboratory and said to him, notify the technical department and put the Slayer in a restraint suit. At the same time, it is specially made of vibranium to create a pair of armor. I want to test its performance data. William, who was still depressed because the killer was sealed away. After hearing the boss's order he suddenly became excited. I'll do it right now. With the order issued, the armed forces began to get busy. The Slayer was soon dressed in restraint suits and a set of vibranium armor. In the monitoring center, William and Yao Chen appeared here. Boss, have you thought about the actual test site? Yao Chen looked at the satellite map and set his sights on the magic triangle. Here. He gestured. I saw William asking, what is this sea area? There's a thriller bark there. It's Shishibukai Gecko Moria's territory. Well. Chapter 117. The Devil's Triangle is a mysterious area shrouded in thick fog all the year round on the Grand Line. 100 ships disappear here every year. The main reason is that there is a so-called world's largest ship, the thriller bark. And its owner is Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It's just that in the triangle area at this time, there is a Mi-26 helicopter flying. On both sides of it, there are 2 Kun-style fighters escorting. The Mi-26 is Yao Chen's largest transport helicopter in his previous life. It is specially designed to transport some heavy equipment. It is equipped with 2 D-136 turbo-oil engines, which can provide very strong power. It's just that the current power source has been replaced by the arc reactor. So even if I fly for 10.5 months, there is no problem. In the cabin of the Mi-26, there is also a huge gold box over 10 meters. 950. At this moment, a huge ship like an island appeared in the thick fog ahead. The pilot begins to contact the base. Commander, we have found the thriller bark. I've seen it, let's start putting it in. Yes. Seeing that the rear of the Mi-26 could be opened, the crew members in the cabin opened the shikai to remove the fixing device on the metal box. Immediately, the metal box slipped and fell directly from the sky into a cemetery outside the castle. The huge sound shook the startled hands of Hogbuck, who was still stitching up the human body in the castle. A huge scar was cut open directly on the corpse in front of him. With a gloomy face, he asked, what happened? Where did the sound come from? At this time, a zombie ran in. No, Lord Hogbuck, an iron box fell from the sky in the courtyard. Iron box. Hogbuck's sunglasses flashed a gleam, and then he walked outside the castle. When he came to the courtyard, he found that many zombies had been awakened and crawled out of the cemetery. Ignoring these guys, Hogbuck came to the iron box and looked at it. Then a mark painted with stars was found on it. Huh? This is... As someone who has been collecting corpses all over the world for a long time. Unlike the rest of the island, Hogbuck doesn't know anything. He recognized at a glance that this was the icon of the Xinjiao army. Mark of Starlight Army. Why are you here? At this moment, a sound of gas leaking sounded, and the metal box slowly unfolded. Then, a giant about 10 meters tall and wearing a special armor came out. Hogbuck looked solemn. Who are you? And Yao Chen, who was in the monitoring center, also saw the person on the opposite side through the killer's eyes. It turned out to be this guy who dug people's ancestral graves. Jarvis, get rid of him. Okay sir. The next moment, the killer suddenly punched Hogbuck. Hogbuck was shocked and did not expect such a situation to happen. In a critical situation, a zombie samurai drew a knife and blocked the blow. It is the Ryoma who fought against Zoro in the original book. But even so, he was still blasted out, and his chest and hands were directly smashed. For this scene, Yao Chen is not surprised. After all, the killer is a biological weapon transformed by Whitebeard too. It is a monster in itself, and it is even more terrifying now. Even if it is resisted, it can also cause fatal damage. Fortunately, Ryoma was a zombie. If he was still alive, it would have killed him. Hogbuk was shocked and hurriedly said, "Everyone, kill him." The other zombies who received the order immediately moved and started to pounce on the killer. Unfortunately, under the terrifying power of the killer, all the zombies that rushed up were blasted away. At this time, several huge stitched zombies appeared. They are large enough to rival the killers. Two of them also slashed at it with huge long knives. However, what was unexpected was that the long knife was draped behind the slayer. It didn't cause any damage, not even leaving a trace on the armor. The next moment, the killer rammed, knocking out all the stitched zombies that surrounded it. How is it possible that this guy's strength is so great? Hogbuk looked surprised. Then began to call more zombies to attack the killer. Looking at the surging zombies, Yao Chen frowned. "Jarvis, allow the killer to use hot weapons." "Okay sir." The next moment, the killer walked back to the metal box and took out a huge Gatling from it. Of course, it's more a cannon than a gun. After all, the killer is a monster 10 meters tall. Therefore, Yao Chen changed the 30mm cannon of the A-10 attack aircraft into a weapon that can be used. "What's this?" Zuckerberg had only time to say. The next moment, the 30mm Gatling in the hands of the killer opened fire. As the first target of attack, Hogbuk was instantly torn apart by the metal storm formed by the bullet. The killer then started strafing all the zombies with Gatling. You must know that the A-10's 30mm cannon can be used to attack tanks. Just these zombies, basically swipe from left to right, and you can't see anything that moves. "What are you doing with Hogbuk? Why are you so noisy?" At this moment, Perona, who had transformed into a ghost, flew over. However, he saw the remains of zombies in one place, and the slayers standing there. "You, what are you?" Although there are many kinds of zombies on the island, she still recognized at a glance that this is definitely not something on the island. The killer saw her too and opened fire. However, Perona is in ghost form, ignoring physical attacks at all. Seeing the other party attacking her, she was immediately dissatisfied. Negative ghost. Several white ghosts separated from her and began to pass through the slayer's body. However, the imaginary picture of the other party becoming negative did not appear. The killers are still attacking. How come, my attack is actually ineffective? Perona couldn't believe it, and then the unbeliever launched the negative ghost again. Unfortunately, the killer still did not respond. 5.3. Damn it, since this doesn't work, try something else. Mini ghost bomb. The next moment, countless ghosts flew out of her. Creates a series of explosions around the killer. After the attack, the slayer was standing unharmed. How come? Perona looked surprised, then gritted her teeth. I don't believe it anymore. Extraordinary ghost kamikaze bomb. This is her strongest move. Once hit, the powerful power will make people shattered. A huge spiritual explosion sounded, and a powerful shock wave started to lift the ground around. However, what is unbelievable is that this shock wave was directly absorbed by the vibranium armor on the killer. It didn't even stand there moving. Impossible. Faced with a scene, Perona finally collapsed. Chapter 118. At this time, a voice came out. What happened, Hogbuk? The last of the three weirdos, Absalom also came here at this time. But he saw Perona flying in the sky looking like he was hit. Perona, have you come yet? What's going on here, Hogbuki? Perona hurriedly said, get out of the way, Absalom. Absalom was startled and found that countless barrages were hitting him. He rolled, dodging the blow. However, the bullet continued to sweep towards him along his trajectory. At the moment of crisis, he hurriedly used the ability of the transparent fruit to stealth. In the end, he narrowly escaped the attack. At this moment, he ran to Perona's side and looked at Killer Road. What it is? Perona looked unhappy. How do I know? My attack was completely ineffective against him. Absamro was shocked. What, your attack is invalid? Then he asked, have you seen Hogbuk? No, when I came, I only saw the remains of zombies 31 all over the place. Absamro, who was invisible, looked around. It was found that although many zombies were not dead, they had been broken into pieces. Finally, he found a pool of bloodline not far away. And there are still some debris left around the bloodline. If you look closely, you can also recognize that it is Hogbuko's usual dress. How could it be, Hogbuk? Unbeknownst to Absamro, however, while he was observing his surroundings, the killers were also observing him. Although Perona in the sky can't take her now. But that doesn't mean Abu Samro is safe. Inside the base, Yao Chen said slowly, is it a transparent fruit? Jarvis, turn on the thermal imaging vision on the vibranium armor. The next moment, a thermal image of a human body appeared in the killer's eyes. He immediately raised the Gatling in his hand and fired again. And Absamro, who never expected the other party to see him, didn't react at all. It was directly smashed into pieces by countless bullets. Abu Samro! Perona exclaimed. Then he said angrily, all the zombies on the island gather and kill this guy for me. Ordered zombies began to crawl from various parts of the ship, then swarmed towards the slaughter. And Perona took this opportunity to find Gecko Moria. When she arrives at the largest castle on the island, she finds Moria standing on the windowsill. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Moria sir, it's not good. Perona flew over at this time. Someone invaded the island. Abu Samro has been killed. What did you say? Moria's face changed greatly. Although he is a murderer without blinking an eye. But he is very fond of his subordinates. Now I hear that my subordinate is actually dead. Moria was instantly angry. Damn. I saw him jumping off the balcony and running towards the fight, and Perona hurried to follow. When they came here, they found that the whole scene was full of various zombie stumps. Not only ordinary zombies, but even the remains of zombie generals are everywhere. Moria looked at the murderer who caused this scene, and her expression was extremely gloomy. Is it you who killed my subordinates? Carat at 1 carat. And destroyed so many of my zombie hordes. And Yao Chen in the base also saw him through the eyes of the killer. Finally there, Gecko Moria. Jarvis, target him to kill. Take the killer's final test. Okay sir. The next moment, I saw the killer who was still slaughtering zombies. Gatling Moonlight directly raised his hand and attacked Moria. Moria hurriedly resorted to her own trick. Scatter the bats. Countless shadow bats flew out of him and met the bullet. However, the firepower of Gatling was too terrifying, destroying all the bats almost instantly. Seeing this, Moria hurriedly said. Shadow Warrior. His body and his shadow switched instantly to avoid the blow. Shadow Mage. Moria's shadow began to coalesce again and attacked the Slayer. It's a pity that it was destroyed before it got close. However, Moria was already hiding in the dark with a sneer. Ha 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 ha. My Shadow Mage can regroup at any time. Let me kill you slowly. But the next moment, countless bullets hit his hiding place. Moria was startled, and hurriedly switched to the Shadow who had already rushed to the Slayer. But as soon as he switched over, the Slayer had already punched out. Faced with this blow, Moria hurriedly used the Shadow Box. Surrounding the killer wanted to lock him up. However, the killer smashed the Shadow Box with one punch and slammed into Moria's body. And Moria, who was hit by this punch, smashed countless buildings with blood. Seeing this, Perona shouted, Moria-sama. She hurriedly flew to the place where Moria fell. When he came here, he saw that the other party was seriously injured. His mouth was still vomiting blood, and his face was full of horror. What's the matter, how did he find me? Perona said from the side, Lord Moria, this is how Absamro was killed suddenly before. Even if he's invisible, it's useless. What did you say? Moria stood up tremblingly, clutching her chest. What a terrible power. I also used the shadow box to resist in advance. But the 950 that was still injured by this punch was so heavy. That guy is a monster. No, you can't fight him head-on. If you want to defeat him now, there is only one way left. I saw him hurriedly running towards his castle. While inside the base, watch Moria fleeing through thermal imaging. Jarvis said, Sir, are we going to chase? Yao Chen waved his hand, No, we'll wait for him here. In the castle on the other side, Moria has come to a huge refrigerator. But there is a very large giant here. He walked to the giant's side. I wanted to find a strong shadow fusion. It doesn't seem to work now. If that's the case, then use my own shadow. I saw Moria's shadow began to quickly merge into the giant's body. It didn't take long for Oz, who had been sleeping for 500 years, to finally wake up at this moment. Only to hear him let out a roar, as if welcoming a new life. And Moria also let out her own unique laugh. Ha 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 ha. Let me give you a helping hand, Oz. After saying this, his whole body also melted into Oz. It is Moria's trick, Shadow Revolution. The next moment, Oz slammed into the wall, rushed out of the castle, and landed in front of the Slayer. Moria laughed, let's start the second round. Chapter 119. Looking at Oz in front of him, Yao Chen said. Jarvis, let the Slayer lay down his weapons and use close combat. I saw the killer throw Gatling in his hands to the ground. Moria saw this and laughed. Ha 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 ha. What, do you want to admit defeat after seeing Oz? Unfortunately it's too late. I saw that he controlled Oz to punch the killer. The killer also raised his fist and sprinted. The next moment, two disproportionate fists collided. According to normal circumstances, it should be the small body that was blasted out. However, what I didn't expect was that the two sides actually fought each other and didn't want to go up and down. How is it possible? Moria was shocked. You can withstand the power of Oz. Inside the base, Yao Chen asked. Jarvis, how much force did you use just now? Only 30%, sir. Only 30%. How's the situation under control? There's nothing wrong with it. Everything is stable, sir. Then increase the power to 50%. If it's still okay, continue to improve. And William Road, who has been silent for a while. Boss, you can rest assured that the control of the killer is absolutely stable, and there will be no loss of control. However, Yao Chen only believed what he saw. I saw the killer attacking Oz again. Moria exclaimed, I don't believe you can fight Oz. Oz also roared and punched out. I thought I could overwhelm the other party this time, but I didn't expect to be picked up. Moreover, the strength was much stronger, and the two sides fought for half a pound. Ozzy, who has the personality of Moria, exclaims, impossible. I have used all my strength, why can you continue? Moria was also shocked, and then looked at the killer frantically. Really so strong, I must get your shadow. Next, the two sides began to bombard each other on the spot. A loud noise spread all over the island. And the members of the Rolling Pirates who have been hiding in the Shadow Forest are discussing. What's going on on the island? A crew member said to a strange-looking woman, Captain, shall we take a look? Charlotte, Lola looked serious, looking where the sound came from. Wait a minute, we have no shadows now, and once the sun hits it, it will disappear. For safety's sake, wait for the sound to stop before going to check it out. Hearing what she said, the others had to look at the place where the sound came from and guess what happened there. Looking at Oz, who was constantly fighting the killer, Yao Chen said, this should be the upper limit of his power. The remodeled Whitebeard too did not disappoint. Jarvis, continue to improve your strength. Okay sir. The next moment, Oz, who had been on a par with the opponent, was suddenly thrown backwards by a huge force. What's wrong with you? Oz, Moria was asking. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful force hit Oz. The terrifying shock force made Moria's eyes widen. He, who was seriously injured, almost fainted after receiving this. However, the next moment, an even more terrifying force struck. Ozzy's head was directly broken by the punch of the killer, and then he lay on the ground without moving. And Moria was also thrown out of his stomach, smashing a hole in the ground. Seeing this, Perona, who had been following him, shouted. Moria sir, are you alright? When she flew over, she found Moria lying there. I saw his fists clenched, even Oz is not an opponent. Moria raised her head and looked angrily at the slayer who was walking towards her. As the 7 warlords of the sea, how can I be humiliated like this again and again? Since Oz can't defeat you either, then I will come in person. At this time, his face was hideous, and he was completely furious. Moria exclaimed, shadow aggregation. The next moment, all the shadows on the entire island began to gather towards him. I saw Moria's body getting bigger and bigger, and finally surpassed Oz. This is the power that I gathered from 1000 shadows. Not even Oz can compare. You just die for me under this desperate power. Moria waved her fist and let out her anger completely. This punch, he used all his strength, without the slightest reservation. Seeing this, Yao Chen said to Jarvis, Jarvis, increase the power of the killer to 100%. The next moment, the killer let out a roar, and clenched his right fist tightly. Then, 2 totally disproportionate fists collided. Moria's angry face suddenly changed, and then she let out a miserable howl. His entire right arm spewed out a lot of blood like a leak. Then he pulled a completely comminuted fracture. The slayer below saw this and let out a roar again. A sprint slammed into Moria's body. The violent force actually opened a hole in Moria's stomach. After receiving this blow, blood sprayed from Moria's mouth. A large number of shadows rushed out of his mouth and began to fly towards their respective original owners. And he himself began to shrink gradually, and finally returned to his normal size. At this time, he was still not dead, just struggling. For a long time, please, please, let me go. I am 7 warlords of the sea, you can't kill me. You kill, the world government, won't let you go. However, the slayer just walked up to him and smashed Moria's head with a neat punch. Moriam my lord. Tears welled up in Perona's eyes, only to see the killer look up at her. Looking at each other's eyes, Perona couldn't hold back the fear in her heart and flew away screaming. Yao Chen in the Nullies base shook his head, is this Shishibukai? It's ridiculous how weak it is. Such a strong shadow fruit is actually used like this. To be honest, Moria's fruit ability is very strong. If he trains Armament Haki and Teja well, just relying on this move of the Shadow Mage is basically a rare opponent. After all, the Shadow Mage can ignore any damage and still have the strength of the deity. However, Moria, like Crocodile, relies too much on external forces. I like to leave all kinds of things to my hands to do. The development of fruit is also poor, and there is no Haki. He actually wanted to rely on Oz to dominate the new world and become the Pirate King. This kind of thinking is really ridiculous. But in any case, Yao Chen was quite satisfied with the actual combat test of the killer. Of course, Shishibukai is the only one who can do it as a test subject. Chapter 120. As time goes on, the day of the tea party is getting closer. Many big names from around the world have already set off for the nations in person. However, unlike the past, this year's tea party was extra cautious than before. Because on the invitation letter issued, there is a name that has attracted the attention of the whole world. Even the News of the World published a special issue for this tea party. The Revolutionary Army and the world government actually stopped fighting in tacit agreement at this time. Everyone looked at the newspaper in their hands and had only one thought. Will that person go? And while they were discussing that person, on the dock of the Hive base, countless heavy vehicles are docked here. It is different from the equipment used by the Shining Star Army a year ago. All vehicles are being updated at this moment. The previous M1A2 main battle tank has now been replaced by the T-14 Armada. This is an unmanned turret main station tank developed by the original world Hairy Bear country. He doesn't need a gunner to aim and fire. The intelligent combat module on the tank will automatically analyze the data and calculate the most accurate shooting angle. The driver only needs to press the fire button, and nothing else. It is a very intelligent main battle tank. The LAV-25 armored vehicle was replaced by the 950 Boxer armored vehicle. This armored vehicle was developed by the former World Institute of Hans and is known as the world's first armored vehicle. It's just that the roofs of these armored vehicles are not turrets, but 16-unit Hellfire missiles. In addition, there are LAV-AT anti-aircraft armored vehicles. This armored vehicle is fitted with a 25mm Gatling Vulcan gun, almost comparable to the A-10 Thunderbolt's 30mm Vulcan. Although there are no aircraft missiles in the pirate world, but if you use them directly to shoot the crowd, it will be an extremely terrifying killing weapon. And these three vehicles are now being commanded by soldiers wearing powered exoskeletons into the amphibious landing ship. In addition to these land equipment, dozens of modern warships of various types are docked on the sea surface of the port. They are all escorted around one of the huge carriers, a standard modern carrier formation. On the bow of the aircraft carrier, Smile and Zephyr were standing there looking at the large amount of military equipment that was constantly being transported ashore. What a spectacular scene! With a hint of sigh, Zephyr smiled and said, "Of course. This time, DBFD, we're not going to a tea party, we're going to fight." Zephyr folded his hands. I don't know if the commander is right or wrong in making such a decision. Hearing him say this, he smiled a little surprised. Mr. Zephyr, don't you hate pirates the most? Zephyr said, although I hate pirates, I don't want people to be hurt when the balance is broken. Today, he is not the one who has been completely disappointed with Marine and gradually went to extremes in the future. In his heart, he still cares about the safety of ordinary people. He smiled and was silent for a while. The old man has seen too much darkness in this world. I know very well that no one will listen to you just by saying it. Only by showing great strength, the world will fear you and obey you. A force like the Shishibukai Four Emperors should not exist in this world. Especially after living in the City of Dreams for a while, the old man thinks so deeply. Hearing him talk about the City of Dreams, Zephyr also sighed in his heart. Although he often stays in the military port of the base, it does not mean that he will not go to other places. The City of Dreams is the second place he frequents. There, he saw how well-dressed people were and how clean and tidy the streets were. On the road, no one will spit like pirates, and everyone will obey the order. If you don't understand anything, ask passers-by and everyone will be eager to help you. Even under the influence of such an environment, Zephyr himself could not help but follow the rules. When he has nothing to do, he likes to take a walk in the streets of Dream City to relax. It can be said that everything there is his ideal life. However, in the pirate world, there is only one place like Dream City. The mainstream of the world is still disorder and chaos like pirates. Therefore, the beauty of Dream City makes him more and more rare. Inside the bridge, Yao Chen, Wei Lan, and Chi Hai are here. Looking at the busy crowd on the pier, he asked Jarvis. Jarvis, how long until the shipping on the dock is complete? The final touches are already underway, sir. That's fine. Then he took out the contactor to contact Darth Vader. Sir, when I'm gone, Alabasta will be handed over to you and Crocodile. If something big happens, you can always contact me. Understood. As soon as the two sides finished talking, Ace came in from outside. There was still a look of amazement on his face. This ship is really incredible. Everything above is so beyond my imagination. This is the most amazing boat I've ever seen in my life. Chi Hai didn't respond to Ace's compliments, she only cared about Yao Chen. And Yao Chen smiled slightly. Is it an eye-opener for you? Ace nodded, yet. I really wish the Whitebeard pirates had a steel ship like this. Yao Chen smiled inexplicably and seduced. If we can have a pleasant chat with Whitebeard this time, maybe I will send you one of them. Send? Really? Ace asked in disbelief. I saw Yao Chen and said, of course. The premise is that the two sides can reach an alliance. Hearing what he said, Ace immediately said, don't worry, it's all covered by me. Yao Chen nodded, I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Ace asked again, by the way, what kind of ship will you send us? Yao Chen smiled and said, it's not the same as this ship. A ship that will make your entire Whitebeard pirates home. Being a writer's ship. That's right, a 300,000-ton luxury cruise ship. Luxury cruise line, what is that? Yao Chen said, don't worry, you will know when the time comes. At this time, Jarvis' voice came. Sir, it's loaded and ready to go to sea. Hearing its words, Yao Chen's expression also became serious. Very good. It's time to show the world the strength of our star army. Notify all ships to officially set sail. Target, the nations of the New World. Chapter 121. Today's rapeseed is still busy. Countless people from all over the world landed here. On the port, a group of workers who have just been idle are chatting. Have you heard that Ant 4 Emperors invited Lord Commander to the tea party this year? You say, will he go? Hearing him talk about this issue, others also started to discuss it curiously. Shouldn't go. Lord Commander seems to have never left since he came to Alabasta. However, another said, I think I should go. You must know that she is an ant. It seems that no one in the world dares to reject her. Hey! You too underestimate Xin Yaojun. Xin Yaojun is not even afraid of the world government, is he still afraid of Anti? Just as they were arguing, there was a series of exclamations from the dock. What is that? A lot of steel battleships. The group of workers who were discussing immediately turned their heads to look. It was found that in the river area not far away, a huge steel fleet was sailing out. You must know that although there are many ships in this world, most people in the fleet still rarely see them. After all, Buster Call only dispatched 10 marine warships at a time. Today, however, they have seen dozens of steel-built fleets. How can this not cause others to exclaim? Many of them were found by shipbuilders and those who have studied ships in depth. The shape of these steel warships is very in line with human aesthetics, and each ship is very beautiful. At first glance it looks like a hole, without any trace of nails. This both puzzled them and surprised them. You must know that modern warships are all integrated designs. It will no longer be piled high with all kinds of facilities like a World War II ship. With the advancement of science and technology, the shape of modern ships will become more and more smooth and neat. At first glance, it feels comfortable and refined. After Yao Chen's fleet sailed out of the Sandora River, many spies hiding in the rapeseed immediately contacted their superiors. It didn't take long for the whole world to know about such a steel fleet. They guessed that this should be Yao Chen's escort fleet, and its purpose was to go to the nations of the New World. I saw a group of ships quickly sailing out of the rapeseed pier, most of which were from various forces. Others are interview boats for the world's major news agencies. They wanted to follow up on the fleet. However, what everyone did not expect was that the direction of this fleet was not the Sabayati archipelago, but the upside-down mountain. How is this going? Shouldn't they be going to the New World? And other leaders of the forces who received the information were also at a loss. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. At this time, Sengoku was on the dock watching the Bismarck and Phantasm not far away. These two ships are now Marine's treasures. Even Garp, who clamored for the Bismarck to be his ship, did not agree to Sengoku. He handpicked the best Marines to be the crew of both ships. And these soldiers are now gathering in the square to study hard. I saw a blackboard there, and a crew member of the Star Army was explaining to the Marines. Tell them what the facilities on battleships and destroyers are for. What is the relationship between the various departments, and there are some special semaphores for communication. In addition to these soldiers, many Vice Admiral were there to sit in. You can even see Garp, Aokiji, and Akainu in it. Sengoku looked at this scene, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Immediately, he turned his attention elsewhere. Like other forces, he also received news of Yao Chen's steel fleet. Just when he was thinking about why the other party sent such a fleet, a marine ran over. Marshal Sengoku, latest news. The fleet that appeared in Alabasta did not head for the Sabayati archipelago, but in the direction of Upside Down Mountain. Hi! Sengoku was stunned, his brows furrowed. Know that there are only two ways to get to New World from the Grand Line. One is to borrow from Red Line with the consent of the world government. The other is to go from the Fishmen Island on the bottom of the sea after coating the Sabayati archipelago. 4 flowers. But now the other party has not chosen these two methods, which makes Sengoku very puzzled. As the person who has the most contact with Yao Chen, he knows that the other party must have his own ideas. Vaguely, he seemed to have caught something. Soon, Sengoku was shocked. He's going to the New World through the Calm Belt in West Blue or North Blue. I have to say that the title of Sengoku the Resourceful General was not wrong, and Yao Chen's travel route was immediately analyzed. I saw him frown deeply. There are many sea kings living in Calm Belt, what method is he going to use to get there? He never doubted whether Yao Chen could pass the Calm Belt. After all, he has already seen too many incredible technologies of the other party. He's just curious about what technology he hasn't seen this time around. 0. On the other hand, with the speed of sailing far beyond the ships of this world, it took the entire fleet less than half a day to arrive at Upside Down Mountain. Of course, he did not go to the turbulent old waterway. Instead, he came to the tunnel he had dug. Except for some pirates in the old waterway, no one is leaving. After all, it is too dangerous there, and you will lose your life at any time. Now everyone travels to and from the world through the Xinjiajun tunnel. Speaking of which, the tunnel shocked the world when it first opened. The 5 elders wanted a piece of the pie as soon as they found out. But how could Yao Chen agree? No matter what conditions the other party made, he would always reject it. Of course, he knew that not giving each other face like this would make the relationship between the two sides very stiff. Therefore, he opened up free passage between Marine and the world government. However, the 5 elders are more concerned about the tunnel's daily gold, and its strategic value. What makes people helpless is that they can't find any reason to intervene, and they can only sigh in the end. Before the tunnel, when his fleet came here, it immediately shocked all the ships on the scene. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, they quickly passed over a dozen giant shore-based artillery and missile launchers and entered the tunnel. When half an hour later his ship had just pulled out of the North Blue Tunnel. I met a pirate fleet that was attacking. What? Chapter 122. Speaking of which, since the tunnel opened, the trade between the 4 seas became more and more frequent. Countless merchant ships come and go every day. But at the same time, it also attracted more pirates. During the initial period, no pirates were willing to pay tolls. Not only did they not pay, but they also took the initiative to attack. However, whoever did this, all sank to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Therefore, so far, no pirate ship has been able to forcefully pass through the tunnel of Xinjiao army. Later, very few pirates dared to do so. I don't know since when, such a sentence circulated on the sea. As long as you can force your way through the tunnel attack of the Shining Star army, then you will be able to traverse the new world. This is not some hearsay, but the deep feeling of some pirates. 967. After seeing those artillery and missiles, they understood how terrifying the strength of Xinjiao army was. Many people even believed that if the Xinjiao army wanted to, they could defeat the 4 emperors and rule the new world by themselves. As a result, the tunnel is now a Vanity Fair. Many pirates who have confidence in themselves will come here to forcibly break through the tunnel to prove themselves. That's why Yao Chen met a pirate fleet here. I saw him raise his eyebrows and said casually to Chi Hai, "Inform a warship and destroy the pirate ship ahead." "Yes, Commander." The next moment, I saw a destroyer unfold its launch pad, and then, more than a dozen anti-ship missiles took off and flew towards the opposite ship. And countless pirates who are eager to prove themselves have not responded. I saw a row of missiles falling from the sky, and then more than 10 pirate ships were instantly killed in the sea of fire. And this scene was filmed by a group of reporters not far away. After all, this tunnel has become a hot spot in the news since its opening. Many reporters are stationed here to interview some pirates who want to force their way through the tunnel. Most of them are famous people, but without exception, they all fell into the sand here. And this is not the big news they like. It's just that today's reporters have more exciting news. How could the RAF pirate fleet be wiped out in an instant? A reporter asked in disbelief. You must know that this is the top 3 pirate group in North Blue, and it was solved so easily. They waited for 3 days after learning that the RAF pirates were going to attack the tunnel of the Xinjiao army. As a result, I didn't expect that the RAF pirates would be wiped out before they launched an attack. At this time, an editor-in-chief shouted, "Don't be stunned, take pictures of this fleet. That's the real big news." Hearing what he said, other reporters also reacted and started filming Yao Chen's fleet. However, Yao Chen didn't care about this at all, he just led his fleet into the North Blue territory, and then sailed towards the calm belt. When the reporters in the rear saw this, they also began to catch up by boat. It's a pity that their speed was too slow, and they were soon left behind. In front of the calm belt, I only listened to Shikai Road, "Commander, at our current speed, we can break through the calm belt and enter the new world within half an hour." Yao Chen nodded, "Notify the fleets to deploy a circular formation to defend. There are also submarines that turn on their sonar to see what's going on at the bottom of the ocean. Let the early warning aircraft lift off, and the satellites will closely monitor this piece of sea area for me. After all, this is already Sea King's territory. So, be careful." Yuxiao also said at this time, "Old man, go to the deck, if anything happens, you can provide support." Yao Chen didn't refuse, but just said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Yuxiao." Yi smiled, "This is what this old man should do." Then he walked out of the bridge room. But Ace said at this time, "Are you sure there is no problem? Mr. Commander, your ship won't attract Sea Kings." Yao Chen said, "Don't worry, my boats are painted with the sea factor, which is sea stone. So the Sea Kings are not going to attack us." Hearing what he said, Ace squeezed his hat, "I hope so." And next, under the multiple detection of submarines, early warning aircraft and satellites, the fleet avoided the gathering area of many Sea Kings ahead of time. Even dodged the Sea Kings area where 2 waves of fighting were going on. It was not until half an hour later that I finally entered the new world without any risk. Just when everyone was relieved, Shihei's radar detected the situation. Commander, 2 kilometers behind the fleet, 3 giant sea kings with a size of over 1,000 meters are attacking us. Expect to catch up with us in 5 minutes. Yao Chen frowned, is it still entangled? Notify the fleet and have them resolved. By the way, don't use anti-ship missiles. Although the power is strong enough, it still cannot guarantee a one-time solution against sea kings of thousands of meters. Use the electromagnetic railgun directly. Yes, Commander. The next moment, 3 destroyers in the fleet pulled out and began to turn their guns. The crew of the ship is also conducting data analysis. Target distance, 2.13 kilometers. Sea level, 37.5 meters. Latitude, 56.33 degrees. Launch trajectory, 4,741. The railgun is locked. The next moment, the electromagnetic railguns on their bows began to charge rapidly. A large number of electric sparks continued to condense at the muzzle. With a crisp electromagnetic sound came out. The 3 projectiles disappeared directly at a speed of 5.3 degrees, which was more than 10 times the speed of sound. The 3 sea kings still 2 kilometers away were hit instantly before they understood what was going on. The projectile, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, penetrated the target without the slightest resistance and disappeared into the sky. The heads of 3 sea kings over 1,000 meters were directly smashed like butter. Even their nerves didn't realize they were dead. After continuing to swim forward for a certain distance, it fell on the sea and set off huge waves. Seeing the power of the electromagnetic railgun, Zephyr and Ace were shocked on the spot. Chi Hai reported, Commander, the goal has been solved. Yeokin nodded and said, go ahead. I saw that the entire fleet resumed normal sailing again. It was not until 2 hours later that they finally came to the place of the nations. Chapter 123. Looking at the getting closer and closer to the island group of Wangguo, Yao Chen said to Ace at this time. Ace, you are a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so you shouldn't be here. So, I'll send a plane to take you back to the Whitebeard Pirates. It doesn't matter if Ace arrives, okay, then I'll go back and report to Dad first. It's also a good idea to tell him about your arrival and prepare for the next negotiation. Yao Chen said, it's troublesome. I saw Ace waved his hand and walked out of the bridge room. Then he said to Chi Hai and Wei Lan, inform the fleet to stand by. It's going to enter the island group of the nations. If there is a battle at that time, we will be surrounded and become very passive. Hearing what he said, Chi Hai ordered the ships to stop advancing. Yao Chen said to the 2 after the entire fleet stopped in the outer seas of Wangguo. The fleet will be handed over to the 2 of you next. The 2 women immediately said, please rest assured Commander, we will definitely obey your orders. He nodded and took Ze to the deck. An Akun-style fighter has taken off and flew in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yao Chen came to the other one and found that Yi Xiao was already waiting here. Let's go. The 3 of them boarded the 31 fighter jet and flew towards the island ahead. At the same time, Cake Island was in an extremely festive atmosphere at the moment. I saw many big boats docked on the pier. The island is also covered with colorful lanterns made of candy. It can be said to be a dreamy desert world. In the castle venue in the center of the island, many big people are gathering here to chat. At this moment, a beautiful and seductive woman spoke up. This year's tea party is very different from the past, Linlin. The person who spoke was the Queen of Flower Street of New World and the undercover CPO of World Government, Stacy. And the ant sitting in the main seat also laughed, mmmmmmmmmm. Of course, after all, this year I invited a great person. There are still 2 days until the tea party, and I am looking forward to the arrival of the big man. Not only was she looking forward to it, but Morgans, the president of the News of the World, was also looking forward to it. Whenever he thought of the meeting between the commander of the Xinjiao army and his aunt, he couldn't help trembling with excitement. I really wonder what kind of big news will happen between the 2. Among the guests at the scene, there were 2 unexpected guests. One of them was Tetsalo of the Golden City. The other is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The reason why Tetsalo came, in addition to receiving the invitation letter, also wanted to meet Yao Chen. After all, his Golden City has been seriously affected by the establishment of the City of Dreams this year. Already many customers are not coming and go to Alabasta instead. This has greatly affected his business. This makes Tetsalo, who is the most important of money, very unhappy in his heart. As for Jinbei, it was even simpler, he came as a guest escort for the cake on the Fishman Island. After all, Auntie's favorite food is the cake made by the Fishman Island. At this moment, a chess soldier unique to Wangguo ran in. Mom, outside the waters of the 10,000 kingdoms, a huge steel fleet has appeared. Also, an aircraft has already landed on Cake Island and landed outside the castle. Hearing his words, the whole scene suddenly became quiet. The expression of the aunt sitting in the main seat changed, and there was a trace of expectation on her face. Stacy, Jinbei and others even looked outside the venue and all began to wait quietly. After a while, I heard footsteps coming from the passage. The master of ceremonies at the venue also began to read aloud. The commander-in-chief of the Shining Star Army, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, the blind warrior smiles, has arrived. As his words landed, Yao Chen walked into the venue with the two of them in the eyes of many expectations. I saw that everyone's eyes were looking at him at the same time, and the scene also filled with a silent atmosphere. Yao Chen looked at the venue and smiled slightly. What's the situation? I should be meeting you for the first time. Why does it seem like you are all waiting for me? With his opening, the atmosphere of the venue was also broken, and everyone began to become active. And Charlotte Linlin, the aunt above, gave a burst of surprise laughs. Well. You have finally come to the commander of the Xinjiao army. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Yao Chen turned his head. It should be me who should be surprised. I didn't expect to receive an invitation letter written by you. That really flattered me. Charlotte Linlin. The aunt laughed. In this world, there is no one more noble than you. Even our 4 emperors, even the celestial dragons, can't compare. So, I sincerely want to invite you to the tea party. Yao Chen nodded and asked very directly, so, what is the purpose of calling me here, Charlotte Linlin? As soon as these words came out, the already active venue became quiet again. All the big men turned their attention to the two. Because they are very clear that the next dialogue will probably affect the situation of the whole world. Seeing Charlotte Linlin looking at him, she said in a cautious tone, make an alliance with me, Commander. As long as we are allied, conquering the new world will no longer be a dream. My biggest wish is to build a country where all ethnic groups in the world can coexist harmoniously. I have heard of your city of dreams. I believe that with your science and technology, it is not difficult to help me build such a country. And in order to show my sincerity, I am willing to let my children and subordinates become the vanguards of the Xinjiao army and fight for you everywhere. Even in order to deepen the bond between us. You can choose my daughters, you can take as many as you want. After listening to the aunt's words, everyone at the scene was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to offer such conditions so directly. Everyone doesn't understand, what the hell is aunt doing this for? As the CPO, Stacy frowned. Unlike others, she was a member of the world government. I prefer to look at everything from the big picture, so I instantly understand why auntie made such a condition. Because she knew very well that Charlotte Linlin was the 4 emperors of the new world. But her achievements in this life can only reach this level. If you want to rely on your own strength, you can't fight against the world government at all. Not to mention world government, not even Whitebeard, Kaido, or even Marine can do anything about her. This makes Ishain willing to establish the coexistence of all races, Charlotte Linlin. Originally, she was ready to give up this dream and live like this for a lifetime. Yao Chen suddenly rose up at this time, and even quickly possessed a strength that made the world government fear. And Charlotte Linlin also sees hope from the other side. Therefore, she was so eager for the arrival of the other party and formed an alliance with it. It has to be said that, as a CPU stressee, his vision is far from what others can compare. She guessed what the aunt was thinking almost instantly. I saw her frowning. If these two people really form an alliance, it will be a huge crisis for the world government. While everyone was waiting for Yao Chen's reply, he smiled slightly with his hands on his back. The conditions you put forward are really heartwarming. However, what I hope more is that all nations can surrender to me. Become a vassal of the Shining Star Army like Alabasta. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was shocked. Chapter 124. Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. I didn't expect Yao Chen to say such a thing. The aunt's face also became gloomy. And her sons and daughters, who have never spoken, are also excited. The big people around were discussing with each other. Tizalo of the Golden City let out a chuckle. What I thought was a great character turned out to be a guy who wanted to die. I don't even think about where I am now, and I dare to say such a thing. He contentedly poured himself a glass of wine, ready to appreciate how Yao Chen would die. Instead, Stacy, who had been worried that the two sides would join forces, breathed a sigh of relief at this time. At the same time, I also look forward to auntie being able to solve Yao Chen, the great enemy of the world government. Morgans, on the other hand, had taken out a video phone bug that he had never seen before and started broadcasting it. This is a very rare advanced video phone bug. It can force the screen to be broadcast to everyone in the world with a video phone bug or a large screen. This is many times bigger than UD's original live broadcast. Many people who could only receive newspapers after the event have now seen it broadcast. 9 Snake Island, Empress Boya Hancock is liquidating the daily consumption of people on the island. At this moment, the video phone bug on the side suddenly projected a picture. Okay? Dress Rosa, Doflamingo is following news of the tea party. But he saw his subordinate Toripole running in with a phone bug. Dover. Something big is happening. Doflamingo was already looking at the phone bug in his hand. Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates also came to Whitebeard with a phone bug. Dad, it seems that something big has happened on Aunt's site. Not only them, but now everyone who owns a video phone bug is starting to play Auntie's tea party. In the venue, Yao Chen looked at the sneer, ridicule and puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. There was peace in his heart, as if what he said was the truth. Seeing him like this, Tetsalo, who had been waiting for a good show, suddenly became unhappy. The aunt's eldest son Charlotte, Pero is even more angry. Who do you think you are? What do you think of our nations, your possessions? Yao Chen turned to look at him and said in a very serious tone. Then who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? He glanced at everyone on the scene and said coldly. You. Thought. I. Who? As soon as these 4 sentences came out of his mouth, an unparalleled terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Faced with this momentum, everyone was shocked. This, Conqueror's Haki. Even the already gloomy aunt showed a hint of shock on her face. Although Conqueror's Haki claims to be 1 in every million people, she's not unheard of. Even she owns Conquerors. This kind of Haki is a kind of spirit. It is to show a person's ideals, aspirations and even ambitions, forming a powerful momentum. And those who cannot bear the oppression of this momentum will pass out. But Yao Chen in front of him is different, his Conquerors is completely beyond everyone's imagination. It was a Conqueror's Haki that was beyond their comprehension, or even comprehension. Because in everyone's perception, they first saw themselves. Then he saw the nations. Saw red line. Saw the entire planet. Saw the moon. Saw the solar system. Eventually it spread to the entire galaxy. At the bottom of the Milky Way, an extremely terrifying giant hand is caressing the entire galaxy. The owner of the giant hand is now Yao Chen. When everyone came back to their senses, they didn't faint like the others who suffered from Conquerors. Instead, he lay on the ground and vomited. Wow! World I-2222s. One of the guests had a shocked and terrified look on his face. Then, what is that? What did I see? The others also looked the same as him, with expressions of trembling and fear on their faces. Even Zephyr and Yi Xiao next to Yao Chen trembled slightly. At this moment, the aunt in front suddenly knelt down on one knee and gasped. She is the one who has suffered the most from Yao Chen Conqueror's Haki. Although halfway through, I want to release my Conquerors to resist. But I didn't expect it to be completely incomparable to it. As I said before, Conquerors represents a person's spirit and ambition. However, the ambition of the people in this world is nothing more than to dominate or become the pirate king or something. Great is the overthrow of the world government. But Yao Chen is different, living in modern society. Insight, vision, understanding, experience. It's something that people in the pirate world can't understand. In addition, the ambition in his heart now is the entire sea of stars. That's why his Conquerors are so unreasonable. Just when everyone was blown away by his Conquerors, the person involved was stunned, and didn't understand why everyone knelt down just after he finished speaking. Could it be that he really has the appearance of a tyrant, and he can make people bow down when he opens his mouth? At this time, a system prompt came to his mind. For a long time, congratulations to the host, you have realized Conqueror's Haki yourself, and you will be rewarded with a high-level lottery. Hi. Yao Chen raised his brows, not knowing why. I realized Conqueror's Haki? Why don't I know? Just when he was puzzled, the aunt in front suddenly stood up. I saw that her whole body exuded a purple-black aura, and the expression on her face became more and more frantic. Kill you, I will kill you. I must kill you. The second son, Katakuri, who was beside her, changed his face. With the ability to predict the future, he has already seen the next scene. No, this is my mother's eating disorder, no, my mother went into a frenzy. He wanted to pull away all the younger siblings, Niu Wangzhao, around him. But he, who was also influenced by Yao Chen Conquerors, has not recovered much. I saw the aunt suddenly let out a violent roar. The entire venue was like a gust of wind and waves under her roar. Morgans was only recovering slightly at this point. No matter how dangerous the scene is, just pick up the phone and continue broadcasting. It can be said that as a reporter, he has a profound understanding of what is the true meaning of as long as the news does not matter. At this time, the aunt stepped forward, clenched her right fist and smashed it directly at Yao Chen. But Jian Yi took out his long knife and blocked aunt's attack. Yao Chen put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, although the current situation seems to be caused by me. But I never thought of a peaceful solution from the beginning. He called Wei Lan and Qi Hai, Wei Lan, Qi Hai, launch an attack on all countries. The next moment, the aircraft carrier formation in the open sea began to attack the entire country. Chapter 125. At this time, the aircraft carrier battle group moved. I saw that all the destroyers opened their own launchers. Subsequently, numerous anti-ship missiles began to lift off and flew towards the islands ahead. There are 34 islands in the whole country, except for the central Cake Island. The other 33 islands were fully bombed at this time. Many people died in the fire without understanding what was happening. For modern warfare, the first step would be conventional saturation bombardment. To remove most of the enemy's living force. Then send fighter jets to precisely strike the surviving targets. In the end, it was the army who came on stage to clean up the remaining enemy troops. At this time, the 33 islands of Wangwo were indiscriminately bombarded by the aircraft carrier battle group. At this moment, a vibration came from the cake island in the center. A smile and the figure of Enti rushed out of the castle. Even Yao Chen and others followed him outside. An ant's sons and daughters also began to attack Yao Chen and Zephyr. Seeing Zephyr alone blocked their attack, Yao Chen also burst out with an incomparably powerful force, pushing the ant's children out. Then when he raised his hand, Anna 967Na, the youngest in the Charlotte family, flew up and was caught in his hand. Katakuri, who cared about his younger siblings the most, said anxiously, "Put Anna down." Yao Chen put one hand behind his back and held the little girl who was already a little frightened in the other. "Before you do anything to me, take a look at the surrounding islands." Hearing his words, everyone noticed the situation around them at this time. I saw that the other 33 islands were already in the midst of war at the moment. What's going on? The eldest son, Pero, couldn't believe it. Wangguo was actually attacked. He never thought that the territory of the 4 emperors would one day usher in war. Morgans was extremely excited to broadcast the scene in front of him to the world. Everyone who watched this scene was shocked by the scene in front of them. And the phone bugs on the ant's children all rang at this time. After they answered, they heard a call from the opposite side. "Sir Dafo, come and save us." "Master Owen. Where are you, Katakuri-sama?" I saw Katakuri and the others with a heavy face. The ant's third son, Dafo, suppressed his anger and said, "What exactly do you want?" Yao Chen didn't look at him, but smiled as he looked at the battle with his aunt in the distance. "I've said it before, surrender. If you are not willing, then all nations will disappear from today." Pero said with a gloomy face and angrily. "I've had enough of your hubris. Who do you think we are? We are the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates. The ruler of the new world." Yao Chen turned his head slightly to stare at him. "So what? Are the 4 emperors amazing? If I think about it, even destroying the world is easy." As soon as these words came out, everyone who was watching the broadcast was stunned. They looked at Yao Chen with a look of neurosis. Pero was even more directly pd off. "I know what real arrogance is today. No, this is not arrogance, you are simply a lunatic, insane." Yao Chen frowned slightly. To be honest, no one believed that he didn't care. Anyway, the world will know whether he has this ability in the future. Instead, it was the guy Pero who kept contradicting him, which made him very dissatisfied. He said to Katakuri, as the second son of the Charlotte family, "From today onwards, you are the eldest brother." "What meaning?" Katakuri was puzzled and had a bad feeling in his heart. I saw Yao Chen said to Wei Lan, "Solve this long tongue for me." And Wei Lan, who had already summoned the hull and had been paying attention to the condition of Cake Island, immediately replied, "Yes, Commander." The next moment, the electromagnetic gun on her hull began to charge, targeting Pero. And Katakuri, who was puzzled, suddenly changed his face at this moment. His eyesight has already seen the next scene. I saw DBFD, hurriedly yelling at Pero, "Get out of the way, big brother." As soon as the voice fell, a flash of light flew by. The expression on Pero's face hadn't had time to change. The whole person was beaten into a pile of stumps. The place where he stood was penetrated by the power of the electromagnetic gun, and even the entire island was directly penetrated. At this time, everyone came back to look in the direction of Pero. What happened? Is that Pero? He died. The big men who came to the tea party had expressions of astonishment. The ant's children were in disbelief. How come? "No, it's impossible, brother Pero. How could it be? Big brother Pero is a candy man, he should be able to turn into a candy and ignore physical attacks." However, Yao Chen sneered, his weapons were all covered with sea stone. "It doesn't matter if you're Candyman or Elemental, as long as you get hit, you die." Just when some children are still holding a trace of fantasy. Strong people like Katakuri and Daifuku knew very well that Pero was really dead. They looked sad and angry. I saw that the 4th son Owen finally couldn't help rushing towards Yao Chen with the anger in his heart. "I'm going to kill you." But I saw Katakuri's face changed. "Owen, stop." But the next moment, an electromagnetic cannon penetrated Owen and shattered his limbs. The other children, who were still immersed in the death of Pero, did not expect that Owen would follow in the next moment. Watching the ant's 2 children die one after another. It shocked everyone around the world who was watching the broadcast. Katakuri was trembling all over, although he was able to predict the future through seeing and seeing. But the speed of the electromagnetic gun is too terrifying, and it happened almost as soon as he saw it. He didn't have time to react at all. At this time, Yao Chen threw Anana in his hand to him. Katakuri hurriedly reached out to catch it. The other children saw that he was no longer a hostage threat and were about to start. "I just heard Yao Chen say, 2 have already died, don't you have a long memory?" Hearing his words, everyone trembled, and then stood in place and dared not move again. I saw Katakuri endured his grief and said, "What do you want to do to the nations?" Yao Chen put his hands on his back and turned his back to them directly, looking at Yi Xiao and Big Mom's battlefield in the distance. The reason this island hasn't been attacked now is because I'm here. I said at the beginning, you have to surrender to me. Otherwise, all that awaits you is death. Now as the eldest brother, you are responsible for the lives of your younger siblings, do you understand? Katakuri's face changed wildly, and he looked at the 33 islands that had turned into a sea of fire, and his whole body trembled slightly. And Morgans clearly filmed this scene and sent it to the world. Everyone watching the broadcast was silent. They did not expect that the Big Mom pirates, known as the Four Emperors. In Yao Chen's hands, it is like a stalk of ants. Chapter 126. In the distance, Yi Xiao and Ant are still in a fierce battle. As the two sides continued to fight, the smile that was injected with the evolution fluid could actually suppress the ant a little. It can be seen that his strength is stronger than that of the peak period. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the ant is in a violent state, and she only relies on her own strength to keep smashing. Die for me, hurry up, go and die for me. The ant waved her fist and laughed wildly. With a smile, he can take every blow of the opponent steadily. Yao Chen, who was watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. I thought it would use the killer. Now it seems that it should not be necessary. On the other hand, the fleet has already completed the fire strikes on 33 islands. Many fighters began to take off, preparing for the second step of precision strikes. On the island that was attacked, although the power of various anti-ship missiles was powerful, many people still survived. In addition to having its own soldiers, Wangguo also has countless pirates who have taken refuge in Big Mom. At this time, they climbed out of various ruins, and then quickly ran towards the sea. As the pirates of the New World, they themselves are lawless people. Where is it like now that you can only pick up fights and not fight back? Therefore, he has long wanted to take revenge with endless anger. When they came to the pier, the pirates ignored the destroyed ships, but boarded the still moving ones and went straight to sea. However, not long after they sat down, another row of missiles fell from the sky. Send these pirates who are clamoring to kill the enemy to the sky. Next, is the precise strike of various fighters. Any moving ship, or even a place where pirates are a little dense, will definitely receive a missile. They wanted to fight back, but there was nothing they could do. Because the flight altitude of the fighter is too high. Soon, the pirates broke down and found themselves unable to do anything but pick up fights. If you even run away, you will be hit with precision. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "Quick, go to Cake Island." That was the only place that wasn't attacked. It must have something to do with my mother. Immediately, all the pirates began to run towards the Cake Island. Not only them, but the surviving living forces of all nations are gathering towards the Cake Island. Seeing this, Chi Hai's face changed, and he began to order the landing ship to carry out a landing operation on Cake Island. After all, Yao Chen was still on that island, and she didn't want her commander to be threatened. On the island at this time, the battle between Yi Xiao and Big Mom became more and more intense. Katakuri was about to say something when Yao Chen put his index finger to his mouth. "Shh. Don't talk now, just watch this fight quietly." Seeing this, Katakuri could only suppress his mood and watch the battle of Big Mom with the others. Marie Joyce, the 5 elders frowned as they watched the battle laugh. There are still strong people in this world who can fight against the 4 emperors. And we don't know yet. The bearded 5 elders frowned and picked up the materials just sent. Xian warrior smiled, he was a tourist. Suspected to be someone with the ability to eat the gravity fruit. Have a strong sense of sight and armed color. A man good enough to be Marine Admiral. After listening to the message he read, the 5 elders, holding a cane, tapped the floor. Why didn't such a powerful person report to us earlier? What does CP0 eat? The blonde 5 elders frowned, too. It's fine if you don't win over. Now he has become the subordinate of a very evil person. Are all CPOs a bunch of rice buckets? The old man holding the long knife looked solemn. Don't forget, except for this powerful blind warrior. Zephyr is now a member of the Star Army. And because the most evil people gave him some kind of potion. It also made the opponent regain his youth, and even the lost right hand was regrown. The remaining 4 looked solemn, and finally the long-haired 5 elders sighed. Hey! We are becoming more and more passive towards the most evil people. The blonde 5 elders were silent for a moment and said, the main thing right now is this battle. If Big Mom loses, the situation in the world will be shaken. The balance that was finally formed will also be broken. Therefore, you should pray that the blind warrior does not have such strength. On Cake Island, the ants' children are extremely nervous. Because they knew very well that once Auntie lost, it goes without saying that Wangguo had to surrender Yao Chen. But if you win, there may be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a burst of explosions came, attracting everyone's attention. I saw countless pirates and soldiers from all countries running here. Many of them shouted, "Everyone, please help! 4 flowers! There are powerful enemies attacking us. We're not rivals at all." The next moment, many soldiers wearing sci-fi battle armor appeared out of thin air in the air. They held rifles and shot these pirates directly. Many people did not expect that they would be hit by countless bullets in an instant. The rest started to fight back, but saw that the firearms in their hands could not cause any damage to these soldiers at all. Stop! Katakuri stopped. Yao Chen said, before you care about others, you should care about yourself first. At this time, a soldier wearing a nano-biochemical suit came to Yao Chen. Commander, the Tyrannosaurus squad is reporting to you. Yao Chen asked, why are you here? The soldier said, Commander Shuhei has launched a landing operation on this island. So it is. He nodded, since the battle has been launched. Then destroy all the pirates and soldiers on the island. And those Hormais who have the ability to threaten, also remove them all. Yes, Commander. The soldier who received the order activated the stealth mode of the nano-biochemical suit and disappeared directly in front of him. When the others saw this, they were surprised again. Then, the sound of gunfire came from the whole island. Many civilians hid in their homes in horror and did not dare to show their faces. Although the pirates and soldiers fought back, they were quickly eliminated. The lav-armored vehicle with the 25mm Vulcan is simply an infantry reaper. A shuttle swept over, and all became the remains of severed limbs. And those pirates who hid in the dark and wanted to sneak attack. It was also sent to the sky by the T-14 Amida tank. The T-14 with intelligent combat module can analyze any situation on the battlefield. Find the best place to hide and attack. In addition, those who enter the closed bunkers, or large buildings are soldiers pirates. There will be the terrifying 16-pack of Hellfire missiles from the Boxer armored vehicle. In the face of such depressing firepower, no one could survive. In short, this is a war over technology. Even some magical Hormais was quickly wiped out under Yao Chen's army. It didn't take long for the entire Cake Island to be completely taken over by the Star Army. And the only battle left on the scene was a Smile and Anti. What? Chapter 127. The battle between the two continues. So far, a Smile is still on the defensive. He took every blow from Big Mom as steady as a mountain. After getting used to it for a while, he opened his mouth. So that's the case, is this the strength of the four emperors? Sure enough, it's a real monster. However, this old man is no longer who he used to be. Maybe you still have some tools you haven't used. Even if you add those, the old man has a general understanding of your upper limit of strength. Then next, it's the old man's turn to fight back. I saw him clenching the stick and knife with a sudden afterburner, pushing the attacking ant out. At the same time, he said in his mouth, heavy pressure. The next moment, an infinite gravity fell on the ant, making her almost kneel on the ground. She looked crazy, and was still in a state of rage, with a terrifying cry of 967 in her mouth. His own conqueror's instinct was released, and it merged with the cry to burst into laughter. With a calm expression on his face, the staff and knife were covered with armed colors, and then he slashed straight down at the ant. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying slash almost split the castle on the island in half. The ant was also hit by this blow, and a wound was finally opened on her right shoulder. In the distance, seeing her children, all showed incredible expressions. Mom is hurt. Daifuku stuttered a little, and the others weren't much better. As Ant's children, no one knows how strong Ant's body is. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a monster. In their life experience, they have never seen each other hurt. This is the first time I've seen it. Not only them, but other people who were watching the battle were also surprised by the strength displayed by the Smile. Unexpectedly, this person who is not well known and has never heard of it has the strength to hurt the four emperors, which really shocked many people. And the injured ant was even more violent. It hurts, I'm going to kill you. Then she called, Prometheus, Zeus. Soon, a burning sun and a black cloud flew over from a distance. They are Hormais created by the ant with her own soul fragments, and they are also the strongest Hormais, who often follow the ant to fight. Yao Chen frowned and informed Chi Hai, put these two things down for me. Yes, Commander. The next moment, the electromagnetic guns of the four destroyers began to aim at the two Hamits. Immediately afterwards, 4 streams of light flashed across the sky, instantly hitting Prometheus and Zeus who were running towards the battlefield. The terrifying kinetic energy carried by the electromagnetic guns dissipated them directly, and Prometheus and Zeus struggled in the air and wanted to reunite. However, they showed extremely painful expressions on their faces, and finally disappeared after shouting Mom. When the ants' children saw this, they were all stunned. How could it be? Prometheus and Zeus are as simple as that. They didn't expect that the two strongest Hormais were created by the soul of the ant. Just like a chicken, it was easily wiped out. Katakuri frowned deeply, this attack again. What the hell is this? With such a terrifying speed, I can't even react. Originally, things like Hormais were created with the power of the soul fruit. It is normal to be restrained by sea stone. Even if Yao Chen didn't have an electromagnetic gun, his army was all weapons smeared with the sea factor, and it was not difficult to destroy them. With the disappearance of the two Hormais, the ant who was fighting with Yi Xiao suddenly turned pale, and her strength began to decline rapidly. Hi! The smile that confronted him immediately sensed the opponent's state. Although I don't know what's wrong with you, this old man won't show mercy. He saw the knife in his hand swiftly waving, and several terrifying slashes attacked the ant. At this time, Auntie completely lost the ability to dodge and was directly hit. Seeing this, her children all cried out in surprise. Mother! What happened? Mom's condition is very wrong. Katakuri frowned, with a heavy look on his face. Prometheus and Zeus were made by Mother from fragments of her own soul. Now that it has been eliminated, the Mother herself has been irreversibly damaged. After hearing his words, the others also understood. When I saw the battlefield, the ant who had been slashed by Fujitora had several wounds on her body again. Blood had stained her body red. However, the ant was unconcerned, and the whole person stood there without any movement. If it was said that the other party was in a state of madness before, now it looks like a bit of a dementia. Looking at her appearance, Yao Chen touched his chin. Sure enough, although the soul fruit is powerful, it is not without sequelae. Of course you can create an extremely powerful Hormais with your own soul. But once it is eliminated, it will also be irreversibly affected. After all, the damage to the soul is far more serious than the damage to the body. At this time, I saw a lot of heat suddenly burst out from the body of the ant who had not been moving, the skin began to turn red, and countless blue veins began to bulge. She took off the Hormais made by the last soul, that is, her own hat Napoleon, and turned it into a big sword. Then he suddenly waved at the smile, and an extremely terrifying shock wave hit him. It's Auntie's trick, Weiguo. With a smile, his eyes condensed, the stick and knife stood in front of him, gravity knife, fierce tiger. With armament haki, and a powerful slash of gravity, he faced the mighty country. Two earth-shattering slashes collided, causing the entire Cake Island to tremble violently. At this moment, Yi Xiao's expression changed and he hurriedly backed away. Seeing that his slash was shattered, Ant's mighty country unstoppably rushed towards the residential area in the distance, causing a violent explosion. Hearing countless screams, many civilians were directly killed by this blow from the ant. Mother! Her children exclaimed, but saw that the ant's expression was distorted at this time, and she did not look like a human at all. Instead, he became a demon who came out of hell. 5.3. Brother Katakuri, what the hell is going on? Katakuri was also at a loss. I don't know, I have never seen my mother become like this. Yao Chen's eyes jumped. Is it completely out of control because of the lack of soul? Looking at her current appearance, she is a bit similar to the original Whitebeard too. It seems that she is gaining terrifying strength at the cost of consuming her own life potential. I saw that the whole Cake Island was shaking violently under the attack of the ant, and countless people only felt that the end was coming. Seeing this, Yao Chen immediately informed Chi Hai, let all the troops retreat, it seems that this island will be destroyed soon. Also, bring the killer over here. Originally I thought it would not be used, but now it's a good opportunity to test. Chapter 128. Originally, out of concern for the situation of the civilians on the island, Yi Xiao was not prepared to use the meteorite attack. Now it seems that it doesn't work anymore. I saw him waving the power in his hand, sending out a gravitational wave to the sky. The next moment, a meteorite descended from the sky carrying a violent fire. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. And Doflamingo, who was watching the broadcast, also said the words in the original book in surprise. Meteorite? What a joke! This guy really is a real monster. Facing the falling of the meteorite, the ant instinctively felt the threat. She raised her sword to the sky and swung a powerful blow to the country again. I saw the rapidly falling meteorite suddenly slammed into pieces, and then shattered into countless pieces. And these rubble turned into a meteor shower and hit the whole Cake Island. I saw that countless buildings were destroyed, and the island was also raging on fire. Seeing this with a smile, his brows furrowed deeply. Sure enough, meteorites of this magnitude cannot pose a threat to you at all. And, it will bring disaster to others. It seems that the old man can only use his own skills to start a close battle with you. However, at this moment, a large plane flew by. A huge metal iron box fell from the sky, smashing a huge deep hole on the ground. The sudden appearance attracted everyone's attention. I saw the iron box opened, and a huge guy walked out of it. Its appearance caught everyone's attention. Huh? This is... With a puzzled smile on his face, he had already seen the Xing Yao army mark on the opponent's armor. Seeing Yao Chen in the distance, he said, Uncle Yuxiao, step back, and leave the rest to the slayer. Killer? Looking at the huge human figure wearing closed armor, he smiled and frowned. He didn't feel the slightest breath of life from the other party. However, since Yao Chen had already given the order, he immediately withdrew. The 5 elders in Marie Joyce, however, looked at the huge iron box. This is exactly the same abandoned crate we found on the thriller bark. Sure enough, Gecko Moria was killed by the Shining Star army some time ago. The blonde 5 elders said angrily, damn the most evil person, doesn't he know that Shishibukai is an important force to maintain the balance? Acting on Shishibukai members without our consent. 5 elders, holding a cane, said, I'm more worried now about the strength of this new character. Whether he can also play against Big Mom, if so, it will be a heavy news for the world government. Hearing what he said, the remaining 5 elders also turned their attention to the broadcast. On Cake Island, the killers have already started running towards Big Mom. And Yao Chen has completely lifted his restrictions. Prepare to let it perform to its full potential. Looking at the slaughter who came rushing, the ant swung a powerful blow again. However, what people did not expect was that this terrifying blow destroyed everything along the way. But the killer took it straight as if nothing was wrong. How is it possible? Looking at this scene, everyone asked such questions at this moment. Yao Chen carried his hands on his back. Sure enough, Wei Guo's move is not so much a sword skill as it is a shock wave. It's a pity that it is ineffective in the face of Genjin shock waves. I saw the slayer came to the ant and threw a punch. And the ant who was in a violent state also slashed with a sword. The fist covered with vibranium collided with the great sword. The next moment, a terrifying force erupted, raising the sky full of dust in front of the two of them. And when the dust passed, the place where they stood had turned into a big pit. In addition, a crack appeared in the big sword in Ant's hand. Only to hear Napoleon shouting, Mom, I am in pain. The people in the distance were all startled. They didn't expect the killer's fist to be so hard that even Napoleon of Big Mom couldn't bear it. However, Yao Chen was not surprised. You must know that although the biggest feature of vibrating gold is the absorption of kinetic energy, but it's also the second hardest metal in the Marvel Universe after Edmund alloy. The sword of this world alone cannot do any harm to it. Although Napoleon's cry reached the ant's ears. But she had already fallen into a frenzy at this time, and only knew how to destroy everything, so she didn't care about the other party's feelings at all. I saw that she continued to raise her sword and slash, and the slayer also punched directly to meet her. I saw you cut me with a sword from both sides, and I gave you a punch, and they attacked each other in the most violent and savage way. The two monsters fought like this for half an hour, and the entire Cake Island became riddled with holes under their attack. Until a ding sound, Napoleon in the hands of the ant finally broke in the constant bombardment with the killer. Only to hear it let out a painful scream, and then it turned into a normal broken sword. The last soul fragment dissipated, causing the distorted expression of the ant to suddenly turn pale, and then the slayer slammed with a punch. The unsuspecting ant was hit directly, under the incomparably terrifying power of the opponent. She, who had been traumatized in her soul, immediately rolled her eyes and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body flew out. When everyone in the distance saw this, they all showed an incredible expression. How is it possible? Mom was actually blasted out. Her children were in a trance, completely unable to believe that someone could surpass Big Mom in power. But I saw the killer let out a roar that was not human, and chased after the place where the ant flew upside down. After she dragged Vice Admiral out of the rubble, she punched her in the head with punch after punch. Stop, stop. Seeing this, Katakuri couldn't help rushing towards the battlefield, but was stopped by Yao Chen's force. He was anxious in his heart, and without thinking, he said, we surrender like you, and quickly tell him to stop. However, Yao Chen said, Ant is very unstable, she is an existence that can fall into a rage at any time. Rather than leave her behind, let her disappear. What did you say? The faces of Katakuri and the other children became extremely ugly. At this moment, Cracker, one of the 3 desert stars, suddenly pulled out the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Yao Chen. Waves, pretzels. A shock wave hit, but before it could get close, Zephyr blocked it. Seeing this, Cracker was about to continue to attack 967. Katakuri's face changed instantly. Stop, Cracker. However, Cracker didn't listen at all, he was already full of hatred for Yao Chen at this time. The previous forbearance was just to look for opportunities. Now that Auntie was threatened, he finally couldn't help it. But before he had time to launch the second attack, a streamer flashed. Cracker, like Pero and Owen, turned into a pile of shards. And the other children who couldn't help but want to launch an attack saw this, they were all cold, and they didn't dare to move at all. At this time, Yao Chen looked at Katakuri who was already stunned there. I said before, you are now the eldest brother, and you are responsible for your younger brothers and sisters? In this case, I don't want to repeat it a third time. Katakuri came back to his senses, and then forced his grief and said to everyone, don't do it. Smoothie, one of the 3 generals, said angrily, but brother Katakuri, brother Cracker. Katakuri roared at her, I already said that no one is allowed to do anything, don't you understand? Smoothie gritted her teeth, turned her head to look at Yao Chen, but saw that the other party didn't even look at her, just stared at the distant battlefield. Faced with such blatant ignorance, Smoothie and the other children felt a strong humiliation. In the past, as the 4 emperors' pirates, they would only bring fear to others. Now, however, they are getting the same taste from Yao Chen. It was deep powerlessness and resistance without seeing any hope. Chapter 129. In the distance, the killer was still attacking the ant's head with punch after punch. And everyone watching this scene was shocked. Big Mom is going to lose. How is this possible? In this world, there are really people who can beat Auntie. Could it be that Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, is really about to be terminated? People all over the world saw this scene, and their hearts were all shocked. Instead, it was the 5 elders, who, while worried, also had some surprises. Worry is of course knowing that Yao Chen's strength is stronger. The surprise is that Big Mom will probably be wiped out today. Therefore, their mood is very complicated. Just when everyone thought that Auntie would definitely lose. With her face already deformed, she let out a furious roar. His body was filled with a purple-black aura like a demon. The whole person looks like a mutation, and there is no human appearance at all. She slammed a fist out, hitting the killer in front of her, and the purple-black aura still wrapped around her fist. Hearing a piercing sound like a twisted steel bar, the slayer was blasted straight out. The sudden scene surprised everyone. I thought that the other party had already lost, but I didn't expect that the ant would have such a terrifying power at the critical moment. Seeing the slayer climbed up from the ground, a fist mark appeared on his chest. Yao Chen was surprised, but he didn't expect that even Zhen Jin was beaten by the opponent's punch. At this time, the ant let out a terrifying roar that did not resemble a human being. Under this sound, everyone involuntarily covered their ears. Cake Island also began to tremble violently under her roar. A large number of buildings began to shatter and collapse under her sonic attack. Yao Chen looked serious and directly ordered Wei Lan, concentrate all the firepower of the electromagnetic guns and kill this guy for me. It's the commander. The next moment, all the destroyers, including Wei Lan, aimed at Big Mom. After the electromagnetic gun was fully charged, dozens of projectiles carrying terrifying kinetic energy were fired at 10 times the speed of sound. I don't know if the instinctive advance is in danger. Anti-covered armament hacky all over. Almost at this moment, the attack has arrived. I just heard a piercing sound in the air. For the first time, these projectiles did not penetrate the opponent instantly, but stalemate on Big Mom's body. It's a pity, how terrifying the ant is, her physique is still the body. It is not upgraded to the point where it can resist any attack. Under the incomparably terrifying kinetic energy of the electromagnetic gun, but after a stalemate for 2 seconds, her body was penetrated dozens of holes. The next moment, countless blood flowed out of her body, dyeing the ground under her feet red. The purple-black aura on his body gradually began to dissipate. Auntie stood there shaking, then fell to the ground and raised a burst of dust. The people who were still watching the battle watched this scene in amazement, and they didn't recover for a long time. They thought that the ant was about to explode, but they knew that the next moment would end so suddenly. After a while, someone tremblingly said, "Auntie, are you dead?" The person beside him nodded numbly, "It seems, dead. Am I dreaming?" Not only him, everyone thought that they were in a dream and hadn't woken up yet. However, the corpse of the ant told them that all this is true, and this is the truth. "Mom!" came an exclamation. Smoothie was the first to rush in Big Mom's direction. The other children also reacted and ran to the ant's body, crying and crying. The rest of the people finally had to admit that Aunt Big Mom is indeed dead. And the sound of the system also came at this time. "Congratulations host, conquering all nations. The reward has been issued." After hearing the system's voice, Yao Chen also relaxed at this moment. Although he looked calm, he was still a little worried. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, Auntie's powerful image over the years has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if she was dead, she still had her prestige, which made other people a little unbelievable. Of course, I have to say that the ant who broke out at the limit is indeed very scary. That look almost like a demon. However, Yao Chen didn't give her a chance to show her power. Instead, focus on directly killing her. He will not let the enemy suddenly turn around in a crisis. Since there is such a danger, it must be wiped out immediately. Seeing Katakuri and the others crying beside the ant, Yao Chen didn't bother them. Although the other party has surrendered to him, the ant is their mother after all. Therefore, it is necessary to express the grief in my heart. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Jinbei in the crowd, and said directly, "Jinbei from the Fishman Island, can we chat?" Seeing the other party calling him, Jinbei was stunned for a moment, then nervous. He came to Yao Chen very cautiously and asked, "Excuse me, what's the matter with you?" Jinbei placed his status very low, for fear that something was wrong and would cause the other party's dissatisfaction. Because he knew that although he was Shishibukai, in front of Yao Chen he was just a little shrimp. And the other party has now killed the ant of one of the 4 emperors. So he didn't dare to put on any airs. Yao Chen smiled, "For a long time, don't be so cautious, I just want to talk to you about the Fishman Island." Hearing the Fishman Island, Jinbei's expression suddenly changed. And the others immediately pricked up their ears to listen. However, Jarvis said at this time, "Sir, I just found out through satellite images. There is a dragon-shaped creature flying towards all nations. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Dragon-shaped creature. Yao Chen raised his eyebrows. Is it Kaido? He frowned. I just solved one, another one. He said directly and decisively, Jarvis, activate the ion cannon and give that guy a hard time. Jarvis, who received the order, immediately started to operate the ion cannon in space. On the other side, more than 10 kilometers away from Wangguo, a giant dragon with a length of several hundred meters was flying here. It's so exciting. How can I not participate in such a battle? I don't know if seeing Yaojun can hurt me. Kaido's face had a look of anticipation. He hadn't been so excited for a long time. He was bored with this world, and only hoped, Niu Wangzhao, to have a fun and dripping battle. At this moment, he, who was rushing to Wangguo, suddenly felt a threat of death. Kaido was stunned and stopped in place. Speaking of which, he has never felt this way since he was an adult. But now, the sense of crisis that has disappeared for a long time has come at this moment. There was no fear on Kaido's face, but rather anticipation. What is it? What exactly is it? He looked around, but could see nothing. However, the sense of crisis on his body became stronger and stronger. When this sense of crisis stimulated his skin began to tingle. Kaido suddenly looked up at the sky, on it. The next moment, a blue ray of light descended from the sky, and in the violent contraction of his pupils, it completely devoured his thoughts. In Wangguo, everyone who was about to eavesdrop on Yao Chen's conversation with Jinbei, but found a beam of light running through the whole world. The next moment, a scene that seemed to destroy the world appeared at the end of the sea level. Chapter 130. On the sea level in the distance, the terrifying energy of the ion cannon compressed to a point caused the sea to sink in, and the space distorted. Then, a powerful ion current erupted, smashing hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater into the sky hundreds of kilometers. The endless power quickly spread, and began to rise terrifyingly high temperature on the sea. A huge tsunami was formed under such an impact and spread out around. The scene like the doomsday natural disaster scared countless people into silence. Many people knelt directly on the ground and couldn't help trembling all over. A few minutes later, the shock wave formed by the explosion of the ion cannon arrived. Everyone on the island felt a strong gust of wind, as if they were facing a Category 10 typhoon. Fortunately, due to the distance, the tsunami has become weak when it reaches the world. But even so, it still seemed like a stormy sea, causing Yao Chen's fleet to sway with the waves. After the aftermath lasted for 2 minutes, it gradually returned to calm. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a large amount of steam rose from the surrounding sea water. Not only all countries, but the sea area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers has begun to evaporate. In this environment, the air gradually becomes hot. What's going on? Morgans, who was holding the video phone bug, looked surprised. Yao Chen said, it's the power of the ion cannon that cooked the sea directly. As if to confirm his words, the corpses of fish began to float on the sea, and the number was increasing. Before long, the entire sea area was filled with the corpses of various aquatic creatures. At a glance, it is densely packed, and even the color of the sea is dyed red. This is like a scene of genocide, which makes everyone extremely terrified. Even gradually, the body of Sea Kings, 967, began to surface. And in the central area of the ion cannon bombardment, giant Sea Kings were already piled up. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yao Chen said, the creatures in this sea area are basically extinct. Next, it will not be possible to restore the ecology without a dozen years. Hearing his words, everyone at the scene and those watching the broadcast all felt chills in their hearts. Please, may I ask, what is the ion cannon in your mouth? Morgans asked with some trepidation. Yao Chen turned his head to look at him, and found that the other party was holding a phone bug. You're streaming? He asked. Morgans clicks, no, can't it? Yao Chen waved his hand, that's not true. It's just that I think I really have a fate with you reporters. Every time something big happens, it can be broadcast. Morgans said, we are journalists and it's a job to follow first-hand news. Yao Chen looked at him with an inexplicable look in his eyes, and then smiled slightly. Well, since you are broadcasting live, let's take this opportunity to explain it to people all over the world. He looked at the phone bug in Morgan's hands. I believe Marshal Sengoku, you are looking at it right now. Marineford's Sengoku frowned, not understanding why the other party suddenly mentioned himself. I saw Yao Chen and said, last time you asked me what it was. I tell you it's a star that the world fears, awes, and even worships. Speaking of which, he took out a holographic projector from his body. A picture was projected on the scene. It is the scene of the ion cannon floating in outer space. See, DBFD, Marshal Sengoku, this is the star I told you. Everyone at the scene, as well as those watching the broadcast, were shocked by this scene. Yao Chen said, it is the scientific and technological achievement of our Xinjiao army, and it is also a super weapon. Is he a weapon? Morgans asked. Yao Chen nodded slightly, yes. The status quo of the sea area is caused by the ion cannon in the picture. Morgan's heart skipped a beat, before asking, "Can you show us its power?" Yao Chen looked at him, "You reporters just don't think it's a big deal." Afterwards, he looked at the crowd, and found that the others were also curious, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Well, you can't understand it just by saying it. It's better to see it with your own eyes. I saw that the ion cannon in the picture became a satellite image. With zooming in, the entire new world unfolds in the eyes of everyone." "What's this?" Morgans looked surprised. Yao Chen said, "Don't worry, this is just a picture taken from outer space." Soon, a huge island with the appearance of a virgin forest appeared in the picture. He observed it and found no trace of human beings, then said, "Just use this island as a target." "Is that Char Island?" Stacy said at this time. Yao Chen looked at her, "Do you know this island?" Seeing the other party looking at him, even a trained CPO like Stacy, still felt a little flustered in his heart. After all, Yao Chen's status is too terrifying, so she has to be cautious. She took a breath and explained, "Char Island is a huge primitive island in the New World. It is home to a large number of powerful creatures from ancient times, many not even worse than the Sea Kings. For this reason, this island is a forbidden place for human beings. Even if it is a big pirate with a reward of more than 500 million, it is difficult to survive on this island for 30 days. After listening to her words, Yao Chen nodded, "Very good, just choose it." "What are you doing?" Stacy asked curiously. Seeing Yao Chen casually said, "Of course it is to be wiped from this world." "Impossible," she immediately denied. "Char Island is 5 times the size of Dressrosa. For such a giant island, even ancient weapons cannot be wiped out at one time." Yao Chen didn't answer, but asked, "Jarvis, has the ion cannon recovered?" "Recovered, sir." "Okay, then destroy this island." "Got it, sir." I saw that the holographic projection on the scene suddenly split into 2 pictures. One is the picture of the ion cannon in outer space, and the other is the picture of Char Island. At this time, the ion cannon in space began to charge, and the endless hydrogen ions in the universe were gathered. At the same time, 8 ion beams landed on Char Island and began to soften the surface. There was also a light blue thunderstorm in the sky. This kind of preliminary preparation lasted for 3 minutes. The 8 ion beams finally stopped, and the ion cannon that had gathered infinite energy finally fired at this time. I saw a powerful beam of energy penetrated the sky and landed on Char Island. The whole picture was silent at first, and then, a doomsday torrent of destruction appeared and began to spread rapidly. Countless creatures fled everywhere but were instantly swallowed up by the terrifying ion current. The dazzling blue light made everyone at the scene almost unable to open their eyes. The soil and sea water were thrown high, and then smashed and gasified in the air. All tangible things disappear directly under such an attack. There was only endless pure energy raging everywhere in the whole scene. I don't know how long it took, when everyone could finally barely open their eyes. However, it was found that the Char Island in the picture had completely disappeared. While watching this scene, Stacy's legs softened and she knelt directly on the ground. How is it possible? The others were like her, completely paralyzed in fright. Even a strong man like Tizalo, Jinbei, couldn't help trembling. While watching the broadcast, Doflamingo, Empress, Sengoku, 5 elders and others were also cold all over. Morgans opened his mouth and tried to speak several times, but his throat seemed to be stuck and he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he said in a limp voice, "Is this the power of the ion cannon?" Yao Chen had a very kind smile on his face. "How, are you satisfied now?" Looking at his smile, everyone only thought of one word: devil in their hearts. Morgans asked softly, "What was the ion cannon attacking before?" Yao Chen said, "It's that guy from Kaido. I thought he was coming to Wonguo, so he used the ion cannon to shoot him directly." His casual, indifferent tone was as if Kaido were a minor character. However, the crowd did not have any idea of laughing at each other. After seeing the power of the ion cannon, they also felt that Kaido could not survive such an attack. Seeing that everyone gradually recovered a little bit of energy, Yao Chen said with an inexplicable smile, "We, the Starlight Army, will continue to deploy this ion cannon in the next period of time until it dots the sky of the whole world." As soon as he said these words, all the big men couldn't help but stand up from their seats. There was even a hint of panic on the faces of Marijoy 5 elders. Morgans opened his mouth and said after a while, "So, you can really destroy the world?" Yao Chen said with a sunny smile, "Send. How can this be called destroying the world? I'm actually deploying this weapon to deal with pirates. After all, this world has been infested by pirates for too long. I'm here to maintain world peace and stability. If you don't believe me, I can swear to people all over the world here. I will never attack any country or power that is not a threat." Speaking of this, he paused again, "Of course, I have the final say if there is any danger." Hearing this sentence, everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the smile on his face. However, no matter what, from this moment on, the world will fear him. Even with the passage of time, this fear can turn into awe, even worship. And his title of wicked man will be forgotten. The world will call him the man who destroys the world. Chapter 131. Okay, since the ion cannon has been shown to everyone, it's time to continue the business. He looked at Jinbei and said, sorry for keeping you waiting. Do you mind continuing our conversation? No, I don't mind. Jinbei felt a little flustered. Yao Chen smiled and said, don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. Just want to ask, do you still think of living on land? Hi. Jinbei's eyes flashed with surprise. Morgan sensed that this could be another big news. And so do others. Immediately PK up your ears and listen. Yao Chen said, didn't you Murlocs always want to live in peace with humans? Princess Otohi even gave her life for it. Now, I will give you a chance like this, what do you think? Jinbei opened his mouth, a little afraid to say anything. What do you mean? Have you heard of Dream City? Jinbei nodded and said, of course I've heard of it. Now the name of the City of Dreams is known to everyone in this world. Yao Chen said, I can let the people of the Fishman Island live there. Even from now on, no one else will be hurt. Of course, none of this is free. In exchange, you Murlocs have to help me find resources on the seabed. What if I hired you to work for me? Listening to the other party's conditions, Jinbei only felt a little dizzy after being hit by a pie that fell from the sky. He couldn't believe that such a good thing would happen, so he asked very cautiously. Is that all? No other conditions? Yao Chen laughed dumbly, do you have anything worth pursuing for me? Or, in this world, is there anything that attracts me? Hearing him say that, Jinbei also came back to his senses. Indeed, with Yao Chen's strength and identity, there is nothing in this world that he can't get. I can assure you, as long as you Murlocs join me. Then from today, you are my people. Anyone who will continue to sell you in the future. He pointed to the sky, that thing will teach them. The corners of the people's mouths twitched, is that a lesson? That is simply a place to die. Seeing that the other party made such a promise, Jinbei finally couldn't hold back his excitement and was ready to agree. After all, there is nothing in this world that can shelter the Fishman Island better than the Xin Yao army. However, at the next moment, he held back deeply and hesitated. However, today's the Fishman Island relies on Father Whitebeard's protection. Furthermore, the relocation of the people must also be approved by His Majesty the King. I can't call the shots. On the Fishman Island, King Neptune said anxiously while watching the broadcast. You're agreeing, Jinbei, I agree directly. His eldest son Xiao Xing said, Father, Jinbei can't hear. Don't you have his phone bug? As soon as he heard his words, Neptune reacted and immediately took out a phone bug. And Jinbei's body also sounded a pula sound. He took out the phone bug, but didn't have time to speak. Neptune's voice came from the opposite side, we, the Fishman Island, have agreed to your request, Your Excellency Commander. Yao Chen smiled slightly, looked at Jinbei and said, it looks like you don't have to hesitate anymore. After saying this, he continued, but before that, I hope you will settle the internal affairs first. What do you mean by Your Excellency? Jinbei asked with a hint of doubt. I saw Yao Chen and said, I don't want to see some extremists of Murlocs in the City of Dreams. You see what I mean, Jinbei? Jinbei's face became serious when he heard it. He knew that the other party was talking about a guy like a dragon who hated humans extremely. I saw Jinbei took a deep breath and said solemnly, please rest assured, we will definitely solve this trouble. Yao Chen nodded, very good, then from today, the Fishman Island is also a vassal of my Xinjiao army. After saying this, he looked at the phone in Morgan's hands again. Here, I also hope that everyone in the world can sell me a face. From now on, don't capture and sell the people of the Fishman Island. Although he was in a plain and straightforward tone, everyone knew it. From now on, any traffickers who dare to catch fishermen will pay the price with their lives. Sabayati Archipelago, the highest concentration of human trafficking. Among them, Disco is the largest human trafficker, and is also a subordinate of Doflamingo. When he saw Yao Chen's words on his huge monitor, his entire face turned pale. I saw that he immediately ran back to his slave market, released all the captured Murlocs, and served them with delicious food. Not only him, but all the human traffickers in the world released the captured Murlocs at this time. 4 flowers. It can be seen from this that Yao Chen's words can already decide the life and death of thousands of people. On the Cake Island, he said to Jinbei again, as for the remaining Whitebeard, I don't think you need to worry. Although I sheltered the Fishman Island without his consent, someone like him should be happy to see it happen. On the Moby DK, watching this scene, Whitebeard burst out laughing. Goo la 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 la. Interesting. It seems that this commander, Your Excellency, knows me very well. I am looking forward more and more to the official meeting with him. And after finishing the matter of the Fishman Island, Yao Chen came to Katakuri and the others who were beside the ant's body. Seeing that Katakuri had regained his usual calm, he asked, do you have anything else to do? Yao Chen said, my affairs on this island have been dealt with. Next, I am ready to hand over the nations to you to lead. Although there is no ant's protection, you have also become my subordinates. I believe that no one dares to fall into trouble at this time. I need you to firmly control this country. In the future, this will be an important stronghold of the Shining Star Army in New World. Although Katakuri knew that the person in front of him was the enemy who killed his mother and 3 brothers. But for the safety of the lives of the younger brothers and sisters, it is also for the people who are still alive in the world. He will abandon all dissatisfaction and make a gesture that a subordinate should have. I get it, and I will rebuild this country well. Yao Chen nodded and looked at the ant's body again. To be honest, after seeing the ability of the killer, he really wanted to bring Auntie back for transformation. However, looking at the children around her, Yao Chen finally dismissed this idea. Yao Chen said to Katakuri, bury Auntie's body. After saying this, he no longer cared about the others, but called Fujitora and Zephyr on a Kun-style fighter and left the nations. The killer also boarded a Mi-26 heavy helicopter and left. Looking at the distant figure of the other party, the people on the island still felt that everything was so unrealistic. And those big men who came to the tea party looked at the ant's children. They left without even saying hello. The so-called people take the tea to cool, and it is vividly reflected in these people. What? Chapter 132. On the other side, Yao Chen has returned to Shuhei's aircraft carrier. When he came to the bridge room, he saw 2 women waiting for him here. He showed a gentle smile. This time, it's hard for you. The 2 women shook their heads. This is a task, we should do it. Yao Chen touched their heads. Chi-hai and Wei Lan blushed. He smiled and said, the matter of the nations has been resolved, and now there is only the last Whitebeard left. Let's go, we'll head to his territory now. The 2 women who received the order immediately saluted him. Yes, Commander. Afterwards, the entire fleet sailed out of the nations and headed in the direction of Whitebeard. At the same time, one report after another began to spread to the whole world at an extremely fast speed. Of course, these have nothing to do with him. At this moment Yao Chen is preparing to receive the reward of the task. 980. System, can I claim Skynet at this time? The system replied, yes, Skynet itself is an artificial intelligence. Once claimed, it will appear in the host's satellite network. Then will it still destroy humanity like the original? The items released by this system are completely controlled by the host. Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said, then get it. The reward has been issued. The next moment, a sound of metal currents converging sounded. Skynet at your service, Your Excellency Commander. Yao Chen smiled, welcome to join, Skynet. Hope you have a good time with Red Queen and Jarvis. I have detected 2 artificial intelligences, and I will follow your orders to engage with them. Yao Chen smiled and asked, do you still keep various Terminator manufacturing methods in your database? My database has been blocked and needs to be escalated gradually. Yao Chen nodded and said, same as Jarvis. Then began to unlock Skynet. For him today, reputation is just a number. After spending a full 2 million, Skynet's database was fully opened. He clicked in and took a look, and found everything from the most basic T-600 Terminator to the highest T-3000. In addition, there are some Terminators like motorcycles, large robots, and flying machines. As well as Skynet's highest technological masterpiece, the time teleportation device. Although Jarvis' database also has a lot of Starcase weapon technology. But compared with Skynet, it is still not as good. After all, Skynet itself was made for war. All of its weapons are specifically designed to deal with humans. Among them, what Yao Chen values most is Skynet's energy weapon technology. This is a very mature and popular technology. With it, Yao Chen's existing army firearms can all be replaced. Of course, things like bullets will still exist. After all, they are all smeared with the C factor, which is specially used to deal with the demon fruit power. Yao Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest on the seat. For a long time, though, he was capable of massive clone troopers. But these clones, unlike robots, are meant to eat. This means that very scary logistical capabilities are required. And this is also the biggest factor limiting the size of his army. However, with the existence of Skynet, this problem will be solved. He plans to manufacture a large number of robots in the future to replace the current clone army. However, he will not endow these robots with intelligence. Only the basic command modules will be installed for them. After all, he wasn't sure once he had intelligence. When thousands of robots are made, will there be a sudden awakening and become the new Skynet? Therefore, he must nip any crisis in the bud. Even, he will not completely hand over the robot army to Skynet, but let Jarvis control it together. Although the things produced by the system will not betray you, it is always good to do a little more preparation. Then some people will ask, without intelligence, can robots still complete tasks well? For this problem, Yao Chen already has a good solution. That is to break up all the clone armies and mix them up with the robot armies. According to his idea, in the future, a clone soldier will be assigned 5 to 10 Terminator robots. And his role in it is to give some tactical command to these robots. This not only can share the pressure of Jarvis and Skynet in the control, It can also make the army of robots that simply execute orders become more flexible and changeable. Therefore, the clone army will not only not be eliminated, but will become more and more important. Yao Chen said in his heart at this time, although the arrangement of the army has been decided, the most important thing is all kinds of metals. Although after a year of accumulation, it is still far from enough to start full-scale production. Furthermore, there must also be a part of manufacturing ships and ion cannons left, and in this case, there will be even more shortages. Now that the channel of Upside Down Mountain has been dug through, it is time for the subbase to fully operate to exploit the resources on the Red Line. And the Murlocs, I must ask them to help me explore the resources of the seabed. Thinking of this, he remembered that he also won an advanced lottery because of the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. I saw him saying to the system, I want to conduct an advanced lottery. Are you sure? Sure. The next moment, the system said, congratulations host, you have won the Edmund alloy formula. Hi. Yao Chen couldn't help standing up directly from his seat. And the people around him suddenly looked at him. Wei Lan said, Commander, what's wrong with you? Yao Chen came back to his senses and waved his hand, I'm fine. Then he sat down again. However, his heart was far less peaceful than it appeared on the surface. What is this? Double happiness. With excitement, he only felt that the whole person's mood had become refreshed. Although Yao Chen has obtained vibranium, he has always been obsessed with AI 5.3 demand alloy, even more eager for vibranium. After all, as the hardest metal in the Marvel world, Edmund alloy claims to be able to cut through any material except itself. After it is formed, even at a high temperature of 500,000 degrees, there is still no sign of melting. The Edmund alloy cannot be destroyed without an atomic attack. It can be said that this is simply an unsolvable metal. Just when Yao Chen was excited to get Edmund alloy, Chi Hai's voice rang in his ears, Commander, there is a ship ahead. Hi. Yao Chen raised his head, only to see a huge sailing warship appearing at some point on the sea level. Looking at its shape, it is Whitebeard's car, the Moby DK. Chapter 133. Looking at the Moby DK, Yao Chen said, I didn't expect him to come in person. Inform the fleet to stop advancing Shihei. It's the commander. I saw the entire aircraft carrier formation stopped about 500 meters in front of the Moby DK. And Whitebeard was standing at the bow of the boat at this time, with his sons looking at Yao Chen's fleet. Gu la 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 la. Is this the Xinjiao army's fleet? It's really spectacular. Others echoed the same emotion. Impressive. These battleships look so pretty. It's really all battleships made of steel. On the aircraft carrier in Shihei, Yao Chen smiled at him. Just laugh this time, uncle, come with me. After all, we're not going to fight, we're going to talk about cooperation. Also, everyone came to greet them in person. Then we can't be rude. Yi smiled and nodded, followed Yao Chen to the deck again, and flew to the Moby DK in a Kun-style fighter. Hey! Here I come. It's the same aircraft that Ace is in. Soon, the Quinjet came over the Moby DK. They saw Yao Chen 31 jumped from the sky and landed on the boat. Only to hear Whitebeard let out a laugh. Gu la 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 la. Your Excellency Commander, I have been waiting for a long time. Yao Chen also smiled and said, I didn't expect you to come to greet me in person, this is really flattering to me. It should be me who should be frightened. The first time you came to New World, you put on a big show for me. Speaking of this, I sighed with emotion, I didn't expect that Linlin was the first to leave. Although I don't have a good relationship with her, but I have been a companion for a while. I can only say, in this day and age, there is no longer a ship that can carry us old guys. After all, we are the remnants of the old era, and it seems that it is time to withdraw from the stage of the world. Hearing his words, Whitebeard's sons immediately said, Dad, don't say such depressing words. You are the 4 emperors of the new world. Yes, as long as you are alive, you will always be the strongest man in the world. However, Whitebeard waved his hand, no. I'm no longer the strongest man in the world. Hi. The others looked puzzled. When I saw Whitebeard solemnly said, isn't the strongest person in the world right in front of you? Hearing what he said, everyone also looked at Yao Chen, and then there was an extremely complicated look on their faces. Yao Chen smiled bitterly but said, Senior Whitebeard, you really compliment me. How can I have the power to destroy the world? Whitebeard said, don't you have one? But those are just external forces. Whitebeard shook his head, whether it is external force or not, but you do have such power. Although I claim to be able to destroy the world, that's just a claim. And you really can do it. Hearing him say that, Yao Chen was speechless for a while. I saw Whitebeard burst out laughing. Wow la 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 la. Let's stop talking about that. Little ones, get ready to party for our distinguished guests. The others immediately burst into cheers. Long live Daddy! Haha, party party! A group of people immediately ran towards the inside of the boat. Whitebeard said, you two, please come with me. I saw him and Yao Chen boarded the deck of the Moby DK. There are plenty of food and drinks ready. Whitebeard just picked up a beer. But he was persuaded by Marco on the side. Dad, you can't drink alcohol because of your current physical condition. Whitebeard laughed loudly, goo la la la. Today is a banquet for distinguished guests, how can I not express it? Marco frowned, you just use this as an excuse to drink the bar on purpose. Don't worry about that. He said to Yao Chen, I respect you for this glass of wine. Seeing him take a glass of wine that was half his size, Yao Chen also smiled wryly. Then he picked up a glass of wine in return. Whitebeard laughed, it's quite refreshing. I just like to be friends with people like you. As he spoke, he prepared to pick up a glass of wine again. However, Marco stopped him and said, Dad, you can't drink alcohol on purpose under such an excuse. Your body is no longer what it used to be. Seeing him stop him so resolutely, Whitebeard sighed regretfully. It's hard to have such an opportunity, but you can't really enjoy it. Hey! Seeing this, Yao Chen smiled and said, if you still want to drink like before, then I can treat your injuries. I believe Ace also told you why I came to you. Seeing him bring up the business, Whitebeard said silently. Originally, I'm still going to have a good talk with you after the banquet. I didn't expect you to be so direct. He went to his seat and sat down, well, since you can't drink, let's talk. Yao Chen came to sit down opposite him, and saw Whitebeard said. I'm curious, with the strength you've shown. Why do you still come to me to form an alliance? Yao Chen is also very direct, it's very simple, because I lack strong personal combat power. Just because of this. Whitebeard had a look of surprise on his face. However, Yao Chen said, you should know that today, although I have a cooperative relationship with the world government on the surface. But secretly, it's already the same situation. After the demonstration of the ion cannon, I believe the whole world has understood. Xinjiao army and world government, only one of them can survive. I have all kinds of powerful technologies though. But there is no high-end combat power that can be obtained. Whitebeard looked at him with a smile and said, isn't the gentleman beside you a real strong man? Yao Chen shook his head, 980 is not enough, just a smile and Zephyr and others are far from being able to compare with world government. The existence of a world government for 800 years is definitely a trump card that is unimaginable for ordinary people. So, I need more powerful people to help me. Whitebeard was silent for a moment and said, but, I'm already an old man. My wish now is to live a good life with my children. For other things, I don't want to be involved. Yao Chen shook his head, Senior Whitebeard, you have lived for so many years, you should be very clear. A lot of things aren't something you wouldn't want to not be involved in. Your identity, your status, has long become a thorn in the eyes of the world government. How do you think your children and your hometown will be treated once you die? Hearing him say this, Whitebeard frowned slightly, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Seeing this, Yao Chen seized the opportunity and said, if I can heal your injury and restore your youth. What about even helping your country and your sons arrange the way back? In that case, would you like to join me? There was a glint in Whitebeard's eyes, is what you said true? Yao Chen said, didn't I let the fishmen from the Fishman Island go to the City of Dreams to live? Hearing what he said, Whitebeard didn't want to get involved. After thinking about his most worried son and the country. Finally made up my mind. Okay, I agree. Chapter 134. Seeing Whitebeard agree, Yao Chen finally showed a happy smile. Of course, this result was within his expectations from the very beginning. After all, what Whitebeard cared about most was his family. And as long as this trouble can be solved, it is almost a certainty that you want to subdue the opponent. Of course, subjugation is subjugation, but some things should be discussed in advance. Yao Chen said at this time, since you agree to join me. Then, I have to discuss some things with you. What? Whitebeard asked. I saw Yao Chen and said, as the four emperors of the New World, you have sheltered many forces. And these forces have formed your current territory. However, it is impossible for me to let everyone you shelter live in the City of Dreams. Only the people of your hometown have such qualifications. Hearing his words, Whitebeard was very generous, enough. It is already a very favorable condition for the people of my hometown to go to you to live a good life. The rest of the forces can be protected by my old bones. Seeing the other party talk so well, Yao Chen was a little surprised, but he continued. Second, the people who are assigned to Alabasta, I will not let them go to the City of Dreams in the first place. It will let them learn all kinds of techniques in the City of Rapeseed. Only those who work hard and perform well are eligible for residency in the City of Dreams. After all, I can't keep them doing nothing in vain. Whitebeard thought for a moment, nodded and said, it's a very reasonable request to rely on one's own efforts to get a better life, which I very much agree with. Yao Chen said in amazement, I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Whitebeard laughed, la 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 la. After all, I was a poor child since I was a child. So it is clear that the results obtained by relying on one's own labor are the most proud. This is my life experience for decades. Although Whitebeard spoke freely and easily, Marco on the side showed a sad expression. In the entire pirate group, it can be said that no one knows Daddy better than him. Whitebeard never wanted to be a pirate, he was forced to become a pirate because of his life. Once, he told Marco in private. Being a pirate has no future. Except for being hated, no one likes it. Therefore, his greatest hope is to have his own family and spend his life in peace. However, this is the way of the world. Pirates are the mainstream of this world. He has no choice, and in the end, he can only follow the trend. Looking at the free-spirited man in front of him, Yao Chen couldn't help but sigh that Whitebeard did have an amazing bearing. In his laughter, even Yao Chen was slightly infected. However, appreciation is appreciation, and the things that should be talked about have to continue. I saw Yao Chen saying, after talking about the people, let's talk about pirate spirit. Pirates. There was a hint of curiosity on Whitebeard's face. Yao Chen looked at the other members of his boat. I said I would leave a way out for your sons. But the other pirates under your banner do not have this qualification. Why? Whitebeard asked. Why? Yao Chen said, it's very simple, just because they are pirates. Whitebeard frowned. Isn't that a little unfair? Even if it is a pirate, there must be many kind people among them. Yao Chen nodded and said, I don't deny this. But since you choose to be a pirate, it means giving up some bottom lines in your heart. Today, Alabasta is a place of prosperity and peace. A lawless person like Xiang Pirate will only destroy the existing order there. Therefore, I will not allow such a thing to happen. Hearing him say that, Whitebeard said silently. I think you can still give some good pirates a chance. After all, there are too many people who do this because they can't survive. Yao Chen nodded, yes, I can give them some opportunities, but I am not optimistic about them. Why? Whitebeard wondered. I saw Yao Chen answer, because when certain bottom lines are broken, there is no going back. If you don't say anything else, just say you, Senior Whitebeard. In my eyes, he is a great hero full of charisma. But I never thought you were a good man. What do you mean? Marco on the side was suddenly dissatisfied. Whitebeard didn't speak, just looked at him quietly and wanted to hear what was next. Yao Chen said, the truth is actually very simple. Although you became a pirate because you were forced to be helpless. But your title of the strongest man is achieved by stepping on the corpses of countless people. Are you sure your hands aren't bloodied? Hearing his words, Whitebeard froze in place for a long time before sighing. Hey! Being a pirate really has no future. Yao Chen said, so, as long as it's a pirate, no one is innocent. Of course, that might be a double standard. After all, I'm not a good person, and many people died at my hands. It's just that the people living in the city of dreams are pure. For a long time, I don't want them to be exposed to these. They deserve a better future. Listening to what he said, Whitebeard finally said, well, the pirates under my banner are also protected by myself like other forces. As long as you can make the people of my country live a good life, I will be satisfied. Yao Chen smiled, very good, now that we have talked about it, the next step is to help you recover. I saw that he took out the evolution fluid and handed it to the other party. Whitebeard reached for it, this is a potion, you just need to drink it to understand. Hearing what he said, Whitebeard poured the potion into his mouth very boldly. The next moment, a burning sensation rose within the body. Hi! He opened his eyes and stood up involuntarily. Marco on the side worried, Dad, are you all right? Whitebeard waved and just stood there silently. Soon, there was a screeching sound from his body. Immediately, some bullets and iron pieces left over from past wars began to squeeze out of his body. No money. At the same time with a lot of dark red blood. Marco was a little anxious, Dad, you. Whitebeard said directly, I'm fine. The others also discovered the situation here, and all ran over. Dad, what's wrong with you? Marco stopped them, don't disturb Daddy. I saw all kinds of dark red blood flow from the wound on Whitebeard's body. After a while, the color of the blood began to turn bright red. At the same time, his appearance gradually returned to his youth. Soon, his white hair began to turn blonde. The whole person also exudes a breath like an ancient beast. The other people on the boat looked at this scene with disbelief. Old, Dad has become younger? Am I dreaming? I can't believe it. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had been silent for a while, let out a shocking laugh. Wow la 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 la. The old man has finally returned to his peak state. Chapter 135. Alabasta, it has been a week since Yao Chen returned from New World. During this week, his fame reached unprecedented heights. Kill Big Mom, show the ion cannon, and conquer Whitebeard. This series of actions almost made everyone gasp for breath. What people in the world talk about the most now is seeing Yaojun and his name. Of course, the outside world has nothing to do with him. Yao Chen now only cares about his own development. During this period, some murlocs have arrived one after another. Because of what he said to the world. Therefore, no one dared to embarrass them along the way. Even many people specially curry favor with these murlocs. And the fish people know that all this is because of Yao Chen. Therefore, he had an endless goodwill towards him in the bottom of his heart. As for the people in Whitebeard's hometown, Yao Chen is going to be transported by plane. So he did not transfer them now, but prepared to build a runway in New World. Moreover, he also incorporated all nations into Whitebeard's sphere of influence and let him help take care of it. The other party was also very happy to accept it. Dream Mansion, Yao Chen looked at the bustling city, and his heart was full of emotion. Although the city has not been open for a long time, it has gradually become the pearl of the world. Many people are full of endless yearning for this place. It can be said that countless people come here every day. Even 10 kilometers outside the city, a market has gradually formed. And just when Yao Chen stared at the scenery of the city, a dessert shop called Valentine's Day in the city is booming with long queues. At this time, a tall woman with wheat-colored skin walked out. Behind her, the owner of the dessert shop, Makita of the Baroque Studio, greeted her. "Sister Robin, come and play when you have time." Robin smiled slightly, "I will." Then he walked to his parking space with dessert. However, when she came here, she saw a large group of people surrounded the place. Seeing this, Robin sighed. This kind of situation happens every day, and she has become accustomed to it. Speaking of which, it is necessary to ask what is most desirable in the City of Dreams today. Everyone will answer the first time, the car. For those who live in this city, or come to this city, owning a car of their own is already a dream in their hearts. Not to mention the modern cars of the City of Dreams that are complex with human aesthetics. Even the car of the 1940s and 1950s like our flower is the desire of countless people. In particular, some high-end models in the City of Dreams have caused many people to fall into a crazy obsession. And Robin's car is such a fascinating high-end brand. I saw her pushing the crowd with her bag of desserts. If it was before, she would definitely use flower fruit. It's just that the City of Dreams does not allow those with abilities to use their abilities in public. Because it can easily cause panic. Therefore, she can only pass through the crowd. Fortunately, after so many years of escape, Robin's skills have also been exercised. She quickly passed the crowd and came to her car. I saw that this is a sports car with sharp edges and corners, and its cool shape. Its shape is very aerodynamic, and from every aspect, it shows the beauty of its unique design. Anyone who sees it will be fascinated by it. The overall color of the sports car is bright red, with a cool shape like a blooming rose. And its car logo is printed with a galloping Taurus. If there are people from the original world here, you can recognize it at a glance. This is the famous Lamborghini Aventador. At this time, a citizen living in the City of Dreams was extremely excited. Is this a Lamborghini? Although I've seen it many times on TV. But it's the first time I've seen it directly. As expected of a high-end sports car, DBFD, I fell in love with it the first time I saw it. As soon as he finished speaking, another person said, "I heard that there are people in the black market who are going to exchange 2 devil fruits." Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd let out a burst of exclamation. Looking at the surprised expressions of everyone, he only felt extremely comfortable, so he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, no one has such an idea until now. Seeing this, the people around looked pity, and then looked at Lamborghini with more fiery eyes. At this time, only a sound was heard from the car, and then the door slowly opened. "What's the matter?" Everyone's face was full of surprise. I saw Robin sitting in the Lamborghini carrying the dessert bag. Looking at this scene, everyone knew that she was the owner of the car, so they began to look at Robin with admiration. At this time, a man dressed in luxurious clothes, followed by 2 guards, stepped forward. "Hello, I'm the Prince of the Kingdom of Koze, I like this car very much. I'm going to exchange 3 devil fruits with you, what do you think?" His words caused the surrounding crowd to exclaim. Even Robin in the car was taken aback. But then she shook her head, "Sorry, this car is not for sale." The Prince of the L Kingdom hurriedly said, "I will add another 500 million Bailey." Robin still shook his head, "Sorry, this car was given by someone else, so I can't sell it without permission." After saying this, she ignored the other party and stepped on the accelerator and left. The prince looked at the distant Lamborghini car with a stunned expression on his face, and the surrounding people were also talking about it. On the road, Robin, who was driving a sports car, did not go to his library, but drove towards the dream building. When she came here by car, she walked into an elevator and headed for the top floor. Soon, Robin came to Yao Chen's room, only to find him sitting there talking to Enel. And Yao Chen also saw Robin entering at this time, and immediately smiled, "You are finally here." Robin looked at him, "I don't know what you have to do with me, boss." Yao Chen said, "Let's not say anything else, how about the sports car?" Robin said, "If you can, I would prefer you to send me a normal car. The current one is too eye-catching. It's not very good, it matches you well." Robin looked at him. "Did you call me here just to chat?" Yao Chen smiled and said, "You are a scholar, and you have a desire to know everything about everything, don't you?" Robin frowned slightly, "What's wrong with that?" Yao Chen said, "That's not true, I just want to ask you. Would you like to be the first person in the world to explore space?" Chapter 136. Space. Robin looked puzzled. I saw Yao Chen and said, yeah, space. Would you like to see what a living planet looks like? Robin looked shocked, is such a thing possible? And Enel, who had not spoken for a long time, was also attracted at this time. Force began to listen. Yao Chen said, yes, I hope you can become an astronaut in space. Astronaut, what is this? Robin's appetite was now completely whetted. She has a strong thirst for knowledge and wants to understand everything. Just saw Yao Chen take out a projector and start playing a picture. In the picture, it is the scene where the astronauts in the previous life landed on the space station on a rocket. This is. Deep surprise crossed Robin's face. Enel on the side couldn't help but watch it carefully. For him, the biggest wish is to go to the infinite land, which is the moon. Therefore, after seeing a scene in space, he was immediately attracted to his attention. Originally, he thought that without the arc proverbs, he might not be able to realize his dream in this life. Unexpectedly, now I see hope here. Seeing the reaction of the two, Yao Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Not to mention Robin, Enel was caught by himself for a year, and after being an experimental material for so long, he finally couldn't help surrendering himself. But he knew that the other party did not really identify with him. Because he has always had a dream of going to the moon in his heart. But now, he showed him all this in order to let him truly see hope and become his subordinate. Seeing the desire in Enel's eyes, Yao Chen knew that this move was the right move. It's amazing. Nico, Robin said. Her face was full of surprise, and she involuntarily approached the picture and watched it carefully. Is this the picture of space? It looks really deep and beautiful. There is also a planet that can be viewed from such an angle. In her eyes, there was a look of discovery, and then she asked. What does it take to get into space? Yao Chen said, don't worry, it's not that simple to enter space. Before that, you had to have specialized training. Only a familiar master can really go there with all kinds of skills. Although it may be difficult for you, after all, you don't even know the most basic things. But I believe that, as a scholar, acquiring new knowledge should be the greatest joy for you. Then what should I do? Robin asked. Yao Chen said, in the next period of time, you will do closed training. And this training is also a test. If you can pass the test in training, then you are qualified to be an astronaut. If you can't pass, you can only be eliminated. Hearing that he might be eliminated, Robin was a little nervous. She is now full of curiosity about space, but she doesn't want to be unable to go. To know in order to interpret the historical documents of Alabasta. She had lived with dangerous people like Crocodile for several years. Even during this period, he did not hesitate to help the other party to do many evil things. And all of this is to satisfy his thirst for discovery. However, she still had a trace of doubt in her heart, so she asked. Why did you choose me? Yao Chen said, you are a person who can continue to explore for knowledge. Space is not as safe as you think, and it is also full of dangers. Therefore, I hope you will become a scholar with a deep understanding of it. In order to guide the future of the Xinjiao army. Robin was silent, analyzing the words in the other's mouth with some reliability. After a long time, she slowly said, then what should I do? Yao Chen said, no hurry. Go back to the library now. When the time comes, I will inform you to come to practice. Hearing him say this, Robin didn't say any more, but turned to leave. Cough, that's right. When you go back to the library, you can read more books containing space knowledge. Even if you don't understand, write it down first. It's good for you, not bad. She nodded slightly, looked at Enel for the last time, and entered the elevator to leave. After the other party had left, Yao Chen turned his gaze to Enel, who had not spoken. How? Enel wondered, how about what? Of course it's about going to space. Ask for her flowers. He moved his index finger, pretending not to care, and said, nothing, that's it. Seeing this, Yao Chen said directly, well, since you don't think it's good, then leave. Hi. Enel was a little emotional, but he didn't expect that the other party would immediately issue an expulsion order. Seeing a tangle flashed across his face, Yao Chen said with a smile. Okay, stop pretending, I know you really want to go to the moon. After all, this is your life's dream. Enel remained silent, neither admitting nor denying it. Yao Chen said, you have seen it now, there is no arc motto. You can only help you realize your dreams through me. Enel, what do you want? What I want has always been simple, and you've always known it, haven't you? 0. Enel looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, okay. As long as you can let me go to the infinite land, then how about surrendering to you? Yao Chen nodded, a word is settled. Enel replied, it's a word. Very well, then you can leave. I'll let you know when the time comes. Hearing what he said, the other party stood up directly and turned into an electric light to leave. And just when the two had just finished their conversation, City of Dreams also welcomed a new batch of outstanding employees. It's just that different from the past, there are several familiar faces in this batch of employees. If Yao Chen is here, he must be able to recognize it, it is CP9 in the original book. I don't know why they, who have been lurking in the Seven Waters looking for Pluton's drawings, appeared here. I saw this group of people get into different cars and start to go to their assigned jobs. Lu Qi and other men seem to be in charge of security work. Khalifa, on the other hand, went to the Dream Mansion, where she was going to work as a receptionist. Not only them, but another commercial street in the city, which is still in the undeveloped stage. However, Stressy, known as the Queen of Flower Street, came here surrounded by a group of people. She observed the street in front of her, as well as the surrounding shops, and after looking at it, she smiled with satisfaction. Very well, I want this street. In the future, I will start from here and turn it into the most prosperous happy street in the world. Chapter 137. New World, a deserted island with no people, a showdown is taking place at this moment. The two sides in the war were Mihawk, who was known as the world's #1 swordsman, and the four emperors Shanks. As the world's top powerhouses, the sword chi of the two crisscrossed the island. It will open up a bottomless crack in the earth. The fight continued for half an hour before it ended when Mihawk recovered the black knife. I saw Shanks laughing, it was a good fight, Hawkeye. However, Mihawk asked, what's going on with you today, why are you so absent-minded? There were several times during the previous fight where I was thinking of other things. If it weren't for this just a sparring session, just based on your current state, you would have died many times. Shanks said helplessly, you don't need to be so serious, do you? Mihawk's 980 arms embraced, the duel between swordsmen is sacred, I don't want anything else mixed in. You are an opponent I recognize, don't be distracted in the battle like today, it will make me look down on you. Shanks sighed, it's because of the competition that I believe in you. After all, you are my best friend. Mihawk was a little curious and asked, what are you thinking, you are distracted in battle. Shanks said, I'm going to go to Alabasta. Hi. A sharp look flashed in Mihawk's eyes, you should know that this is the territory of the Zinjao army. Shanks walked over to a rock and sat down, ah. Of course I do. The reason I'm going there is because I want to meet that person. Mihawk frowned. Why do you want to see him? Shanks looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to see something, only to listen to him slowly. Actually, I wanted to meet that person a year ago. Because, at that time, I felt that his existence would break the balance of the world. It's just that he stayed in Alabasta and didn't leave, so I put my mind down. However, when it was learned that he began to finance the Revolutionary Army to start wars in various places, I sensed that he was a man of great ambition. The stability of the sea today depends on the mutual maintenance of the marine, Shishibukai, and four emperors. But now, the balance between these three major forces has been broken by him. The direction of the world has also become unpredictable. You know, because of Big Mom's death, and Kaido's disappearance. Now the whole new world is on fire again. There are countless guys who can't help but want to compete for the position of the two. A lot of innocent people have died at their hands. Everything that happened was something I didn't want to see. So I want to go see him and talk to him in person. Mihawk said at this time, you should know that your status as a four emperors means nothing to him. Are you sure he will meet you? Shanks looked serious, I'm going to meet him no matter what. At least let him not put something so dangerous in space. That will only make everyone live in fear, and there will be no freedom in the world. Seeing his incomparably serious expression, Mihawk said at this time, then let me go with you. Shanks looked at him in surprise, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Why do you want to get involved? Mihawk said, because I don't want you to have a conflict with the other side and lose your life in Alabasta. Shanks knew that once the other side made a decision, it would never change. So grateful. Then I'll trouble you. I hope everything goes well with Alabasta this time. And just as they were talking, our flowers in the city that never sleeps on the other side also welcomed a group of special outsiders. I saw this group of people wearing the same style of clothing, and they were all made up of women. They were walking on the street at the moment, looking at the city in front of them curiously. All passers-by who passed by them showed surprised expressions. And in the distance, there is a group of people discussing. Hey! If I'm not mistaken, this is the 9 snake pirates, right? It's them, you look at the leader, so beautiful. Isn't it one of Shishibukai, Boa Hancock, who is called the Empress? Why did they come here? Who knows? Hancock had become accustomed to the gazes staring at him all around. Since watching that broadcast a week ago, she couldn't help but want to come here. In addition to being full of goodwill towards Yao Chen himself. Also because she heard too many stories about this place, she couldn't help but want to come and see it. But now, after she really came to this city, she realized how magical the city that never sleeps in people's mouths. There's so much here that Hancock hasn't seen. Cars on the road, people dressed in fashion, all kinds of colorful neon lights. All of this makes Rapeseed so unusual. Hancock sighed a little, even here is so magical, I don't know what a better city of dreams would look like. Just as she continued to look at it, a fashionably dressed woman suddenly walked over from the front. Seeing this woman, Hancock's eyes suddenly lit up. I saw the other party wearing a pair of sunglasses and a purple women's trench coat outside. Inside is a cardigan and a hip skirt. He also had a pair of high boots on his feet, and a fine leather bag slung over his right shoulder. Dressed in this outfit, it is simply a guy's beautiful landscape, attracting the attention of people around. And Hancock was attracted at the first sight of her. I saw that she stepped forward to stop the other party, then put her hands on her hips, and said in a commanding tone, "Where did you buy your clothes, and this outfit?" The woman who was stopped was not sure, so she heard the other party speak to her in such a slang. Seeing that her face turned cold, she immediately prepared to leave and didn't want to talk to Hancock. But after seeing her face, the woman couldn't help but subconsciously replied, "I'm a resident of the City of Dreams, where I bought this outfit." As soon as he heard the City of Dreams, Hancock suddenly lost the idea of asking. Even though she walked past her, the woman was still standing there blankly. "Just listen to Hancock, we're going to Dream City now." And her sister, Sonia, asked, "How are we going, sister?" Hancock was stunned, and the steps he took stopped in place. Just when she was about to arrest someone to ask how to get to Dream City, Crocodile's voice sounded behind him, "Why did you come to my place?" Boa Hancock. Chapter 138. Hearing the words of the man behind him, Hancock turned around and found it was Crocodile. Seeing her put her hands on her hips, she said proudly, "Where do I want to go? Do I still need to report to you?" Crocodile, smoking a cigar, "Wherever you want to go, that's your freedom. But I want to warn you, don't make trouble with Rapeseed. You can't afford the consequences of making trouble here." When Hancock heard this, she was immediately displeased, and she pointed at Crocodile and said arrogantly, "Even if the concubine really makes trouble, so what? No matter what kind of bad things the concubine does, people all over the world will forgive the concubine. Because, concubine is the most beautiful woman in the world." As she spoke, she made a charming look. When it was necessary, the scene was quiet, and all the onlookers, men and women, all showed an obsessed look. Even Crocodile felt a sudden burst of infatuation involuntarily. He hurriedly suppressed the emotion in his heart and looked at Hancock with a frown. "This is your fruit ability. Although I have heard of 31 before, but I didn't expect it to be really weird." Bay Crocodile wasn't addicted to his beauty, Hancock said dissatisfied. "How rude, how dare you not indulge in the beauty of Igia." Looking at Hancock in front of him, Crocodile had a headache. He originally just wanted to warn the other party and tell her not to make trouble here. Who knew that Hancock was such a willful and arrogant character? Just as he was about to say something, Hancock ordered, "Now, Igia orders you to prepare the best transportation for Igia and send us to the City of Dreams." Crocodile was offended by the other's tone. "However, I thought that I could leave such trouble to the boss." He immediately asked a man to bring down 2 helicopters, and then quickly took Hancock and others away. For the first time on such a flying object, Hancock and others were also surprised. It's just that they didn't get excited for a long time, and they quickly arrived at the rumored City of Dreams with the speed of the helicopter. When looking at the city in front of you from the window, a look of amazement appeared on Hancock's face involuntarily. Although I have been hearing about how incredible the City of Dreams is before, but I have never witnessed it with my own eyes, so I can't imagine what kind of city this is. But now, after seeing it for real, her heart is only shocked. Is this the City of Dreams? Really a magnificent and dreamy city? Hancock was a little lost, muttering to himself, "I heard that that person seems to live here." As soon as the words came out, she immediately came back to her senses. "No, he doesn't live here, what does it have to do with me?" It was so old, but Hancock was a little nervous for no reason. Since she first got a good impression of Yao Chen's killing of celestial dragons, she will always pay attention to each other's news. And the more she learned, the more curious she became about Yao Chen. It was not until this broadcast event that she finally made up her mind to come here to have a look. When the helicopter landed on the hangar, Hancock and the others came to the streets of Dream City. I saw them looking at the city in front of them, their eyes full of disbelief and amazement. It is exactly the appearance of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Hancock's sister, Sonia exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. "I thought rapeseed flowers were amazing enough. Compared with this place, it is completely 2 worlds. I just feel like I'm in a dream city." Although Hancock was equally shocked inside, he remained calm on the surface. I saw her looking at the pedestrians on the street, and then pointed at a young man among them. "Come here." Hearing someone calling himself, the man turned his head and saw Hancock immediately. The next moment, his heart began to beat rapidly, and he involuntarily walked in front of the other party and said in an obsessed tone, "Beautiful miss, what's the matter with you?" Looking at the undisguised fiery gaze of the other party, a trace of disgust flashed in Hancock's heart. Immediately, he said in a soft tone, "This is the first time for my concubine to come to this city. Can you show us this little brother?" The man immediately turned into the ultimate licking dog, and his head frantically said, "No problem, no matter what you want me to show you, I will." A sarcastic smile appeared on Hancock's mouth. "Then do you know what clothes are sold in this city?" As soon as she mentioned her clothes, the man suddenly showed a proud look. "Miss, you really asked the right person. I am a businessman who specializes in selling clothes. And for a beautiful lady like you, ordinary clothes are definitely not suitable for identity. Only luxury brands like Versace, Chanel, and Dior deserve your status." Although Hancock didn't know what particular about these brands, he was satisfied when he heard that they were all luxury brands. "Then can you take us to buy it?" "No problem, this way please." I saw the man walking somewhere with Hancock and the others. In 980 on the top floor of the Dream Building, Yao Chen was having a conversation with Jarvis at this time. "Jarvis, how is the production status of Edmund alloy?" "Sir, the atomic arrangement of this alloy is very complicated. If you want to produce it, you need to spend a lot of metal smelting." "What is the approximate ratio?" he asked. Jarvis replied, "Almost 1 kilogram of raw iron can be smelted into 1 kilogram of finished product." Yao Chen frowned deeply. "The metal consumption is so high? Genjin is only half of its consumption. However, the value of Edmund alloys is infinite. Therefore, he is still ready to invest part of the metal to smelt the Edmund alloy." At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded again, "Sir, through the surveillance system. Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has come to the City of Dreams." "Hi." Yao Chen's eyes flashed a strange look, and asked, "Where is she now?" "She is now shopping at Shining Star Mall. It's just that, according to my inquiry, the man who is going to pay for him. There is not enough money to pay for the items purchased." Yao Chen raised his eyebrows. "Let Uncle Yuxiao come over. It's not good if you don't make a fuss and destroy the mall." Chapter 139. Xinjiao Shopping Mall is the most luxurious shopping mall in Dream City. It is located in the most prosperous traffic area in the city today. There are also some luxury and high-end brands sold in the mall. It is a shopping mall specially built for the rich. At the same time, it also represents the fashion frontier of Dream City. All who come here to consume are nobles or the royal family of a certain country. At this time, Hancock and others came here under the leadership of the man. When they stepped into the mall, they were shocked by the luxury. The first thing that catches the eye is the resplendent hall and the pure white marble floor as smooth as a mirror. In the front, a huge display screen is playing S of various brands. Further back, there are 4 escalators that keep going up and down. And unlike outside, since the mall has its own air conditioning system. Therefore, the temperature here is always maintained in the most comfortable environment for the human body. And the man who brought Hancock and others here opened his mouth. "Beautiful lady, this is the most luxurious shopping mall in the City of Dreams, specializing in all kinds of luxury brands. Believe me, when you change into the clothes here, you will become the most beautiful woman in the world." Hancock wiped his hair proudly. "Igia is the most beautiful woman." Looking at her actions, the man opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with endless fiery. Hancock didn't even look at him, and immediately started shopping with his men. As the saying goes, women are addicted to shopping. In the face of all kinds of amazing costumes that he has never seen before, even Hancock couldn't help his eyes light up. I saw that they had gone through the entire mall. Everyone in the 9 snake pirates changed into their newly bought costumes. Especially Hancock, who is wearing a pair of ladies' sunglasses at this time. Wearing a limited edition blue one-piece from Louis Denver. The whole person exudes the charming atmosphere of modern women. Everywhere she walked, everyone couldn't help but cast their gazes at her. Only, when Hancock and his party came to the front desk to pay the bill. Seeing that it cost me money that I couldn't make in my 10 lifetimes. The bewildered man turned pale and said cautiously. "Beautiful lady, my money cannot pay for your purchases." When Hancock heard this, she, who was in a happy mood, suddenly changed her face. She stuck her waist and accused, "As a man, do you want us women to pay?" Seeing that the angry Hancock was still so beautiful, the man fell into obsession again. But then, just because of money, he recovered and said sadly. "Yes, but I really can't afford it. Not even a fraction." When Hancock heard this, he couldn't help but get mad. But he heard someone else's voice next to him. "No need, you don't need to pay for the items you buy." "Hi." Hancock turned his head and found that it was the Smile who had just come here. With a trace of solemnity on her face, she slowly said, "You are, the natural disaster Smiles." Hearing this title, he smiled a little helplessly. He has obtained such a title since the last time he summoned a meteorite in Wangguo. This title not only describes his strength, but also describes him as a humanoid natural disaster. Hancock then asked, "What's the matter with you here?" Yi smiled and stuck his cane. "Your Excellency Chief wants to see you." Hearing that Yao Chen wanted to see for himself, for some reason, Hancock's mood suddenly became tense. Now. Looking at Hancock whose attitude changed suddenly, he smiled and looked puzzled, but still said, "Yes, even now, please come with me." Hancock calmed down a bit, and then followed the other side towards the dream mansion. As for the man who had been fascinated by her, he had now become an irrelevant passerby. And just as they headed to the mansion of dreams, the Holy Land, Marie Joyce. The 5 elders are not in their power at this time. Instead, they came to another extremely important room in Pan Ancient City. I saw that there was a very long step, and at the top of the steps, there was a throne. In addition, all around are filled with various swords. It is the real core of the ancient city of Pan, between the flowers. However, at this time, they looked at the empty throne with doubts. Why isn't Imam Sama not here? Just when the 5 were puzzled, a guard came to them. Lord 5 Elders, Lord Yim wants you to go to the Cave of Creation. Hi. When they heard the name, the expressions of the 5 people changed greatly. Then hurriedly walked towards the depths of Pan Ancient City. Before long, they came to a huge iron gate with a large number of guards. However, the guards here had a different attitude than others when they saw the 5 elders. They looked at the 5 with very cautious eyes. The 5 elders didn't care, but went to a platform. At this moment, a red light swept across their bodies. After seeing that nothing was happening, the guards around him let go of their vigilance. I saw them opening the iron gate and speaking to the 5 elders. Lord 5 Elders, Lord Im is already waiting for you. The 5 elders nodded, then walked in with a very solemn expression. And behind the iron gate, is an incomparably huge space. When the 5 elders came in, they immediately focused on the most central thing. The blonde 5 elders exclaimed at this time, it's been a long time, no matter how many times I watch it, it's still shocking. The long-haired 5 elders nodded, yes, the science and technology of our world all come from it. Or, from the country that got it and made it stronger through research. Even Pluton was developed through its technology. It's the beginning of everything, so to speak. The bearded 5 elders spoke up. That's right, if the country hadn't accidentally triggered its attack device in the process of research, it would have been destroyed. We cannot accept everything from that country to form a world government. The 5 elders, holding a cane, said, so, this void century history must not be known. Just then, a voice came, are you here? A man shrouded in black shadows came to them. Seeing this man, the 5 elders immediately got down on one knee. Master I'm nodded, get up. I saw the 5 elders stand up and ask. I don't know why I am Sama let us here. Nokians, turned around, looked at it in the distance, and said slowly. After 800 years, Uranus, it's finally going to be restored. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 5 elders were shocked, followed by endless ecstasy. Is 800 years of waiting finally coming true at this moment? The blonde 5 elders said excitedly, finally, this day has finally come. If we don't understand its technology, we can only transport all kinds of metals and let it repair itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken such a long time. It's no wonder that your lord keeps telling us not to have a conflict with the Xinjiao army. It turns out that this is the moment you've been waiting for. Didn't speak, just stared ahead with fiery eyes. And there, a huge space battleship is being repaired by various drones. At the same time, on the hull of the warship, the 4 English letters UNSC are also printed. If Yao Chen was here, he would have been shocked to recognize it. This is the Halo world, the most powerful battleship made by mankind, the Infinity. Chapter 140. The Dream Mansion, led by Hancock with a smile, came here. When she came to the exclusive room on the top floor, she finally saw. Looking at her in a modern dress, Li Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and then said. It's good, it suits your clothes very well. Listening to the other person's compliment, Hancock's heart beat rapidly, and an indescribable feeling began to fill her body, but she was calm on the surface. Of course, Ijia is the most beautiful woman in the world. Yao Chen smiled and asked, drinking. Hancock folded his arms and crossed his legs, whatever. Hearing what she said, Yao Chen picked up a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for the two of them. Hancock took it and asked, what's the matter with you seeing me? Are you also fascinated by Ijia's beauty? Although he knew what kind of person the other party was from the original work, but seeing her so narcissistic, Yao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. I just wanted to ask you, what do you think of this city? Hancock took a sip of the wine glass and said, it's very good, it's a city that can meet the identity of Ijia. Yao Chen said, then are you willing to live here? Hi. Listening to the other party's question, Hancock's mood just calmed down, and at this moment, 980 jumped again. What does he mean? Does he want to leave the AI family behind? Hancock was a little nervous. Are you inviting Ijia? Invitation. Yao Chen paused, then nodded, this is indeed an invitation. Seeing the other party admit, Hancock's heart beat even more violently. He actually invited me, did he want to pursue Ijia? Why does Ijia get so nervous when he speaks? Yao Chen said at this time, I have known about 9 Snake Island. There's a shortage of supplies there because it's in the calm belt. The reason why you set up a pirate group to loot is to subsidize the people's expenses. And as long as you join me, then I assure you that the problem of 9 Snake Island will be solved. Even your people will live in abundance from now on. This is much better than being a pirate who could lose his life at any time. After Hancock calmed down, he asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yao Chen's face showed a trace of seriousness, "Because I need your help." As soon as these words came out, Hancock's hand shook, and he almost took out the red wine from the DBFD glass. "She said he needed me." Hancock's face flushed slightly. I saw Yao Chen and said, "I actually know you very well, Hancock. I know very well that you were once a slave to the celestial dragons. There's even their mark on the back." And Hancock, who was still thinking about Yao Chen's previous words, turned pale. She didn't expect that the secret she didn't want to be mentioned the most would be exposed here. "You, why do you know?" Seeing Hancock who had changed his face, Yao Chen said immediately. "I mention this, not to expose your scars. But I want to tell you that I have a special medicine that can remove the mark on your back. At the same time, I also promise you that as long as you join me, I will definitely avenge the celestial dragons for you." Hancock, who was a little scared because the secret was revealed. After hearing the strong assurance from the other party, Fang's heart couldn't help trembling. His face quickly turned red, and at the same time, the whole person began to gasp violently. Seeing this, Yao Chen stepped forward and said, "Are you all right?" Hancock was a little dazed, and whispered in his mouth, "Are you caring about me?" Yao Chen was stunned and replied, "Is there something wrong with you? It's normal for me to care about you." Hearing the other party's words, Hancock's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She opened her mouth with the last strength. "I agree to your request." After saying this, Hancock fainted. Yao Chen hurriedly stepped forward to check the situation and asked at the same time, "Jarvis, what happened to her?" Jarvis said, "Sir, she just fell into a coma because she was too agitated, just get a good night's sleep." Excited. Yao Chen didn't know why, and asked in confusion, could it be that celestial dragons did so much damage to her? "If you mention it for a while, you will pass out unbearably?" Shaking his head, he didn't think about it, but ordered a group of maids to take Hancock into a room to rest. On the other side, inside the creation cave of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders and I had entered the infinity at this time. They came to a hall that looked like a living area. I saw that there are many scientists from the world government doing research. Among them, a leading scientist is directing others to divide the labor. At this time, the 5 elders and I came to his side. "How is it, Vegapunk, have you found a clue to the next area?" I'm asked at this moment. "See Vegapunk, this creation is completely beyond my scientific knowledge. After groping, I only figured out the general situation here." "Hi." Hearing him say that, Imam's eyes flashed with surprise. I saw him exclaim, as expected of a scientist who has surpassed the world for 500 years. "It seems that I made the right choice for you to come and study Uranus. Then tell me what's going on here." "From my analysis, it's a living quarter," Vegapunk said. "If you want to go to the next area, you have to pass some kind of certification. And the way of authentication, it's there." A console in the distance with his finger. "It's a pity that you only allow me to study, not to touch." He had just finished speaking when one of the 5 elders said, "Back then, that country died because of privately touching all kinds of equipment it didn't understand. We can't take such a risk." Hearing him say that, Vegapunk didn't say much. There was only a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. As a scientist, in the face of such a miraculous creation, he can only study and not touch. How can he be reconciled? It's a pity that his little life is still in the hands of the world government, so he doesn't dare to resist. At this point, I'm said, what you have done in science is truly remarkable. To be able to figure out the function here in such a short period of time. Remember that it took us 800 years to explore less than 1/10 of the area of the ship. And that's why I brought you here." Having said that, he came to the console and put his hand on a scanning screen. The next moment, only a mechanical sound was heard, D-class right of way detected. "The next area has been opened to you." I'm nodded and said, "Let's go." Then he took Vegapunk and the 5 elders to the interior. Chapter 141. Yumu and the others walked all the way, heading somewhere. When passing through various areas, Vegapunk also saw more unimaginable technological products. Finally, they came to an empty hall. But there is nothing here, only a tightly closed door. In addition, there are also a group of guards wearing exquisite armor and exuding a powerful atmosphere. When they saw Yumu, these people immediately got down on one knee. "Lord Yumu." I'm expressionless, just looking at the only door here. He came to an operating table and put his hand on it. A mechanical voice came out, "Detected D-class personnel right of way. Warning, your right of way level is insufficient to enter the next area." Hearing this, Im's face showed a disappointed look. "Still not." The next moment, the mechanical voice continued, "This ship belongs to the United Earth Government. This is the main flagship of the UNSC Joint Space Command. Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately." I'm not sure how many times I had heard this voice in 800 years, so he was not alarmed. Instead, he said to Vegapunk, "Your task now is to study this place for me. Find a way to the next area. If you can succeed, I will grant you the supreme privilege. Allows you to use world government's various resources to conduct your favorite research. Although Vegapunk was only interested in science, he was still very surprised when he heard the conditions offered by the other party. Of course, he also knew that he had no right to refuse, so he could only nod his head. I understand. Seeing that he was so aware of current affairs, Umu said with satisfaction, very good. Then he left with the 5 elders, leaving Vegapunk for research. However, what they didn't know was that in the bridge room of the Infinity, the mechanical sound sounded again. The hull repairs itself at 98.07%. Space navigation has been restored. Start calling the Marines now. However, it didn't take long for the mechanical voice to speak again. No signs of marine life. Start waking up the dormant chamber. I saw a certain area of the Infinity, and the dormant chambers began to unfold. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came out. The entire ship has no signs of life, and began to scan the current planetary conditions. Discover the communication network and start uploading the distress signal. The City of Dreams. After the maids sent Hancock into the room, Yao Chen sat on the balcony and admired the scenery below. Today, he prefers to stay in the city rather than the base. Because only here can he feel the breath of the original world. Although it's only been over a year since I came here. But now, he still misses his hometown from time to time. After all, the return of fallen leaves is the traditional thought of the motherland. And Yao Chen is no exception to have such an idea. I don't know if I can go back. Having said that, he is also a man who has come and gone. After draining the red wine in the glass, he returned to his original state. The future will be discussed later, and the most important thing now is in the present. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass, Jarvis' voice sounded at this moment, "Sir, something important has happened." Yao Chen poured the wine and asked, "What's the matter?" "The satellite network has just received an incoming message." When Yao Chen heard this, he immediately sat up straight, and his expression changed. "External information. Is there anyone else in the pirate world who can connect to the internet?" I saw Jarvis say, "This is a distress signal, I will play it now." Call, this is the UNSC Infinity. I'm Captain Thomas Lasky. We have found the original purifier and sacred tree from the ruins of the pioneers. However, when I jumped in space, I was affected by an unknown influence and began to travel to an unknown area. Any human citizen who has received this news, please contact us quickly to inform the current star field, so that we can determine the coordinates. Call, this is UNSC. Hearing the repeated message, Yao Chen sat up from his chair instantly. The red wine in his hand was also knocked to the ground, killing him. However, he didn't care about these at all, but stood there in shock. Endless no. How is that possible? Isn't this the human battleship in the Halo world? Why did you hear about it? Just then, the system sent a prompt. Yes, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Mission description, UNSC's Infinity, because the technology of the pioneers came to the world, please find out what happened during the period. 4 flowers. Task requirements, please ask the host to gain control of the Infinity. Quest reward, the ship girl evolves and upgrades. Mission failed, the technology level of the host will be completely locked. Yao Chen's expression is extremely solemn, which can be seen from the news released by the system. This is indeed the message from Infinity. Seeing him immediately asked, "Jarvis, where is the message sent?" After testing, it was Marie Joyce on the red line. What? Yao Chen was even more shocked when he heard his words. Why did the information come out of there? I don't know, sir. Yao Chen's face was cloudy and uncertain, and then said, "Call up the satellite image, and I'll see where the information comes from." Okay, sir. The next moment, the satellite image was projected and zoomed in. Marie Joy's most central ancient city is revealed to him. "Sir, the source of the signal is here." Seeing this, Yao Chen frowned. It actually came from here. He paced back and forth involuntarily, his mind filled with endless doubts. Have the celestial dragons acquired the Infinity? Do they rule the world with the Infinity? Then why don't you attack me if you have such a powerful warship? And why is Infinity sent to the world of pirates by the technology of the pioneers? What are the original purifiers and sacred trees they are looking for? What the hell is going on here? Yao Chen only felt that his mind was like a mess at this time. Countless why are intertwined so that he can't calm down at all. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally calmed down. Then he looked at the hidden mission released by the system, with sharp eyes flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect them to have such a trump card. It's true that I didn't conquer the world rashly. A battleship like the Infinity must have the master in its own hands, and the sooner the better. If it was obtained by the world government, it would be very passive for me today, and even unable to fight. But the most important thing now is to investigate intelligence. I saw his eyes flickering, thinking about the next plan. What? Chapter 142. At night, the stars twinkle, but the Holy Land, Marie Joyce, is brightly lit. For many celestial dragons, night is when they officially revel. What everyone didn't know was that when they were having a rave, taking advantage of the cover of night, a large aircraft appeared over Marie Joyce. Immediately, dozens of figures jumped from above and quickly disappeared into the darkness. And the aircraft left quickly without staying too long. In the monitoring center of the hive base, Yao Chen was watching the picture sent back by Marie Joyce. This time, in order to probe the location and news of Infinity, he directly spent Rp to buy 60 T-1000 Terminators and TX Terminators. When it comes to infiltrating, there's no better Terminator in this world than these two. 997. In particular, T-1000 can enter many small and closed places through liquefaction, which can be said to be pervasive. Although TX can't do it, the plasma cannon in his hand can provide powerful firepower. With the complementarity of these two robots, there is almost no place in the world that they cannot go. At this time, a pair of patrolling soldiers appeared, while passing a path. The Terminators rushed out of it, killed them instantly, and then hid on the spot. And another pair of robots began to change into their appearances and headed towards Panchanj. Along the way, they encountered several groups of soldiers. These people did not expect that their passing companions would suddenly attack them, so they were all dealt with silently. Finally, 60 Terminator robots swaggered to the entrance of Panchanj. There are also 2 guards standing guard here. When they watched a group of soldiers come here, they asked strangely, "What are you doing here?" However, I saw 2 Terminators come forward, and in the eyes of the 2 of them, they sent them to the west. Next, the 2 Terminators stood guard at the door. The remaining 58 robots began to enter the ancient city of Pan. It can be said that from beginning to end, no one found a little abnormal. After entering the city, the Terminators turned on scanning mode. A detection wave they thought the center quickly spread to the entire Pan ancient city. Before long, a 3-dimensional image appeared on the screen in the surveillance center. I saw that all T-1000s began to turn into liquid metal and quickly melted into various gaps and scattered away. TX, on the other hand, continued to walk in the city as a soldier. Compared with the outside, there were more soldiers patrolling the city, and they met a lot along the way. But it didn't attract anyone's attention. At this moment, a burly man wearing exquisite armor appeared in the picture. Yao Chen's eyes jumped, he took out a portrait and looked at it, then said, "It's him." Speaking of which, for this infiltration, he also went to Aokiji to get some information about Marie Joyce. It's just that Qingxiang hasn't been here much, so he doesn't know much. However, although he doesn't know much, Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, has to travel to Marie Joyce frequently, so he has a lot of information. The person in front of him was the one that Aokiji had inquired about from Sengoku. This person's name is Yolt, a top-notch physique master, who is specially responsible for the security of Pan Ancient City, and is the captain of the escort team here. The reason why Yao Chen let the TX Terminator walk in the city was actually to find him. Seeing this group of TX transformed soldiers pass by the other side, Jolt also passed by them as usual. But at the moment when the two sides passed by, as a master, his knowledge and sixth sense told him that something was wrong. Just when he was puzzled, he suddenly had a pain in his back, and an injection was inserted into it. A TX Terminator injected the silver-white substance from the injection into his body. Jolt was shocked, and he didn't expect that someone of his own would suddenly shoot him. "You." His face was full of shock and even a little disbelief. Jolt never expected that he would be attacked in a place like Panguchan. I saw him punch out, knocking out the nearest soldier. Immediately, both hands clenched fists, ready to attack others. But in the next moment, an indescribable pain began to spread from his back. Jolt knelt down on one foot, sweat dripping from his head. He endured the pain and asked, "Who are you, who dared to attack me in Pangu City? Don't you want to live?" However, what he saw in front of him was just a group of robots that would not answer his questions at all. At this moment, the soldier who was blasted out by him stood up from the ground. The gap on the chest quickly recovered under a burst of liquid like mercury. When Jolt saw this, he was shocked. How could it be? You must know that his hastily threw a punch, but he used armament haki, and he didn't hold back. Even a capable person, under such a blow, will be seriously injured even if he does not die. But the other party was unscathed, how could it not surprise him? At this time, the severe pain in his back began to spread throughout his body. Jolt finally couldn't help screaming, "You, what did you do to me?" He raised his arm and found that it was densely covered with something, as if it was swallowing his body. At the same time, his thoughts began to change, and it seemed that he was not himself. The material spread very fast, and it didn't take long before it began to cover his whole body. Even if Jolt uses the armed color to resist, it is completely ineffective. Finally, after he made a tragic 5.3 trace, he was completely swallowed by this substance. Afterwards, these substances surged and returned to his original appearance. I saw him stand up from the ground with a relieved look on his face. It's just that before there was more action, a group of soldiers who heard the screams ran over from a distance. "What happened, Lord Yolt?" Jolt put on a dignified expression and said, "It's nothing, let's go." Soldiers, look at me, I look at you. Obviously they heard each other's screams, but the other party said nothing was wrong. I saw that they looked at it and found that Jolt seemed to have nothing to do with it. Just walked away with a look of doubt. Yao Chen, who was in the surveillance center, smiled slightly. T-3000, the transformation is complete. Chapter 143. The T-3000, the latest generation of Terminators in the original, was remodeled by Skynet himself. Also known as the strongest Terminator. It was born by relying on the nanomachine worm to devour the body of the host. It is to reorganize people from the cellular level. The memory and personality of the host will be preserved. It can be said that it is no different from human beings. It is a kind of emotional mechanical life. Even in a sense, T-3000 should be regarded as another branch of human evolution in the future. That is mechanical soaring. However, it is not easy to make T-3000. Because it relies on the direct transformation of the human body. Therefore, the person being transformed needs to have a strong will. Because people with insufficient willpower will fall into madness in the process of being swallowed by nanomachine worms, until the final death. In the original book, only the leader of the rebel army, the savior John Connor, has withstood this devouring and was transformed into T-3000. That's why Yao Chen went to Aokiji for information. I want to find a strong enough identity for transformation. Only in this way, the other party may be able to withstand the devour of the nanomachine worm. And provide enough information and intelligence. Sure enough, Jolt, who was the captain of the Pango City Guard, had withstood this kind of swallowing, so he became a T-3000 Terminator. It can be said that this is a very powerful Terminator that is almost difficult to destroy. Its only disadvantage is that it will be affected by magnetic fields and cannot be mass-produced. At this time, Yao Chen said to Jolt through the communication, "Welcome to the big family of Xinjiao Army, 3000. Jolt also said, "Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Commander." "Very good, you are the guard commander of Pangokan. Do you know what's important in this castle?" Jolt replied, "Based on my work experience over the years. 3 places in Panchanj are the most heavily defended. One is between the powers of the 5 elders. The second is Im's flower. Finally, it is the most important Creation Cave." Creation Cave. Yao Chen looked puzzled. He knew of the first 2, but this cave was the only one he had never heard of, nor had he seen in the original book. As Jolt explained, "Yes. Although the escort work there is also arranged by me. But I never got into it. I don't know what's in there." When Yao Chen heard this, his face became serious, and he had a hunch that this might be the place he was looking for. Seeing him immediately said, "You are now taking all the Terminators to the Creation Cave." "I see, Your Excellency Commander." I saw Jolt and a group of Terminators starting to go there. Along the way, there are many T-1000s pouring out from everywhere to join the team. When a group of them came to the Creation Cave, all scattered Terminators have been assembled. Watching a group of escorts come down here under the leadership of Jolt. The soldier here asked, "What's the matter with you, Lord Jolt?" The guards who can be arranged to guard here are far more powerful than other guards. However, no matter how strong they were, they would never have thought that Jolt was no longer the captain of the escort before. Seeing Jolt said, "Master Yumo has an emergency summoning order, and you need to go to the flower room to gather." "Eh? Now?" The guards guarding the gate were all stunned. They didn't doubt each other's words, they just wondered what happened to Lord Yim. Someone asked, "Then we left, what should we do here?" "They will temporarily guard this place in your place." Hearing what he said, these guards also felt relieved. But before that, they have to go through another step of certification. "Then please ask Lord Yoer to stand on the scanning table for identity verification." Jolt nodded, then said to the Terminators beside him, "You go and take their place." I saw this group of Terminators approaching the guards standing in front of the gate. The guards didn't care, they just put their eyes on Jolt. At this time, he was already standing on the scanning table. A red light shone down and began to check his identity. Yao Chen, who saw this scene in the monitoring center, frowned. The shape of the installation, and its function. It should not be the original technology of the pirate world. Is it the one that came with the Infinity? The next moment, a mechanical sound of "di-di-di" sounded on the scanning table. Hearing this voice, the guards' expressions changed. It's a pity they haven't had time to react. The Terminators, who had already walked up to them for the changing of the guard, took action. When needed, rows of sharp knives pierced through their backs. These guards did not expect such a thing to happen suddenly, and their faces were still full of horror. Why? Unfortunately, no one would answer them, and soon, these guards died in pain. And Jolt also walked down from the scanning table. The next moment, the huge iron gate slowly opened, except for the replacement Terminator. It entered with the remaining Terminators and the bodies of their guards. Then, the iron gate closed, as if nothing had happened. Inside the cave, when the Terminators entered the first time, Yao Chen, who was in the monitoring center, stood up directly from his seat. Because in the display screen in front, a huge battleship is parked there. He was so excited that he didn't dare to believe, it's actually the infinity. 997. Although Jolt at the scene was transformed into a Terminator, he still retained his original thoughts and feelings. Therefore, after seeing this huge spaceship for the first time, he was also shocked. What's this? On the other side of the base, Yao Chen confronted Jarvis and Skynet. Jarvis, Skynet, can you hack the Infinity database? I'm a full-blown artificial intelligence, Jarvis said. Can't compare to Skynet on offense. Yao Chen nodded, well then, Skynet will be the main attack. As an aid, hack Infinity's database together. At the same time, I will let the Red Queen also support you. Skynet's unique electronic voice sounded, I will be happy to serve you, Your Excellency Commander. Jarvis said, please, sir, let all Terminators approach the battleship. We will use them as signal relays to start the invasion. Yao Chen nodded and ordered a group of Terminators to come to the Infinity. Fortunately, the people in the cave are all in the Infinity, and there are no people outside. So you don't have to worry about being discovered. At this time, Jarvis said, Sir, we have connected to the internal network of the spaceship, are we starting to invade now? Yao Chen nodded, let's start. The next moment, the three major artificial intelligences began to fully penetrate the Infinity at the same time. Chapter 144. The moment the three artificial intelligences began to invade the Infinity, a mechanical sound rang out in the bridge room. Warning, warning, the database is subject to external intrusion, the firewall has been breached by 3%. Warning, warning, database is subject to external intrusion, firewall has been breached by 5%. Inside the hive base, Yao Chen waited nervously, how's the situation, Jarvis? Jarvis said, the invasion went very well, sir. Isn't it blocked? There are no obstacles. Yao Chen frowned, how can it be so simple? He clearly remembered that Infinity also had its own artificial intelligence. Roland. However, the general lifespan of the artificial intelligence in the Halo world is only 7 years. Once this number of years is exceeded, it will become unstable and go crazy because of receiving a large amount of data for a long time. Judging by Infinity's current undefended state, it may have been a long time since it came to this world. Things like artificial intelligence should disappear over time. This is also to be expected. Yao Chen was slightly relieved, and then continued to wait. A few minutes later, Jarvis spoke up, Sir, the database has been hacked successfully. He immediately said, download all the information in it. I want to know why Infinity is here. And what happened in between. See Infinity's database is quickly downloaded under the operation of 3 artificial intelligences. Warning, warning, the database has been compromised and data is being downloaded. Sadly, however much it warns, it doesn't help. After a quarter of an hour, the huge database of Infinity was finally completely downloaded. Yao Chen also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and then said to Tian Wang. Skynet, in addition to the database, are you taking control of the Infinity now? Skynet replied, only part of it can be captured, and the core part has a binding agreement. Once captured, the ship goes into self-destruct mode. Yao Chen frowned, then how can we capture it completely? The ship's energy system had to be shut down for a full capture. Can't you close? No, it can only be closed manually. Sure enough, isn't it that simple? Yao Chen sighed. That's it, it's better than nothing. Take that part of the control. Receive. I saw 3 artificial intelligences begin to invade the Infinity again. This time it lasted for an hour before Skynet said, the control is over, Commander Your Excellency. Yaoken nodded, very good. Immediately, he began to call the T-3000 at the scene and wait for the Terminators to leave. But he wasn't going to send the Terminators back. Instead, let them stay undercover with Marie Joyce. With Jolt as cover, don't worry too much about being exposed. Of course, the premise is that the bodies of those soldiers are handled well and cannot be found. When all these arrangements were completed, Yao Chen was ready to browse the vast amount of information downloaded on Infinity. Jarvis, filter out the information that Infinity came to this world, I want to know what happened. Okay, sir. Seeing that it quickly browsed through the data information, it didn't take long before he said to Yao Chen. Sir, I found a doctor named Anne Sophia in it, and it recorded a lot of information in detail. Yao Chen nodded and said, very good, let's play her message. The next moment, a low voice sounded. Infinity's space jump seems to be influenced by pioneer technology. We've appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy at this point. I don't know how the Earth is, whether it has been occupied by Cortana. We must get back as soon as possible to end this war. Human calendar, July 13, 2559. I can't believe that after investigation, the galaxy we are in now is actually the solar system. But how is that possible? Colonies in space. Fleet. Human calendar, July 14, 2559. We've come to Earth, and what we are seeing is astonishing. Humans do live on this planet, but the level is still in the age of cold weapons. And the topography of the entire planet is also different from Earth, which makes us very puzzled. Human calendar, July 15, 2559. The captain has dispatched a group of Marines to engage with local indigenous forces. Get ready to investigate what's going on here. Human calendar, September 23, 2559. We've been on this planet for over 2 months. After some conflicts were resolved by force, the people of the planet regarded us as gods. This is really complicated for a scientist like me. Human calendar, December 13, 2559. After a rigorous analysis by all the scientists on board, as well as the detection of the galaxy, we have determined that this is indeed the Earth. But not our Earth, but the Earth of another parallel world. When this conclusion was reached, a lot of people fell into a meltdown. However, more people are shocked by the technology of the pioneers. They have developed to the point of being able to travel to other universes. Such technological strength is beyond our comprehension. Woman, she is like a god. Human calendar, December 18, 2560. In the past 2 weeks, most of the scientists on board have been studying the original purifier and the sacred tree. These 2 items are the technological achievements of pioneers. People hope to use them to get clues to return to the original Earth. However, I know very well that such hope is very slim. So, I turned my focus to human development on this planet. Human calendar, March 10, 2561. After research, I found that there are other than normal humans on this planet. There are many other branches of humans, such as Sky Island people, Murlocs, giants, long-armed people, orcs, etc. It's as if they were some kind of evolution of humans. But I always feel that these branches of humans are more like a creation. I hope my guess is wrong. Hearing this, Yao Chen's expression condensed and became serious. Human calendar, April 11, 2561. My guess was confirmed. After reports from various human blood tests. Is it good? It was discovered that their DNA is all the same. Such a result broke my scientist's cognition, and the only conclusion I could draw. Even the human beings on this planet were created. Thinking about us who were transported into this world. It goes without saying that the higher civilization that made them is a pioneer. This is their experimental ground. But why create so many human races? Yao Chen's hands were tight at this time, and his expression was deeply solemn. Sophia may not know why, but he knows. In the original Halo worlds, the pioneers wanted to pick a race that would inherit their technological legacy. Therefore, he successively created the Forerunners and the Ancient Humans. Among the two, they finally chose Ancient Humans as their successors. I saw Yao Chen muttering to himself, could it be that the pioneers created all kinds of races in this world? And picked the best fit among them. Chapter 145. July 23, 2561. Today, a group of natives came to the island we live on. They actually want to come and serve us actively. Originally, the captain was not prepared to have too much contact with people in this world. After all, he was very vigilant after learning that this world might be the experimental site of the pioneers. I just want to return to the original world as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, this group of people is very persistent and insists on staying to serve us. The captain had no choice but to agree to them in the end. January 14, 2563. It has been 3 years since I came to this world. Unconsciously, everyone gradually got used to the life here. Although there aren't many everyday items that are modern. But this kind of life as a person served by others still makes many people want to stay here. And in recognition of the dedication of this group of indigenous people, the captain actually let their leader, Badgert, get D-class clearance on the Infinity as a reward. Badjet is also very happy to change his name to Bud D-Jet. And dedicated to us even harder. Looking at how happy he was, I couldn't bear to tell him. That's just a temporary permission that is open to tourists when they visit. Only go to some of the most basic areas of Infinity to see 060C. But fortunately, the captain changed this authority to hereditary. As long as it's Bud, the descendants of Jeter can inherit it. After listening to this piece of information, Yao Chen immediately sat up straight. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Could it be that this is the origin of the D family? Sophia's message continued to play. March 25, 2565. Today, we finally have a breakthrough for the sacred tree of the pioneers. Research shows that it is a peculiar plant that enables man to evolve. Having powers we can't imagine. However, how to release this power is still under study. Hearing this, Yao Chen raised his brows. Holy tree. Evolution. Could it be said? June 25, 2566. The research on the original purifier has never been a breakthrough. So researchers are going to stimulate it with some external methods. It just seems crazy to me. I didn't expect that even the captain would agree to such a request. It seems that they really want to go back to the original world. So take the risk. June 27, 2566. In order not to put the Infinity in any danger, the captain put the original purifier and the holy tree on the island. They're ready to deliver energy like primitive purifiers. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. As a scientist, I can only ask God for blessing today. June 30th, 2566. The plan failed and we made the dumbest decision. Sophia's tone was full of pain. The entire infinity, 2/3 of the people, including the captain, have been purified by the original purifier. Only a piece of clothing was left at the scene, and no human tissue remained. We paid the price for our recklessness. January 20th, 2573. No one mentions the idea of returning to the original world. Those who are stripped are all prepared to stay here and spend the rest of their lives well. Many have combined with local people to have offspring. We are ready to build a new country here. May 13th, 2574. The officers and soldiers of the Marine Corps actually want to re-establish Marine in this world. As a scientist, I can't understand what they're thinking. Perhaps, this is a feeling and love of soldiers. February 13th, 2575. Roland's madness is getting worse and worse, and it is estimated that it will fall into madness soon. As the AI of Infinity, it's been around for 18 years. This is a very long time for an artificial intelligence with a lifespan of only 7 years. It's beyond my expectations that it can last, DBFE, this long. Although everyone knows that day will come sooner or later. But when it does come, it's still sad. After all, although Roland is an artificial intelligence, he is also our companion. May 28th, 2575. After insisting on it for 2 months, Roland finally fell into madness. During the period, it wasn't that no one came up with the idea of destroying it. But since the death of the captain, it has been the highest authority on the Infinity. So no one can do anything about it. And now, it actually wants to use the original purifier to purify the entire planet. Such crazy ideas make everyone stand up and resist. June 1st, 2575. After 3 days of preparation, the remaining 5,264 people on Infinity, including me, are all armed. We know that fighting Roland, who is in control of the Infinity, has little chance of winning. Maybe no one will survive this time. But we don't have a choice. In addition to not wanting to die, it is for our descendants to live well. May God bless us. At this time, Jarvis said, Sir, Annie, Sophia's records have all been played here. Yao Chen was startled and asked, Is it over? Yes. He nodded, it seems that they didn't come back alive. However, people on the entire planet are still alive and well. That means they succeeded in the end. By the way, where are the islands they are talking about? According to Infinity's database analysis, it was in Lavrud. Lavrud? It was expected. Yao Chen was not surprised at all. Just listen to Jarvis, sir, according to Infinity's database records. 200 years after Dr. Sophia and the others disappeared, Infinity also suffered a major damage. What's going on? Yao Chen asked. It seems that someone was doing research on the Infinity and triggered the nuclear bomb device. Destroys the entire country on Lavrud. And it took serious damage itself and ended up being flown to the Red Line on its own to be repaired there. Yao Chen raised his brows. What about time? How long ago did that happen? It's been 800 years since today. 800 years? So, Infinity came here 1000 years ago. He tapped his fingers lightly. This is a bit different from the time I thought. Although his face was calm, his heart was unprecedentedly dignified. And kept thinking about 3 words. Holy Tree, Primal Purifier, Pioneer. Chapter 146. In the City of Dreams, 2 people in cloaks are walking on the street. And beside them are all kinds of travelers who come here from all over the world in different clothes. Therefore, the dress of the 2 did not attract the attention of others. At this time, one of the cloaked people watched the people coming and going, said the busy city. A place like this is really an experience you've never had before. When I first met, it actually gave me an unrealistic feeling. The other cloaked man did not speak, but just looked at the scene in front of him, with an inexplicable glint in his eyes. The former cloaked man continued, By the way, why don't you just come here without your subordinates? Aren't you worried about being discovered by them? The cloaked man who had been silent for a while finally said, Don't worry, it's all right. Anyway, I disappear for a few days by myself every now and then. It's something they are used to. Also, I don't know if I will encounter danger this time. I am responsible for the lives of the crew. Therefore, I can handle my own affairs by myself. Again, it's not you. The man in the cape turned around, revealing a smiling face with red hair. It was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. The other person beside him was my hawk, the Hawkeye who accompanied him. At this moment, a large number of people suddenly came in front. These people, wearing the same work clothes, look like they should be workers in a certain factory. Among them, a group of people are having a conversation. After a busy day, I'm finally free. Working 10 hours a day without a break can make everyone feel tired. While it's still early, do you want to go to the food court to have a good meal? Hearing someone's proposal, the others also applauded, and then ran towards somewhere together. When Shanks saw this, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and he stopped a passerby and asked. Excuse me, what did those people just do? The person who was stopped didn't have any dissatisfaction, just looked at him and replied. They are a group of workers who work exclusively in factories. Worker. Just treat it like a job. Do they have to work long shifts a day? The passerby explained, it depends on the situation. But the City of Dreams has a rule that you must go to 10 hours a day. This is the most basic requirement. Shanks frowned, 10 hours, that's almost an entire day. Isn't anyone dissatisfied? Listening to Shanks' words, the man's expression became strange. He didn't know why the person in front of him asked such a question, but he still answered. What's there to be dissatisfied with? As long as you work hard, you can live in this city, everyone is very satisfied. Shanks said, however, this is a loss of freedom. Freedom? The passerby looked at him, his eyes even more strange. Your question is really inexplicable. What does it have to do with freedom? Saying that, he left without paying any attention to Shanks. Only the other side frowned, thinking about something. My hawk said at this time, ordinary people can't understand the freedom in your mouth. In that case, you should tell that person. Shanks was silent for a moment, then lifted the kabuto cap to reveal his face. The next moment, all the passers-by around stopped, with surprised expressions on their faces. This is, the red hair of one of the 4 emperors. Shanks came to Dream City. Did the 4 emperors also come here? I saw countless people began to gather here. My hawk frowned at this scene. He doesn't like being surrounded by others, which makes him think he is an object. At this time, a group of Xinjiao army soldiers to maintain law and order came here to control the scene. He saw Shanks and said, I want to see your commander-in-chief, and I have something to talk to him about. When the group of soldiers heard it, they turned on the communicator and asked, and then said to him, please come with us. Dream Mansion, Yao Chen looked at Shanks and my hawk. Recently, more and more big people have come to my place. I saw that when he was looking at Shanks, the other party was also looking at him. Although it was the first time they met, Shanks could feel Yao Chen's natural aura of a superior. Ask for her flowers. He had seen leaders and kings of many powers, but no one could compare to them. First meeting, Your Excellency. I came to you this time because I have something to talk to you about. There was a hint of curiosity on Yao Chen's face. Oh? I don't know what it is, but I need 4 emperors Shanks to go there in person. Shanks said, could you please not put such dangerous things as ion cannons in the sky? Yao Chen was startled and asked, why? Shanks looked serious, I don't want the world to live in fear. They should live by their own will. Instead of being bound by other people. Yao Chen looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly, in your opinion, this is a bondage? 0. Shanks nodded. Yes, that's the bondage. The ion cannon you deploy will make everyone lose their freedom. Free. There was a trace of irony on Yao Chen's face. Then in your opinion, what is freedom? Shanks looked serious and spoke in a very sincere tone. In my opinion, a beggar who begs for food on his own merits. It's also more free than a noble whose life is fixed. People should not be restrained. Everyone has the right to aspire to freedom. Hearing what the other party said, Yao Chen finally couldn't help laughing, he said in a very ironic tone. Since you think that a beggar lives more freely than a nobleman, then why don't you go and ask that beggar yourself? It's a good day to be full, hungry, and unfettered. There is still money to spend, and food to eat, but it's a good life that is fixed. Shanks frowned deeply when he heard this. This has nothing to do with money. Freedom is priceless, it represents a spirit. Looking at the very serious Shanks, Yao Chen shook his head. I finally know why among the 4 emperors, the 5 elders are the most at ease with you. Because you're a liberal idealist at all. And people like you can actually become 4 emperors. This is really ridiculous in my opinion. Guang. Chapter 147. Shanks frowned deeply and looked at Yao Chen seriously. It's not idealism, it's fact. You have no right to deprive others of their liberty. Yao Chen grinned, feeling very funny inside. The other party is also a middle-aged man who has lived half his life. And when he was young, he went through all kinds of ups and downs with One Piece Roger. The result did not expect that it would be so naive and ideal. I saw Yao Chen and said, do you know that the freedom you talk about has caused so many families to break up and leave their wives and families apart? In such a lawless era, once people are free from restraints, how vicious can they be? Shanks said with an unfazed expression, but it also brings hope. Let this immutable and even decaying world have a new dawn of 060. Speaking of this, he immediately thought of Luffy. Also, not everyone in this world is evil, and there are many good-hearted people. Yao Chen squinted, I don't deny what you said. But there are too few good people in this world. Because as long as you are human, you will have desires and selfishness. Since I can make my life better by robbing others of things, then why should I choose to be a good law-abiding person? Shanks said, the change of times often comes with sacrifice. However, this pain is only temporary. Roger Captain's own death has broken the shackles of this decaying world. I don't want the dawn that finally appeared to be sealed again. Roger. Yao Chen sneered, in my opinion, he is the biggest villain. Shank's expression changed, and his body exuded a strong momentum. I won't allow you to insult Captain Roger. His contribution to the world is great. The eagle eye on the side saw this and was also on alert. Yao Chen shook his head, to be honest, you really disappointed me. You actually regard a person who brought endless pain to the world as great. It's ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. Do you know what the consequences of Roger's words before he died? Yes, he is happy. Anyway, he is going to die. As for the death, I don't care about his flood. It's none of my business whether other people die or not, as long as I'm happy myself. Shanks looked cold. Captain Roger is not such a person, he is to break the bondage of this world. Give all people a free future. When Yao Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing up to the sky, ha 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 ha. The future of freedom? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Shanks frowned. What's so funny, isn't everything Captain Roger does great? Yao Chen waved his hand, don't tell me these words, go and tell the people who have been mutilated by pirates in the 20 years since his death. Look at do they think Roger is great? Shanks said, I said before that the change of the times is accompanied by sacrifice. Yao Chen's eyes turned cold, and he said in an emotionless tone. So, in your eyes, these ordinary people are the objects of sacrifice, right? They were born to be attacked by pirates. They're cheap and they deserve it. You should be bullied by pirates obediently. Instead of thinking about how to resist. You say so? Shanks. Shanks paused and said. I didn't mean that. What do you mean by not saying that? Yao Chen sneered. Longing for peace, but also wanting the world to change. As oneself of the four emperors, I do nothing. I saw Yao Chen sarcastically, and I feel strange, I deploy my ion cannon by myself, what's your business? You have nothing to do with me and come here to point fingers at me? Aren't you taking it too far? Shanks said very seriously, because your approach is no different from the world government, it controls the whole world. Once you succeed, it will be the second world government. Even the people at that time had no room for resistance. Yao Chen laughed angrily at what Shanks said. Where did you see that I was going to be like the world government? Your imagination is too powerful, isn't it? It's a fact, the act of deploying the ion cannon shows your ambitions. Ha! Yao Chen smiled sarcastically, feeling really helpless towards Shanks. I just don't understand why you don't want me to deploy the ion cannon so much. Even if I really rule the world has constraints. Then this society will become more and more stable, and the number of pirates will gradually decrease. Isn't that bad? Why keep the status quo? Shanks said, I said, you are not the dawn of this era. What the world needs is someone with real free will to lead them. Hearing this, Yao Chen suddenly realized, after a long time, it turned out to be like this. Only allow the people you agree with to change the world, and not everyone else. Shanks said immediately, that's not what I meant. It's just your mind, at odds with the mainstream. Discord with the mainstream, who said that? You. Would you like to ask the people of Afghanistan 5.4 Robistan today? Who gave them such a good life now? Who changed all this? It's you who only talk about freedom and do nothing. Or am I the one who has ambitions in your mouth but has changed everything? Shanks was silent for a moment, then said, in short, you are not suitable. At this time, Yao Chen was really speechless to him. Seeing his eyes narrowed, he suddenly said, you just believe that child can change the world? Even to lose a hand for him? Shanks' expression changed, why would you know? Yao Chen sneered, then you say, why would I know? Chapter 148. Shanks' expression darkened, this matter has nothing to do with him. You'd better not give him any advice. Otherwise, I will stop you even if I risk my life. Yao Chen said sarcastically, you said it's irrelevant now. Then why are you pointing fingers at someone who has nothing to do with me? Only you are allowed to interfere in other people's affairs, and others are not allowed to interfere in yours. You are too double-standard, aren't you? Shanks held the hilt with his right hand, and unleashed the mighty Conqueror's haki from his body. Not to be outdone, Yao Chen also released Conquerors to fight. Looking at the somewhat gloomy Shanks, he sneered, why, want to do it? The next moment, a flash of lightning flashed across, and Enel's figure appeared on the scene. At the same time, the elevator opened slowly. Jinbei, Zephyr, and Olaf walked in. Yao Chen is not a foolhardy person. When Shanks' attitude changed, he called out a smile and waited. Looking at the situation in front of him, Hawkeye's expression became solemn. Although he doesn't know Enel and Jinbei, he also has confidence to win, but the real tricky part is Zephyr and a smile. Such a powerhouse, even he, the world's number 31 great swordsman, must be taken seriously. Shanks' expression changed, and after a while, he withdrew his momentum and said to Yao Chen. It's not what I wished for things to develop to this point. But I really want the world to change. Maybe I can't stop you. But I am still here to sincerely ask you not to let this world lose its last light. Yao Chen shook his head. Your freedom is not someone else's freedom. You can't impose your ideas on others. You want to change the world, then do it yourself. What kind of skill is it to point fingers at me here? Shanks was silent, and after a while, he said, sorry, I was reckless. Perhaps I made a wrong choice to come to Alabasta. As he spoke, he prepared to leave with Hawkeye. Seeing Zephyr wrapping his arms around him, he said, I used to think you were a figure, redhead. But now it seems that your performance is really disappointing. I just did what I was supposed to do, Shanks said. What to do? Zephyr sneered. Is it to maintain the current world order where pirates are the mainstream? Let more people be harmed. Listening to the other party's words, Shanks frowned. You are a person who is prejudiced against pirates. Not everyone is like that. Zephyr's eyes turned cold. As long as you become a pirate, nothing is really good. Because pirates represent lawlessness, chaos, and destruction. Even if you can keep your heart, you will indirectly kill a lot of people. Shanks sighed. You have a deep prejudice against pirates, and it doesn't make sense to say more. Let's leave, Yinjian. After saying that, he walked into the elevator and left with Hawkeye. In the elevator, Mihawk, who had not spoken for a long time, finally spoke up. I think he's right. Your freedom is not someone else's freedom. You shouldn't force your ideas onto others. Shanks took a deep breath. Maybe, I'm too anxious. Why are you so eager to maintain the status quo? Mihawk said. And who is the child? That person said. Is your left arm broken for this reason? You never told me the story of this. Shanks was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. I gave my hat to that child. Also betting my hopes and dreams on him. Hearing him say this, Hawkeye showed a heavy expression for the first time. A child, is it worth everything you entrust? Shanks nodded and said firmly, he deserves it. In the room on the other side, there is nothing to do, Yao Chen said at this time. Since everyone is here, let's stay together and finish dinner before leaving. However, Enel said, I'm not interested. Then he looked at Zephyr. Old man Zephyr, let's go somewhere else to make a living. Zephyr laughed. Ha ha ha, you kid, since you lost to me a year ago, you've been trying to win it back. It's a pity, just relying on your current half-hearted hacky cultivation, it is still 100 years too early to defeat this old man. Seeing the other party's smug look, Enel was very upset. Then do you dare to fight with me? Zephyr pouted. Humph. I'm afraid you won't succeed. When Enel came to him and grabbed him, Zephyr didn't resist. The next moment, the two of them turned into a flash of lightning and left. As for Yi Xiao and Jinbei, they sat down. He smiled and said, is that the red hair of one of the 4 emperors? I didn't expect it to be such a person. This old man ruined his eyes because the world was unsightly. But he wants to maintain the status quo, which is really unexpected to the old man. Yi smiled and shook his head, but Yao Chen said. I didn't expect that he would come to the door in person because I deployed the ion cannon. And what he said was so idealistic and naive. Having said this, he paused. Okay, let's put the Shanks thing aside. If he really wants to stop me, it's up to him. I saw Yao Chen looking at Jinbei and said, how do you feel during this time in the City of Dreams? Hearing the other party's question, Jinbei sat on his knees and bowed to Yao Chen very cautiously. Thank you so much for what you've done to the Murlocs. The present day is something I never dared to imagine before. Other than handing over his life to you, the old man has found no other way to repay. What he said was completely sincere. Yao Chen smiled and said, since I said I would let you live a good life, I won't lie to you. But Jinbei, among you Murlocs, there are some extreme racists. Recently got 060 to my shelter because of the Murlocs. Some people have intensified their oppression of ordinary people. This not only damages the image of Xing Yejun, but also ruins your reputation. When Jinbei heard this, his face was extremely solemn. This is impossible. The Murlocs who came to the City of Dreams were carefully selected by us. No one will do anything to bully others. And, I've been monitoring their situation as well. Yao Chen shook his head. I'm not talking about the Murlocs living in Alabasta. It's the Murlocs elsewhere. You know Arlong. Upon hearing Arlong, Jinbei's expression suddenly changed. Seeing Yao Chen, he said, he is now in the Kokozia village of East Blue, and has established a force called the Evil Dragon Empire. Specifically to oppress ordinary people by charging them a lot of money. And keep promoting the slogan that Murlocs are supremacy and humans should be ruled. I recently got my shelter because I learned about the Murlocs. I started to oppress everyone even more under the banner of Xinjiao army. Having said that, he looked at Jinbei, whose face was already very ugly. You should know why I say this to you. Jinbei was silent, then stood up slowly and spoke in a firm tone. I'll take care of this myself. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Yao Chen again and left. Yao Chen didn't stop him, but smiled at Yuxiao. Uncle Yuxiao, get ready. We might go to Raftel in a few days. Chapter 149. In the sky of New World, a fleet of more than a dozen giant hunters was flying. This is a large spacecraft in the Skynet database. A combat unit designed to hunt humans, or provide heavy fire support. It is a veritable air fortress. In addition, there are dozens of small HK hunter drones around the fleet for escort. Among them, Yao Chen was sitting in the command room watching the satellite-transmitted map on the core of the giant hunter. And beside him, is a Smile, Zephyr, Darth Vader, and Enel. This time, for insurance, he brought a lot of high-end combat power. The purpose of their trip was to go to Raftel. Just when Yao Chen was thinking about what the Island of the End had. Meanwhile, Dressrosa is engaged in a fierce battle. I saw Luo Zhang being besieged by several members of the Dong Quixote family. Not far away, Doflamingo sneered. Ha 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 ha. Just because you want to fight against me. It's so naive, Luo. The whole Dressrosa is now under my control. Even if you set up a pirate group and recruited some good men, it's also impossible to fight a country. Luo gritted his teeth, and while he was angry, he also understood that he underestimated Doflamingo. Originally, he thought that he was now able to fight against the opponent. But who knows, even a group of cotters under his command are extremely difficult to deal with. I saw the top cotter of the Dong Quixote family, Pika, turned into a stone giant and smashed towards Luo. Luo hurriedly dodged, but was stuck in place by the sticky fruit of another top cotter, Toripole. At the critical moment, a white bear rushed out and pushed him away. Then I saw that Luo was blasted out by Pika's punch. Seeing this, Luo's expression changed, and he said anxiously, Bibo. In the distance, Bapol lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Luo struggled to break free of Toripole's ability, and then looked around. He saw that his crew had already been defeated by Doflamingo's men. Fur. Aren't you going to catch it, Luo? Don't you care about your companion's life? And the already subdued Jambaloo shouted, Captain, go away and leave us alone. Luo, gloomy face, finally sighed. I thought I could solve it myself. I didn't expect to lose so badly. It looks like it's impossible not to ask someone for help. I saw a communicator pulled out from him, and then said to Doflamingo. Can you fulfill my last wish? Hey. Doflamingo frowned slightly. I saw Luo Deo, don't worry, I won't be resisting. I just wanted to talk to a friend. Doflamingo smiled wickedly, hum. The last goodbye. No problem, just treat it as my kindness to you. Seeing his agreement, Luo's eyes flashed a gleam, and then he took the communicator and called. After a while, Yao Chen's voice came from the opposite side. It's been a long time, Luo. I didn't expect you to contact me at this time. Luo Deo, Master, I am in a crisis and need your help. Yao Chen on the opposite side of the communicator paused and asked, Where are you now? I'm in Dressrosa right now, fighting Doflamingo. Oh, did you finally find him? How was the battle? Luo smiled bitterly, it's miserable. Really? Then how long can you hold on? It's going to last a while, but it won't be long. I know, hold on a little longer, and I'll be there soon. Luo slowly put down the communicator, while Doflamingo's proud expression turned gloomy. Who are you talking to? Luo smiled slightly, a person you can't afford to offend. The blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged. You wasted my last mercy on you, Luo. As he said that, he waved his hand, and all the cotters around rushed towards Luo. Luo gritted his teeth and began to defend with all his strength. You must come quickly, the head of the Xinjiao army. On the other side, Yao Chen looked at the satellite map and asked, Jarvis, how long does it take to get to Dressrosa now? An estimate of 3 minutes. Is it that close? He was a little surprised, and then said, All ships, now turn around and head to Dressrosa. The next moment, the entire fleet began to fly in the direction of Dressrosa. Bang! With a loud noise, Luo was punched out by Pika, who had transformed into a giant stone giant. Although he hurriedly blocked the blow with a long knife, his arm was numb. Luo gasped and hurriedly used his medical skills to soothe his hands and get rid of the numbness. But at this moment, Diamantai, the third senior cotter of the Dong Quixote family, waved at Luo with a long sword in his hand. Half Moon Funeral. The next moment, powerful waves of sword energy attacked Luo wave after wave. Seeing this, Luo hurriedly raised his left hand and said in his mouth, Ju, Room Slaughterhouse. When I saw a circular space appear, it was Luo's fruit ability. He quickly swung the long sword in his hand, splitting the opponent's sword chi. Just as Luo resisted this attack, a long white line covered armament haki and penetrated from his abdomen. Luo spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. When his crew saw this, they also began to call his name impatiently. Not far away, Doflamingo fiddled with his fingers and sneered. Wow. You don't think I'll really just stand there and do nothing, Luo? Luo knelt down on one knee and pressed his wound, sighing in his heart. Is it only so far? Unfortunately, I can't avenge Mr. Corazon in the end. Doflamingo walked slowly to him. Hum. I won't let you die so easily, Arrow. If you do that, it will only be too cheap for you. He stepped on Luo's head and pressed him to the ground. Zhao Hao, as a person, I am very tolerant of my opponents. Even if the mission fails, it will not be blamed. But what I hate most is when someone betrays me. Back then, in order to save your life, I gave you everything as precious as op fruit. In the end, is that how you repaid me? Although Luo was being pinned down, he unyieldingly said, I did all this, never for myself, but for Mr. Corazon. Hearing the 3 words of Corazon, Doflamingo's expression became extremely gloomy. He was about to say something, but he dared to sink, and then, a powerful force pushed him out. Feng Feng. What's going on? Doflamingo was puzzled, and the other cotters were also wary. At this time, only 5 figures fell from the sky. And the first one looked at Doflamingo, I've wanted to see you for a long time. Heavenly Yiksha. Looking at this man, Doflamingo's expression changed instantly in the next moment. Chapter 150. Looking at this person, Doflamingo's pupils shrank sharply, and he said absent-mindedly, "Si, Commander. Why are you here?" Yao Chen had a faint sneer on his face, if you hit me, of course I will appear here. Your people. Doflamingo's expression changed, looking at Luo on the ground. But saw Luo smiling, you are finally here, the head of Xingye Jun. The next thing, I'll leave it to you. After saying this, he presented it. And Luo's words confirmed Doflamingo's speculation. This made his heart sink instantly. I saw a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. The opposite Yao Chen looked at his flustered expression, and his heart was full of sighs. Once upon a time, Doflamingo who ruled Dressrosa was in high spirits. In addition to Shishabukai's identity, that's a real big shot. But now, when facing himself, he was a little panicked. It can only be said that the identity gap between the two sides is really too big. Even someone like Doflamingo was nervous when he saw him. I saw Doflamingo 073 calm down his emotions and said, well, sorry, I didn't know Luo was your subordinate. If I had known earlier, I would not have done such a thing. As he said that, he waved his hand in a hurry, and the members of the Heart Pirates who were watched were immediately released. Looking at the cautious look of the other party, Yao Chen laughed dumbly. Doflamingo is nicknamed the clown, and now it seems that he has really become a clown. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and asked, what are you afraid of? Afraid of me taking your life? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding officials changed, and they gathered in front of Doflamingo to protect him in the center. Yao Chen ignored them, but looked at Doflamingo and said, your worry is right. Don't say that you hurt Luo, just say that you hired Whitebeard too for this account, I haven't calculated it with you yet. If it weren't for Luo insisted on solving you personally. You think you can live to this day? As soon as those words came out, Doflamingo's expression changed instantly. He immediately waved his hands, wild waves and white lines. The next moment, the surrounding buildings turned into countless threads, attacking Yao Chen and others. He, DBFE, is not one to sit still. Since the other party is not good, then he will take the lead. It's a pity that this trick can only be released when his fruit ability is awakened. But he was easily stopped by a smile. When the other cotters saw this, they immediately took action without hesitation. Facing the overwhelming attack, Yi Xiao just stomped his left foot. A powerful gravity appeared, instantly dissolving all attacks. Although he has long known that the other party is a strong man who can fight against the 4 emperors. But it was so easy to block everyone's attack, which still shocked them. At this time, Yao Chen said to the other 3 people beside him, you guys should go too. Enel, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, directly turned into a lightning bolt and entered the battlefield. Seeing this, Pika immediately turned into a stone giant to block it. However, he saw a powerful thunder light released from Enel, which directly exploded the stone giant he controlled. Pika was shocked and asked, can you control the lightning? Enel didn't answer, but raised the weather stick in his hand and waved at Doflamingo and the others. Thousands of acres. The next moment, endless thunderstorms formed, engulfing Doflamingo and others who had not yet reacted. Looking at Enel from Dafa Kamui, Zephyr said, this kid just likes to be in the limelight. After saying that, he made his wrist and walked to the war zone. As for Darth Vader, he didn't make any movement, he just stayed quietly beside Yao Chen, and seemed to be protecting him. Yao Chen didn't say much, but said to Jarvis, Jarvis, start casting Terminators. The power against Doflamingo begins to purge. The next moment, countless Terminator droids were dropped from the Celestial Fleet. Then start to clear the remaining basic personnel. In the face of this kind of mechanical legion that has never been seen before, it looks like a human bone. Everyone's faces were full of horror, and they fought back with the guns and swords in their hands. However, they found that the Terminator's body made of high alloy mechanical bones completely ignored their attacks. Instead, it was the energy rifle held in the opponent's hand. Once you get hit, you will die. Many want to exploit familiar terrain to launch their attacks. But under the infrared detection of the Terminator, no matter where they hide, they can be found in the next moment. Many people don't even understand how they died. He was hiding well, but suddenly an energy beam penetrated the wall and hit him. During this period, it is not that there are some strong people who can resist a little. However, under Skynet's data analysis, their attack methods will soon be recorded. Then, it will be eliminated by the Terminator army on the scene. After all, the Terminator itself was developed to kill humans. No one knows human weakness better than them. This is a crushing of technology, and it is a contest between flesh and steel. Sadly, however, human beings with mortal bodies are simply unable to resist the power of the Iron Legion. Under their attack, these people can only be slaughtered as quickly as lambs to be slaughtered. After 10 minutes, only Doflamingo and some cotters remained in the entire battlefield. It has to be said that the speed of the Terminator Legion's clearing, even Yao Chen was taken aback. This kind of efficiency is much faster than his clone army. I have to say that Skynet's Terminator really achieved the ultimate in terms of slaughtering humans. Fortunately, it is now in its own hands and not the enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, a thunderstorm from Enel covered the attack. Some cotters with insufficient strength have been dealt with. Doflamingo, with a puff of smoke rising from his body, looked at him sullenly. You are, Thunder Fruit ability. Doflamingo, who has been buying and selling devil fruit for a long time, recognized the ability of the other party at a glance. Enel didn't pay attention to what he said, but pouted his ears and said, I heard that Yushi Shibukai are the top powerhouses in the Qinghai Sea. Okay, let me know. Pika's eyes turned cold. Young master, leave this guy to me. I saw him sinking into the ground, and then the earth trembled. Gradually, a huge stone giant appeared. Enel's expression didn't change, just spinning the weather bar. Don't think it's just you that will transform. 20 million volts, Thor. As the lazy words came out, the next moment endless thunder and lightning began to circle around him. Immediately, a giant formed by lightning appeared in front of everyone. I saw the thunder giant raised his hands and waved to the sky. In an instant, a huge thunderbolt comparable to Tianzi hit the stone giant that Pika turned into. Suddenly, the entire Dressrosa was as bright as day at this moment. Chapter 151. The powerful thunder pillar completely destroyed Pika's upper body. But surprisingly, Pika did not fall. As the earth surged, soon, a complete stone giant appeared again. He laughed, it's useless, no matter how many times you destroy me, I can regenerate, you can't kill me. Before Enel could speak, Yao Chen frowned and said, this big guy is blocking my view, let's get rid of him. The next moment, all the Terminators raised their energy rifles and fired at the belly of the stone giant. Although Pika is a stone fruit person, he is not Logia, so he cannot be elementalized. So, don't look at him as if he can keep regenerating stone giants. But that was just him hiding inside the stone man to control it. The reason why it is difficult to deal with is because he can move around in the stone man and cannot judge his position. But this is not a problem at all for the Terminator. Under the infrared rays, Pika, who was hiding in the body of the stone giant, was clearly seen. I saw countless energy beams attacking where Pika was hiding. Pika didn't expect this at all, and was instantly set on fire. Fortunately, the stone giant was thick enough to not penetrate all the stones at once. He hurriedly shifted his position, but did not expect the Terminator's attack to follow along. How? Pika was shocked and moved again, but no matter where he moved, he would be found. What the hell is going on here, and why did you find my position? His questions were not answered, and more energy beams were ushered in. Under the furious fire power, the huge stone giant soon only had half of his body left. Seeing this, Pika is preparing to control the giant agglomerated stone again. But saw a violent thunder shrouded the remaining body. Enel said at this time, although the boss intervenes makes me uncomfortable. However, the person I want to challenge is not you. This time, the thunderstorm he used was more ferocious than the last time, and all the stones were instantly shattered. Pika, who was hiding in it, was finally hit by this blow. Although he used his armed color to resist in time, Enel's lightning is not so easy to resist. I saw that the skin on his body began to fester and blacken under the electric current. Pika gritted her teeth and tried to hold on, but she didn't expect the Terminator's attack to follow. The next moment, countless energy beams burst on him. In the face of this pure energy attack, his armament haki was not very effective. And for the next minute, the place where he was standing was covered by a flow of energy. After the attack, there was no sign of Pika, only the completely carbonized ground and half of the broken helmet remained. Seeing this scene, the members of the Donquixote family were all angry. Doflamingo even more gloomy face, and then slapped the ground. Ever white. Suddenly, the entire ground turned into an ocean formed by white lines. This is his ultimate move, designed to clear a large number of enemies. Doflamingo didn't do anything to Yuxiao and the others, because he knew that this move was useless against masters. His target is the Terminators in the field. I saw countless threads entangling all the Terminators, and then tightly closing them, trying to destroy them. However, what people did not expect was the mechanical body made of high alloys in the face of the Terminator. These white threads were all deceived, leaving only a trace of thread marks on them. Faced with such a result, Doflamingo's heart sank, surprised by the hardness of the Terminator. Seeing this, the other cotters also looked ugly and wanted to fight back. It's a pity that they were dealt with by Yi Xiao and Zephyr, 2 4 Emperor's ranked characters, and they didn't have any chance at all. Zephyr, in particular, hated Doflamingo as a pure villain, so he didn't hold back. Many cotters have been quickly resolved by him. As for the distance, Yao Chen sighed a little when he saw the Dong Quixote family being quickly cleaned up. To be honest, Doflamingo's power is already big in the pirate world. But in the face of his own attack, he has no ability to resist. It can only be said that now the two sides are not on the same level at all. Whether it is strength or subordinates, they are too far away. At this moment, Yao Chen frowned slightly, then tilted his head casually. The next moment, a bullet flew past his eyes. He turned around and found a woman in a maid's uniform not far away who was attacking him with a gun in her hand. After careful observation, Yao Chen recognized the identity of the other party. Baby 5, the owner of the weapon fruit. He narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand, and the gravel on the ground floated up and rushed towards Baby 5. Seeing this, Baby 5 hurriedly changed out a shield to resist. It was just that she had just defended against this wave of attacks when an invisible force lifted her neck and pulled her over. Baby 5 was struggling. Yao Chen was a little curious about the ability of the weapon fruit, so he said to Baby 5. I need your help Baby 5, come to me. Baby 5 who was struggling originally, heard the other party's words and stopped immediately, and then said in surprise. You said you needed me. 4 flowers. Yao Chen nodded and said, yes. Then he put her down. I saw that Baby 5 came to Yao Chen obediently with excited eyes and stood up. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Although he already knew what kind of character he was. But after seeing it, I was still a little speechless. If you are needed, you will definitely agree, even if you let yourself die without hesitation. I really don't know why Baby 5 developed such an extreme character. But he is not concerned with these now, but asks, can you change any weapons? Baby 5 immediately said, theoretically yes. But I have to understand how the various weapons are constructed and how they operate to make changes. Yao Chen commanded a Terminator to come to him and hand over the energy rifle in his hand to Baby 5. 0. Can it change? Baby 5 caressed the weapon carefully as if feeling it. The next moment, she saw that her right hand had also turned into an energy rifle. Yao Chen observed it and found that it was exactly the same as that of the Terminator. Even the texture when touched is exactly the same. However, as the other party said, this kind of weapon is just a fake. It is still impossible to fire until you understand the operation mode and the principle of the weapon. But even so, Yao Chen still feels that the weapon fruit is very heaven-defying. According to what the other party said, as long as you understand the principle and operation mode, you can change it. Then some of the weapons that exist in the theory can also be changed. Yao Chen's eyes flickered brightly. He was just trying to give it a try, but he didn't expect to find the treasure. The weapon fruit of Baby 5 can save a lot of costs when developing some high-tech weapons in the future. This alone is already very important. I saw Yao Chen said solemnly, Baby 5, I hope that from today, you can stay by my side forever, okay? Hearing the other party's words, Baby 5's heart surged with a strong sense of happiness, and her face turned red. 1. Do you need me for the rest of your life? Yao Chen nodded, yes, I need it all my life. Baby 5 is very excited, I get it. At this moment, Enel's voice came from the front, leave him to me. Yao Chen turned his head to look and found that the cotters of the Dong Quixote family were all lying on the ground at this time. And only Doflamingo was left at the scene. I saw Enel standing in front of him, ready to have a formal duel with the opponent. Wide. Chapter 152. At this moment, Brother Doflamingo was silent. He looked around at the cotters who had been defeated or died. There are also the Terminators who surrounded themselves with gloomy expressions, and they don't know what they are thinking. Doflamingo is well aware that he is now in an unprecedented desperate situation. However, what he didn't expect was that under such circumstances, the corners of his mouth twitched and he let out a burst of laughter. Hum. Ha 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 ha. It took 10 years to get to where we are today. I didn't expect to go back to the past overnight. My power, and everything that I have worked hard for half my life to build. It's really vulnerable in front of you. Sir Commander. A strange color flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, but he didn't expect Doflamingo to laugh at this time. He stepped forward and said, looking at your appearance, is there any trump card? Doflamingo still sneered, who knows? And Enel 090, who was ignored by the side, was suddenly upset, hey, are you looking down on me? He raised his hand to send out a thunder, and Doflamingo moved the white line to resist. Immediately, a chuckle came out of his mouth, hum. Do you want to fight me? I promise you. Enel frowned, feeling that something was wrong. But he didn't care, instead, the weather stick in his hand showed an excited smile. I saw him turn into electric light, and then rushed towards Doflamingo. And Doflamingo runs the white line for defense. The two-person battle caused an explosion at the scene, and it seemed to be intense. But Zephyr, who was watching the battle, smiled and the others frowned. Because they found that Doflamingo was not attacking in the fight with Enel. Yao Chen pursed his eyes, what is this guy thinking? At this time, Jarvis's voice sounded, Sir, in Dressrosa's sky, there is a white line like a net spreading. Yao Chen raised his head, and suddenly saw the countless threads in the sky. He sneered, it turned out to be this thing. I thought you had some great cards. The result is that all? What a disappointment. Yes, what Yao Chen saw at this time was the last trick used by Doflamingo in the original book, Birdcage. To be honest, if he wants to break this trick, it is not difficult for him now. It can be easily cracked by defeating Doflamingo. With a smile and Zephyr, Doflamingo can't make a comeback. It's just that Enel wanted to fight Doflamingo heads up, so they didn't intervene. For Yao Chen, Birdcage is cast. Perhaps it is difficult for others to destroy it, but with the fleet he brought, it is very simple to destroy such a thing. In the distance, the original king of Dressrosa, Riku Dold III, had a solemn expression. What the hell happened there? Who is fighting Doflamingo again? Just when King Liku was puzzled, he suddenly noticed countless white lines streaking across the sky. And these white lines gradually surrounded the entire Dressrosa, forming a huge net. What's this? On the other side, Doflamingo, who was fighting Enel, suddenly attacked. He saw two white lines rushing out, blasting him out. Enel landed firmly with a somersault. Have you finally given up your defense and prepared to attack? I saw Doflamingo sneer, hum hum hum. Immediately, he raised his hands and said, blank waves and white lines. The next moment, a large number of white lines rose from the ground, covering his figure. Seeing this, Enel was ready for the opponent's blow. However, what people did not expect was that these white lines did not attack, but fell instantly and returned to the original ground. As for Doflamingo himself, he has disappeared from the scene. Seeing this scene, Enel, who was ready, was stunned. He frowned and looked around vigilantly, thinking that Doflamingo would attack. However, who knows, after waiting for a while, the sneak attack did not come, but the other party started to give a speech to the whole country through the screen. Hello people of Dressrosa, I am your king. Here, I have bad news for you. I believe you have seen the white line that now covers the entire country. It's called birdcage, and it's a very sharp thread that can cut people into pieces. The birdcage will start to shrink gradually over the next hour. Do you know what that means? It means that no one in the whole country can survive. Dressrosa will also disappear from this world. Hearing his words, everyone showed a terrified expression. I saw Doflamingo laughing. If you want to survive, there is only one way. That is to kill these 5 people. I saw that his screen began to display Yao Chen and others on it. The people of Dressrosa also saw their appearance. Doflamingo said, they're in the palace battleground right now. If you don't want to die, move on. This survival game starts now. Speaking of which, he moved his finger, and birdcage shrank immediately. Compared to the original, this time the shrinkage is fast. Like he said, it's expected to close in an hour. In the center of the battlefield, Yao Chen, who watched the live broadcast, had a flash of coldness in his eyes. It has to be said that Doflamingo is a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. He actually thought of using the entire Dressrosa people against them. Although birdcage is nothing to Yao Chen, even he doesn't care about the life or death of Dressrosa people. But Doflamingo really upset him. In addition, Zephyr and Yi Xiao are not the kind of existences who will attack ordinary people. Therefore, he is not ready to play with each other. I saw Yao Chen sneer, do you think I can't find you if you hide? You made a stupid decision, Doflamingo. Jarvis said at this time, Sir, a large number of armed people are running here. Yao Chen didn't care, let the Terminator stop them. Once these people attack, they will fight back. There is no need to be polite to them. Yes, sir. After the call with Jarvis, he said to the people around him, let's go, let's find that guy. In the city, in a secret underground room. Doflamingo was watching Dressrosa with a sneer. Hum hum hum. Although you have an ion cannon, it is impossible to attack yourself. There are hundreds of thousands of Dressrosa, even if you stand and let you kill, I don't know how long it will take. I just need to wait until your physical strength is exhausted, and secretly shoot. Just when Doflamingo was secretly complacent. Suddenly, the wall behind him shattered, and Yao Chen and others appeared here. 5.4. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze, and he said incredulously, impossible, why did you find this place? Yao Chen sneered, it's incredible, right? It's a pity that you don't even know what kind of technology my master has. As soon as he raised his hand, the next moment, a bug flew to his hand. On closer inspection, this is a mechanical fly. It is a miniature reconnaissance robot specially built by Skynet to monitor humans. Yao Chen curled the corners of his mouth, your every move is actually under my surveillance all the time. I wanted you to have a good fight with Enel. At least, you can die with some dignity. It's a pity, you don't buy it. Speaking of this, his eyes turned cold and he looked at Doflamingo. Since you don't give me face, then I don't need to be polite to you. After saying this, Darth Vader smiled, Zephyr, Enel, and launched an attack on Doflamingo at the same time. Chapter 153. Although Doflamingo resisted desperately, facing the attack of 4 people, his ending was already doomed. The battle lasted only 10 minutes, and he was pierced by Enel's weather bar. You are really disappointing, and you actually run away in battle. Is this also considered a strong man? Feeling the passing of life, Doflamingo vomited blood, but the usual smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Did you fail? I didn't expect that my ending would be like this. Hum hum hum. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. In a burst of laughter, Doflamingo finally fell to the ground. Yao Chen glanced at Baby 5 and found a trace of unbearable flash in her eyes. Regardless of her relationship with Doflamingo, they are family after all. Now that the other party died in front of her like this, it still caused a sadness in her heart. Seeing this, Yao Chen immediately said, "Let's go, Baby 5, I still need you." Hearing that he was needed, Baby 5, who was still sad at first, became happy again. The sadness for Doflamingo in my heart disappeared immediately. Yes, I will try my best. I saw a group of people turned and left 31 here and walked towards the ground. But halfway through, I saw a little girl kneeling on the ground and crying. Woo! Dad, Mom, where are you? Looking at the little girl crying on the ground, everyone stopped. At this time, the other party also saw Yao Chen and others, and saw a hopeful look in her eyes. Uncles and grandpas, do you know where my parents are? Seeing this little girl, Baby 5's expression changed. Be careful, she is. However, before the words were finished, Yao Chen had already dodged in front of the other party. Then a palm tapped on the little girl's neck. The little girl didn't expect such a thing to happen at all, and suddenly fainted. Just as she was in a coma, the whole Dressrosa. Countless toys have become human at this moment. At the same time, the memories in other people's minds began to gradually recover. Underground, Yao Chen used the force to control the little girl to float in the air. And Baby 5 stepped forward in surprise and said, "You, why?" Although she didn't finish her sentence, Yao Chen also understood what she meant and replied. "I know you members of the Dong Quixote family very well. This little girl is the key to Doflamingo's control of Dressrosa, sugar." Baby 5 nodded with surprise on his face, "Yes." Yao Chen nodded slightly, "Let's go, we should leave here too." Seeing his hands behind his back, the sugar floated in the air and left with the group. When they came to the ground, they saw countless people crying. Because Birdcage disappeared, they survived. Coupled with the reasons for regaining their loved ones and restoring their memories, most people shed tears of excitement happily. Yao Chen didn't care about this, but walked towards the central battlefield where the Terminator was. When he came to him, he saw that the ground was covered with countless corpses, and the surrounding area was filled with gunpowder smoke. At first glance, it was as if a massacre had been experienced, and there was no living person in sight. He looked at the Terminators who were sticking to the original, and found that they didn't seem to have much problems except for some damage. The members of the Heart Pirates who have gathered together are looking at Yao Chen and others with anxiety. Having seen the Terminator slaughter the aggressor, they didn't dare to think anything else at all. Just honestly guarding beside the head of the regiment, worried. Yao Chen came to them and looked at Luo Dao, who was still in a coma. Is his injury serious? Does he need immediate treatment? Everyone, look at me, I look at you, and finally Qiangbalu said. No, we have good medical equipment on board to treat the captain. Although they had heard the conversation between Luo and Yao Chen before, they were still full of vigilance. Seeing this, Yao Chen nodded, that's fine, you can take Luo back to the ship for treatment. When he's healed, contact me again, or go to Alabasta. Tell him by the way that Doflamingo has been dealt with by me. After saying this, several large hunter-killer transport ships began to fly down from the sky. And the Terminators on the ground also began to gather up and walk towards the spaceship. Yao Chen and others also quickly boarded one of them. Immediately, several hunter transport ships began to quickly lift off into the sky. On the periphery of the central battlefield, King Liku looked at the distant large-scale hunter with a very complicated heart. Although Doflamingo was overthrown, his heart was not happy at all. Because here lies the corpses of countless people. These are the people who attacked the Terminators in order to survive. Even if they were coerced, they were still their own people. Therefore, King Liku didn't know how to meet Yao Chen and others. And he could feel that the other party didn't care about Dressrosa's people from beginning to end. Such an attitude, as if facing the stones and weeds on the side of the road. It was for this reason that he extinguished the idea of expressing gratitude. Yao Chen, who had already returned to the fleet and started on the road again, actually found King Liku. But just as the other party thought, he didn't care what King Liku would think. He's only here to help Luo by solving Doflamingo. How Dressrosa is, has nothing to do with him. To him, the country is not as important as Sugar and Baby 5. I saw him put Sugar in the cell of the mass killer, and put a pair of iron gloves on her. This glove cannot be taken off without his permission. After all, the opponent's fruit ability is too strange, and he doesn't want any accident. When all arrangements are completed, the next step is to hurry quietly. Although the large-scale slayer can only fly in the atmosphere, the speed is still quite fast. An hour later, Jarvis said, "Sir, we're almost there." Not far away, a small island loomed in the sight of everyone. On the side of Zephyr and Yi smile, his expression became serious. Although they have little interest in One Piece, this is the final island after all, the end of the Grand Line. Therefore, it is necessary to be vigilant. After all, no one knew what was on this island. Speaking of which, no one has ever boarded Raftel except Roger One Piece. After all, it would take 4 more blocks of historical text marked with signposts to find this place. However, because Yao Chen has satellites, the map of the entire pirate world is under his surveillance. In addition, this island is in the second half of New World. He only needs to focus on observing here to find the trail. Speaking of which, Raftel is a strange island. The display on the satellite map is looming, as if it exists and does not exist. If it hadn't moved, Yao Chen would have thought it was an illusion. And now, when they finally came here, only then did he find out that it was not the problem of satellite photography. But this island is really looming, like a mirage. It gives the impression that it is not in this world, but exists in another latitude.